Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And what's up? Oh my gosh, I've got the. Hold on. There we go. I had the background blurred out a little more than I wanted. Um, sorry, I was helping Lady Rackets get the kids ready. Just a second. Goodness gracious. How are we doing today? I hope y'all are ready for day, 2.5 of Johnny Depp. Or day 7 of the case, day 2.5 of Johnny Depp's specific testimony. All that good stuff. Goodness gracious. Last day of the week of this shit. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Nothing says whipped like a nice pastel preppy shirt. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Anyway. Yeah, I would actually normally be teaching today, but I am here. I am here for this. And goodness gracious. Eventually we'll stop yawning and be ready to go. But we have got this trial, man. This trial is it. It is hip. It is happening, and I'm ready to watch. I wanted to see Johnny's cross-examination. I wanted to see it live in the flesh. I think it's going to be pretty darn interesting, and yeah, I hope y'all are pumped as well. Yesterday we had Johnny Depp's direct testimony for almost the entire day, almost all of it. We need to get you a cat picture for your wall, but I already have the lawyer cat right there. I don't have any more wall space to put it that would be visible in here. Whew. But yeah, so yesterday we had the let's see, the final part of Johnny Depp's direct examination, which lasted almost the whole day. There was 15 minutes of cross-examination that came at the very end. But we had quite a bit of stuff come out. It was the meat of the tumultuous relationship between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard that got the focus yesterday. And we got to really just see firsthand. We got to see just how freaking evil she could be, at least according to Johnny Depp, right? I mean, I guess you could always suggest simply that that he was lying. He was lying about their relationship, that none of it was true, or that he was misrepresenting or underselling his hand in the violence. Sure. We'll see, of course, if that's true as we go on, because they will have the opportunity to present their evidence with Amber Heard during their case in chief. And it'll really be about who you believe, because there's just two people, right? It's ultimately he said, she said. So unfortunately, the only resolution we'll have is what we determine to be true, what the jury determines to be true, and that will be the reality of their relationship. That's it. That's how it works. So, however, that was direct, was just laying out how nasty the relationship was from Amber Heard's side. And I think even if they can come up with something that Johnny Depp did in the relationship, this puts him in about as good of a position as you can be, because the reality is the accusations from Amber Heard were not, he struck me one time, right? And therefore I was abused. The accusations from Amber Heard are that she was a victim of domestic abuse and she stood up against it. And in doing so, the implication is that the victim implication, I think, is what really sells it. That's the inference. And if they were equal in doling out punishment, for lack of a better word, if they were equal in that, then I'm not sure you can be the victim of domestic abuse. if you're hitting the other person, if you're punching them all the time, how are you a victim? That's the question. But will the jury agree with that? I have no idea. And that remains to be seen. So today is cross, though. And that's where the story gets put to the test. Maybe it gets put to the test. That's if they choose to go there, right? So far, what they're doing is cross-examining Johnny Depp's knowledge of his lawsuit and the legal circumstances under which it is brought. And that is that's a whole different animal. They are focusing on the technical aspects. The technical aspects of defamation. Do these statements pertain to you? Are they lies? Are they true? Did these particular statements cause you damage? You would agree, wouldn't you, Mr. Depp? You would agree that, in fact, your career was already damaged prior to this specific article being published. You would agree that you're not suing Amber Heard over statements made prior to this article, because you can't do that, can you, Mr. Depp? That is the approach Mr. David Rottenborn took yesterday, and we'll see if he continues on that approach today. I think he's going to have to attack Johnny Depp's credibility. I think they're going to have to do that, because right now, a normal person, your average person, doesn't really want to say, well, I mean, she lied a whole bunch right before this and caused you damage, but you're not suing over that. You're suing over this statement. These lines from this article. That's what you're suing over, because all of that other stuff doesn't matter legally. And technically, it's not supposed to. It's not supposed to matter. So that's what they're trying to get at. But they're going to have to convince a jury that, she could lie all day about him, before, so long as for this article, because that's what he sued her over, she told the truth, and therefore, or the technical truth, and therefore she shouldn't have any punishment. I don't know. I think that's where they have to go, but I wouldn't want to be in that situation. I wouldn't want to be there at all, actually. I would want to be able to win on the facts of their relationship, on the facts of the abuse. I would want, if I were Amber Heard and their legal team, I would want to have in my corner the fact that she was abused by Johnny Depp. That would be it. And I don't see it. So there we go. That's kind of the summary of today. We've got some early super chats that I want to try and keep a little bit more on top of today. I'm feeling guilty, guys. Feeling very guilty, because So I am here. Like I said, I would normally be teaching today, but I did a video lesson for the assistant to run for this. It was because I teach the Constitution to our homeschool co-op, and we only had the last thing we had was the last two amendments today. The lesson itself was, I don't know, 7 minutes. so it was like, well, you don't really need me there for this. We've got it's the last teaching day. There's some other stuff going on later. So they didn't really need me in the classroom for this. However, I had forgotten that there was some technical complications with how things were going to go today. and though I wasn't particularly needed in the classroom, it would have been very much more convenient for Lady Rackets if I were there. But didn't really remember that until this morning. So feeling a little guilty on that one. Oh well, c'est la vie. That's how it goes, I guess, right? Brandon Stull says, Rackets, I'm sending a story to check out to your Twitter DMs. Man hands officers meth instead of registration during traffic stop. Be sure to check out the mugshot. Doug Murray, Rackets, can we unite and spread a rumor that Johnny Depp is dressing as Captain Jack on Monday, but instead dresses normal? Amber Heard comes in dressed as a smelly pirate, sending the jury in for immediate deliberations. Depp for the win. Sure, we'll give it a shot. The Dragon's Treasure says, knock, knock. Who's there? I'm out of clever super chats for the week. Use code Amber Poops in Beds at the Dragon's Treasure to help fund a team of clever researchers and pun makers, and also maybe some tea. Hashtag me poo. Yes, guys, you can go to thedragonstreasure.com, which is a haven for tea and anime lovers. You can buy some really, really top quality, hand-picked, hand-selected, hand-sorted, whatever, loose leaf teas of all different varieties. Really good stuff. I am a fan of the Dragon's Treasure, and he'll send it right to your house. It's lovely. It's beautiful. Yeah, give it a shot. Okay, do we have? I'm waiting for us to have some video. Okay, we've got a little bit. It's just an alley, basically, waiting for the parties to arrive. Tank Commando says, what's the over-under on the defense team getting under Depp's skin and getting him to snap during cross today? They already had him a little irritated after only 15 minutes yesterday. I don't know that Johnny Depp is going to actually snap. I agree that he was irritated. He doesn't like these people. You know, these people are supporting his destruction. And they want to paint him as a domestic abuser. I mean, they want the perverse aspect of defamation is that when you are right, when someone is lying about you and you take them to court, their legal team is perpetuating the defamation. That's their defense. No, this was true. These were true statements. He is a piece of garbage. He is an abuser. He is a wife beater. He is not who he says he is. He is a failure to his children. He is a failure as a man, as a father. He is the worst person you've ever met. That's the way to defend the defamation. So if Johnny Depp was hurt by the lies of Amber Heard, these people are just continuing them. Again, if they're lies, which, of course, unless he's lying, which is possible from his perspective, they are certainly lies. All right, Amber has a different hairstyle today. Here we go. Her hair is pulled back, but also down. I don't know, man. Having a different hairstyle every single day for this trial, I'm not sure the wisdom of this stuff. Like if the jury's paying attention, they're going, oh, she's got different hair today, different hair today, different hair today. Looks professionally styled every single day. I don't know. I think they should pick one good style and stick with it. Kind of like a normal person, right? I don't know. I guess there are women that change their hair every day, but I don't really, most of the women I know have kind of a consistent style except for special occasions. I don't think Johnny Depp is prone to snapping. Right? I don't think that is very likely. 5 Simple Words says, "Good morning from sunny South Padre. Thanks for what you do. Ever tried Templeton Rye 6-year? Like, dislike?" I feel like I have. It's familiar sounding, but I couldn't honestly tell you. I don't remember. So if I've had it, it didn't make enough of an impression for me to remember specifically. Sorry. So maybe, but that also may mean I haven't had it. I probably have seen it, if nothing else. But no, I can't remember. Sorry, I don't have any impressions on it. Lancelot 652 says, "Hey Nick, are they allowed to play audio at closing arguments? If so, I'd blast Amber's admission of beating him on a loop." Oh yeah. Well, I shouldn't say. I'm agreeing with you. Oh yeah, that's what I would do too. I would play that anytime possible, anytime reasonably feasible. That said, I'm not super familiar with Virginia's rules and different courtrooms and different, they can have different rules for different courts and even for different specific trials. But I don't see any particular problem with it.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session. The Honorable Penny Ascarati presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. All right, do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Oh, perfect. Which exhibit?
All right. Hopefully the
1458.
volume is okay.
All right, with redactions. All right, that's already been entered in evidence. We'll just take a copy of it. Thank you. Anything else?
We have the thumb drive with the
with
additional.
the knife pictures on it for me, 92 and 93. Great. Thank you. All right, I'll take any evidence you have. Perfect. All right, anything further? All right, we're ready for the jury.
Okay. That's a good mugshot on that meth instead of registration at the traffic stop. Here's my registration. Bag of meth. This is what allows me to be on the road. Jamie Moodley says, "Please sing a bit of Every Breath You Take as Lemoyne's Every Breath You Take." Robin Kellum says, "What was the story he told about her punching him twice? And he said, 'That's it, I'm done.' Then he left. What was the story behind that?" That was that was after he missed her birthday. That was right before she pooped in his bed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can have a seat.
Missed late to her birthday party.
All right.
However, whatever.
Cross-examination.
All right, Rottenborn, here we go. Here we go. There's some tension between Johnny and Rottenborn. It's not the good sexual kind.
Morning, Mr. Depp.
Morning, Mr. Rottenborn.
Yes, 2 days ago, when
Every
you
time
first
he
took
says
the
his
stand,
names.
you discussed
Good.
your upbringing and some of the abuse that you suffered at the hands of your mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you testified how she abused you physically, right?
Yes, sir.
Throwing things at you, hitting you.
Yeah, there was quite various forms of physical abuse.
And she abused you verbally by insulting you and your siblings, right?
Yes, she did.
And you testify that sometimes that verbal abuse, that emotional abuse was worse than the beatings, right? Do you remember that?
As a child,
Here he wants to make Johnny Depp's emotional
there's more
abuse
of
the
an
issue here.
opportunity to
His
plant itself in your head.
emotional abuse of Amber Heard.
Sure.
Yes,
So you'd agree that abuse can take many forms. It can be physical, can be verbal, can be emotional, right?
indeed.
And you testified that your dad wasn't abusive, but that you saw him punch walls when he was in an argument with your mother sometimes, right?
Excuse me. I witnessed my father, the only reaction that would be called a physical reaction from the abuse he was very stoically taking from my mother. I saw him maybe twice, 3 times punch a wall. Once, as I said, once he punched the corner of the wall, and I watched his hand, his hand basically shatter.
Right. Mr. Depp, your walls weren't the only thing that your father punched, were they? In fact, once he punched you in the face and knocked you down, didn't he?
Yes, when I was 15 years old, this was just before I'd dropped out of high school. One morning, yes, in my mind, I was done with school. So he had asked me to, I believe it was something, it was very, he asked me to take the dog for a walk or something, or take out the garbage, something menial, something strange. And I just said, no. And he just gave me a quick shot.
Jeez.
Pretty hefty. And it rattled my head. It rattled the cage, Tweety
Sure.
birds and stuff. Sure.
So the jury hadn't heard about that before. When he punched you in the face, it actually knocked you to the ground. And then when you got up, you were all too happy to take care of what he wanted you to take care of, right?
I was excited to take care of it. At that
Right.
point.
And yesterday, I believe that you testified.
Come on.
Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? It doesn't work. You gave that testimony yesterday, didn't you?
Oh, yes. There you go.
Now, you try to conduct yourself as a gentleman, right?
What a piece of
Yes, sir.
shit.
And you
That's the
think that you live up
impeachment
to
of
the
that
standards
statement.
of a Southern gentleman, right?
That was essentially, when you have deep, deep roots in the South, in Kentucky and such. It's not just your parents, your father, your mother. It's your grandparents. It's your uncles. It's your aunts. It's this. It's that. Yes, raised to be a Southern gentleman. That is to say, when chivalry was still alive and allowed.
Right. And you think you live up to the standards of a Southern gentleman, correct?
I believe I do. I certainly have done my best all my life.
Paul Bettany's a good friend that you've done drugs with, right?
That's a strange question. Paul Bettany is a good friend. Yes.
You've done drugs with him.
Yes, I have.
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine, yes.
Alcohol,
Alcohol, yes.
pills, including Xanax and Adderall, right?
That I'm not too sure of.
Okay.
Where's he going?
Your Honor, may we approach?
All
I
right.
just want to discuss one thing with you,
Okay.
Ms. Myers.
That's a weird approach there. So yeah, yesterday Johnny Depp said he doesn't understand why you would hit someone to make them agree with you. It just doesn't work. He's talking about raising his kids And so Rottenborn goes to impeach that statement by saying, well, your dad, you didn't want to walk the dog, and then your dad punched you in the face, and then you wanted to walk the dog. So therefore, it does work to be violent to get someone to agree with you. It's a little bit different, Rottenborn. He's talking about a specific task, not like general learning. I don't think Johnny Depp agreed with the principle of walking dogs because he ate a fist to the face from a man to a child. Jesus. What a
Thank you.
scumbag. But he's setting the tone, right? Everything you say is a lie. You're not a Southern
Mr. Depp,
gentleman, are you?
You remember giving testimony in the trial in the UK, correct?
Yes,
And you gave that testimony under oath, right?
yes,
You gave quite a bit of testimony in that trial, right?
I wouldn't be able to judge that myself. It felt like a lot.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of it. If you can turn to page 45, please, in front of you. It's page 12 of the document. There's 4 transcript
I
pages.
see
on
page
it.
12 of the document, certainly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they can bring up his testimony under oath in the UK. What they can't do is suggest that the other court found against him. Therefore, this case
sir.
needs to be decided in a similar way.
And
12 of the document, you say?
yes, in the lower left corner, there's a page 45. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
But these are still statements that he made
And
under
you see
penalty
that,
of perjury.
on the bottom of that page, there's a discussion of Paul Bettany and the drugs that you did together. And there was a question. The question is, any sort of pills? And your answer is yes. There could have been Xanax, or if he asked for Xanax or Adderall, whatever, I would, of course, give it to him. Question. So you would supply Paul Bettany with whatever medication or controlled drugs he asked for. Is that right? Answer. If he was feeling anxious or if he was feeling unpleasant, I would give him what he asked for.
Oh, you're
Question.
a drug dealer.
Would you
That's
give him
not,
a Xanax?
not
Answer.
Southern gentlemanly
Yes.
of you.
Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes, sir.
And you shared, the two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs or alcohol at that time, right?
I wouldn't call it an enjoyment.
The two of us were making a film together.
With respect, sir, that wasn't my question. My question was the
Oh.
two of you shared an enjoyment of controlled drugs and alcohol at that time. Yes or no?
At times,
And Ms. Heard was quite adamant that you didn't drink anymore and that you should stop using recreational drugs, right?
oh yes,
And she didn't like it when you were high on drugs or drunk on alcohol, right?
she didn't like it when it was her perception that I was high on drugs. Her perception is quite different than the truth.
And that's what we're after, is the truth. Let's turn to,
Yes, sir.
can you pull up exhibit 178? please?
Okay, then not her perception.
Is that defendant's 178 or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's all right. I just want to make sure.
Oh,
So I'm curious if he's going to bring back that Southern gentleman thing. Whoa.
Mr.
Simpler.
Depp,
Objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Can we approach, please?
Okay, sure.
They must see where he's going with whatever level of questioning is here. There it is. I see you guys. I see Sim Squad in the chat. They found her. They found her. Watch out. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to, again, trying to keep up on these super chats. Gino Fast says, does this case really boil down to the 2 sentences the defense was talking about yesterday? I believe the defamation was an extension of abuse to hurt him. I think so too. and it'll be up to the jury. But the technical aspect of the case, technically speaking, they sued over the statements in the Washington Post article, and it's reduced to those 2 sentences. But again, it's Johnny Depp's lawyer's job to impute all of the meaning of all of the other lies of Amber Heard. And exactly what you said, impute this continuation of abuse into this. She was trying to destroy him. These statements, the prior statements, all of this stuff is baked into this article, and it's to elevate her at his expense, taking him down, destroying him with lies. That's their job. Now, will it work? We'll see. It depends on the jury. You might have a jury who says yes. You might have a jury who says, no way, this isn't about that. We care about the letter of the law. Heel versus babyface. What's up, Az? Says green dress woman versus hot cop from Rittenhouse case. Who wins? Oh, no. Officer Bay versus green dress. Look, I'd say green dress woman personally. Jennifer Lamp says, thanks for keeping me out of politics for 6 weeks. I thought I worked a lot, but you, sir, are more of a beast than Amber's turd. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Mr. Depp, this is a text message exchange
Danger hair
that
behind
you
her,
had
though.
with Paul Bettany on June 11th, 2013, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Your Honor, permission to move for admission of redacted defendants exhibit 178 and permission to publish, please.
We, based off of your honor's ruling,
All right.
that's fine.
178 with redactions.
Oh, yeah. Greg McNeely. Look, welcome to Rekieta Law. Permanently and perpetually shadow banned on any subject I want to talk about.
Michelle,
It's
could you
just-
please
It's
blow
how it
up the first
goes.
text at the top? In this text, Mr. Depp, you text Mr. Bettany, let's burn Amber, 3 exclamation points, right? You see that?
I do see that.
And at this time,
Oh,
June 11,
man, these are some
2013,
spicy texts.
Amber is your girlfriend or perhaps even your fiance at this point, correct?
Girlfriend,
Yep.
for sure.
And you didn't stop when you said, let's burn Amber. Because the next text down, you can move down and blow up the next text, please, Michelle. You say, let's drown her before we burn her, 3 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Yes, it's referring to
and
the
you
text
didn't-
prior to.
You didn't
From Mr.
stop when you
Bettany.
said, let's drown her before we burn her. After that, you made another comment. And I'd like to apologize to the court and to the jury for some of the language that I'm going to have to use today. But unfortunately, you're going to see a lot of documents with language like this. After you said, let's drown her before we burn her, Mr. Depp, you
Yes.
said, I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead. That's what you said that you would do after you burned her and after you drowned her. Did I read that right?
You certainly did, yes.
And you wrote that about the woman who would later become your wife.
Yes, I did.
Can you pull up exhibit 245, please?
See, very importantly, they're not going to ask him why. They won't ask him about context or anything like that. Because this is cross-examination. And his team, like, if they think that that's important, they'll need to handle that on redirect.
Your Honor, there's been no objection to this exhibit, and so I'd move for its admission and ask for permission to publish to the jury.
Give them a moment.
There's
Your Honor, we have no objection to the portions that have Mr. Depp's text messages, but at the bottom portion, there is some from his daughter that we would ask be redacted.
Okay, the last 2.
And Your Honor, that's okay, but there was no objection to this
I
on the
understand, but
exhibit list.
they don't appear to be relevant, which,
That's fine. We're happy to redact those.
There wasn't an objection earlier. Well, there's one now. Just to the, the daughter's texts, which would also be hearsay and irrelevant.
So 245 in evidence with the redactions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp, the top text message, we're going to focus on a couple of these, but the top text message is a text from you to Paul Bettany on May 30th, 2014, correct? Might need to scroll over, Michelle.
May 30th, 2014, yes.
And you recall that you testified yesterday about the flight that you took from Boston to Los Angeles on May 24th, 2014, right?
Yes.
You remember that? Okay.
Yes, I did.
And you testified yesterday that you didn't have any drinks before that flight, or maybe you had a glass of champagne or something. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I believe I said I had a glass of champagne on the plane.
Right. So in this text, if you could blow up, Michelle, please, that top text.
It is blown up.
On May 30th, 2014, you texted Mr. Bettany.
You zoomed in too
just a little bit
far.
Smaller.
Rookie mistake. Terrible.
You texted
PDF
Mr. Bettany.
management.
I'm going to properly stop the booze thing, darling. Drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA this past Sunday. Ugly, mate. No food for days. Powders. Half a bottle of whiskey. 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas.
1,000 of
Pills.
them.
2
Oh my
bottles
gosh,
of
that's
champers
probably
on
true.
plane. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got
He's
me.
talking about her.
I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. Read that again. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well. I'm
He's
too
talking about
old to be
her.
that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
And when you said pills are fine, this was when you were just starting treatment with Dr. Kipper to try to get off of the pills that you testified about yesterday, right?
This is when I was still on the Roxycodone. It was before the detox on the island, yes.
Right. And you testified that when you were in Boston filming Black Mass, which you flew from Boston to LA, that you had just retained Dr. Kipper to help you try to combat that pill problem, right?
Yes.
Could you go 2 texts down, please, Michelle?
If I'm not mistaken, he's talking about her on that flight.
And this is a text that you sent on June 8th, 2014. Just scroll over to Patty Smith. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in this text, I won't read all of it, but you say this. I'm going to just read the first paragraph. My darling Patty Lee, I miss you and worship you, and there is nothing wrong between us. Never, ever could that happen. I've just been so beyond busy with film here in Boston and then back to LA for kiddies. When I was in NYC, they were brief visits and fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty. Was so disappointed in myself.
Are they unable to
Actually,
highlight?
almost walked to your place at about 3:30 a.m. the last time I was there, unable to stop tears. Did I read that right?
You did.
Michelle, can you please take that down and let's pull up.
Michelle, can you please learn to highlight the line that I want you to highlight instead of the one below that doesn't make any sense to highlight?
Exhibit 325, please. Mr. Depp, is this a text message exchange that you had with Miss Heard on December 18th, 2014?
I see that.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of this exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
All right, any objection?
May I have a look at the,
Of course.
You can look at the
Your
bottom.
Honor, may we approach real quick?
Okay, sure.
I like the strategy so far. Like normally I do not like sidebar. I prefer speaking objections for the drama of it so that we get to be included in everything. However, for Depp's team and Depp's strategy, the sidebar approach is better for them. I don't know what I don't think they're going to outright object to whatever this is. It's probably going to be admitted into evidence. But that being said, they're better when they approach. It gives them time to think, and it gives them a little time to have some back and forth without just having like, this is my statement, this is their statement. They should approach on more objections, in my opinion, just based on how they've been doing on those objections versus objections that are in open court. But by the way, I mean, what he's trying to establish here is that Johnny Depp wasn't a Southern gentleman, is not the perfect embodiment of a Southern gentleman, because he got into fights with Amber Heard, that he got drunk from time to time and things got rowdy. Notice the messages don't say he hit her. The messages
And
don't
Michelle,
say
if you
that
could
he
scroll down
beat and
as-
abused her.
so the court and Mr. Depp's counsel and Mr. Depp can see it all.
So far, that could change, of course. Chase Asher says, remember that Amber is a narcissist and must always be the center of attention. God, I wish that were me.
Is that all of it?
Joking. Those are jokes. Lancelot says, you did
Sorry, Your
drugs.
Honor, we have no objection with the to the unredacted version.
Okay. So this
You did
version.
drugs, so
Okay,
Amber was
now,
right to hurt you.
Yes. Okay. All right.
There you go.
45 minutes.
That's kind of the theory.
Hold on.
Excuse me, sorry, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen the other pages, but this page we have no
This is-
objection
Is
to.
this the only page?
I believe this is the only page to the document, Your Honor, right?
325 is only one page?
Just one page.
Yellow
thank you.
Flash 2 says, based Depp.
No, it's
Hello, based Depp Artment.
identifiers, but yes, you can do this one.
I'm really curious about the context of the
And,
test
Michelle, if you can
message
blow
about
up the large text at the top of the
burning her
page.
and drowning her and fucking her corpse or whatever. Like, what's the story there? Was he mad at her? Was it what dark humor was he going into? Was he
Mr.
serious?
Depp, on December 18th, 2014, you sent this text to Miss Heard. And I'm going to read it. And it says, "It's away. I've let it go. Went too far. We/I tend to do that. I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with Shrank. I'm sorry for being less, for your disappointment in me, for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. Gotta lose that. Gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? I wish I were able to bring even just a glimmer of a smile to the pretty face of my most gorgeous of dreams and darkest nightmares. I love you far too much for you and I to be these heinous, slinging insults like we do/did. It is not anything that I am particularly proud of to have participated in, and I regret giving it life because, motherfucker, how when we fight, little girl, how do we end up on the very edge of the precipice? And why? Wish I knew. Goddamn. And know that you are right. I am well aware that I should have been bigger than the moment, and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Wish you were in this lunatic's proximity. Be careful out there. I adore you."
Okay.
Did I read that right?
You did.
You can take
Actually-
that down, Michelle.
Didn't really see anything wrong with that text at all.
If you could please pull up Exhibit 153.
They had a fight and he's apologizing for the fight and letting it go too far. By the way, a fight going too far does not imply violence in any way. Lady Rackets and I have had fights that go too far. That's the person you love, right? And never hit her. She's never hit me. I mean, unless we're like actually, we used to like fight, like jujitsu fight, which is fun. hit each other then. that was good times. But
Your Honor, we have a redacted version.
not
of
like
this,
real
but we'll put up
fights.
the fully unredacted right now.
All right, just give counsel a moment to review.
Of course.
KH says, why are these texts important?
Your Honor, this has phone numbers in it, so.
I know.
it should be
Yeah, I know.
published.
We-
Understood.
Just so you can see it first.
Why are these texts important? If you look at anyone's text for 10 years, everyone has angry rants. He's acting like Johnny was actually going to burn her, which is stupid. What do you expect from someone named Rottenborn?
Okay.
Again, that's why the the
Pictures of what's on their screens.
redirect could be interesting. Like, I mean, if they come back and they say, hey, remember
Thank
this
you, Your Honor.
text, Johnny Depp? What was it about?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn your attention to the top 3 text messages on this page. These are text messages that you sent on January 17th, 2013. See that?
I'm sorry, I'm just reading the page.
Right. And the way these text messages are produced, sometimes there's big date skips and they're kind of jumbled in. So they're not all on the same chain.
No,
So
of course,
what I'm asking you about is just the top 3.
certainly.
And
Mad Calmark, that
those are texts that you wrote.
The lady
on
sitting next to
January 17th, 2013.
Amber Heard is
correct.
even more crazy than
Yes.
Joe Biden.
Your Honor, permission to publish just those top 3 texts with identifiers and the others redacted, and move for admission of that redacted exhibit.
As long as it's not this version, that's fine.
Bald Eagle, some
We'll put it-
lawyers will
we'll
be
put it up
joining
on the
me
screen
later,
what
I believe.
propose to admit as an
Let me
exhibit.
see what you're going to put up on the screen.
Okay.
Tug appears to be streaming on his own channel today again, which is cool, by the way. I think he really wants to be covering the my impression is that Tug really wants to be covering the testimony of Johnny Depp. I mean, he's been following this thing forever. Mike the Dad Crosby says, I'm clipping that admission, Nick. I'd hit her then. No crossing the
We
line
have no
now.
objection
I've
to
got
this
the
version,
dirt.
Your
All
Honor.
right, we'll leave it as redacted.
That's how this shit works, right? Take everything out of context. You got to wait 10 years before you bring it up, though. So then I don't even
Michelle, can
remember
you blow
saying
up
it.
the text boxes, please? On January 17th, 2013, Mr. Depp, you texted the following: for the idiot cow, 3 exclamation points. Next text: will do. I'll smack the ugly cunt around before I let her in. Don't worry. And apologies again to the court,
Oh,
the jury,
yeah.
for this language.
I'm so sorry. This
And then
guy
you
says
close by
cunt all the
saying,
time.
did that worthless hooker arrive? Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down, please.
Okay. Were those about Amber Heard?
We talked a little bit about the term monster yesterday, correct?
Yes, I've heard that word quite a lot. Yes.
Yeah, and you testified yesterday that you used that
Are
term
we
to placate Amber, right?
Going to get the camera back here?
And I believe that you testified that it was the word that she clung to describe what was in her mind, not yours. I wrote down what you said. You remember giving that testimony?
The monster, more than anything, was Ms. Heard's way of referencing whether I was, whether
is
she
happening?
perceived that I was on substances or taking substances. So the word monster became,
Oh, there we go.
it represented for her the consumption of alcohol or any other substances, whether it was actually happening or not, her perception. And so monster became her click word,
Right.
if you will.
But actually the term monster to describe yourself came from you.
Well, initially, Ms. Heard, I believe she started out with demons. She started out with, saying that I had demons. And then when monster was put into a conversation, which again, I have a particular way of using words, vocabulary in my vernacular. So monster was something that which she stuck with, tried and true. I mean, she just stayed with that.
Right, but you,
You'd have to
it
accept
came from
it
you. The term
unless
came
you
from
wanted
you.
to argue.
The term came from you, didn't it?
It's very probable. It's possible. It's probable that I might have used that word. Certainly.
Right, and in 2012, in fact,
Right.
Elton John was
In
one
fact,
of
it
your
was you.
friends who was trying to help you get sober, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you sent him a message in 2012 where you thanked him for his help, and you said, quote, "I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. That is a simple fact." Isn't
Yes.
that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, the monster referring to alcohol and substances.
Correct. And you didn't send that message to Miss Heard. You sent that to Elton John. I would have been swallowed up by the monster were it not for you. Correct?
Elton
Can you pull up exhibit
was
408, please?
was a dear friend who has been sober for 40 years, 30 years. So he was. We'd had discussions, and he wanted me to get clean, sober. So Elton actually sent a fellow called Charlie Dunnett, who worked with Elton for years and years. And has
Mr.
helped
Depp,
Elton.
I appreciate that. My only question was just to confirm that you had sent that message to Elton John, nothing else.
I really don't
So
want to
I'll
hear
just-
your
okay,
explanations,
I'll
Mr.
just
Depp.
Stop talking.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to be
Certainly,
respectful of the
not a
court's
problem,
time and
Mr.
the
Rottenborn.
jury's time.
Sorry?
I just said I want to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time, and I trust that you do too. So,
Well, I don't
could
feel
you-
that I'm wasting anyone's time, sir.
Could you pull up exhibit 408, please?
See, it's this stuff that Johnny does. Rottenborn's refusing to engage with it.
Mr.
but
Depp, I'd like to
this is
turn
good.
your attention to
It
the bottom
personalizes him.
text on this page.
Because everybody's thinking that. You
And
asked a question about this text, and he's
Can
just
you
talking about it.
confirm that this is a text message that you sent on April 9th, 2015, while you were married to Amber, to your sister. Do you see that?
The last
The last text on the one on the bottom.
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of 408 with all the identifiers redacted and everything except the last text redacted.
Just the last
Yes, Your Honor.
one text.
We object, Your Honor. If we could approach it just very quickly.
There you go. Good. Go up and have those objections. Have them at the bench. Talk through them. Go back and forth a little bit. Mike B says, do you have a P.O. box? I wanted to mail you a book called Flushy I found on Amazon. It's a dark corporate satire I think you might enjoy. Yes, I do have a P.O. box. In fact, it is at the bottom of the description of every video. So if you go to the description here on YouTube, you'll find my P.O. box right there. Lancelot says, gasp, humans exaggerate and use words they wouldn't actually do, but lawyers aren't human, so I guess I understand his confusion. That's true. That's true. Lawyers aren't a people. Lawyers are definitely not a people. Rumble username sucks says, busy this weekend and will probably miss most of Johnny's testimony. Can you give a summary of his testimony and anything else interesting yesterday? I mean, I kind of did when we started up. I just gave an overview about it. So if you go back and watch the beginning before the court is in session, that's what I did to fill the time. So certainly you can check there if you want. I should be doing more like recap videos, and I'm going to try. It's just time. It's just having time to put them
Mr.
together.
Depp, to clarify, is sis in those texts, is that your sister, or it could be Amber's sister too, right? One or the other.
Sis, I was referring to Whitney.
Whitney.
Heard,
Okay,
yes.
so Amber's sister. Okay.
Yes, Amber's
Okay.
sister.
Yes, I have a poo box, not a PO box. Correct. I self-identify as a vlogger, not a lawyer. No, I'm not a person either. And vloggers aren't people. Oh my gosh.
Your Honor, with those redactions, I'd ask for permission or move to admit Exhibit 408.
No, no objection?
Yes.
Okay. All right, 408 with redactions as it.
And Mr. Depp, on April 9th, 2015,
Yes,
while you were married to Miss Heard, you texted someone named Sis, which may be her sister, you testified.
yes,
You said, I'm all right. Though I never, ever want to lay eyes on that filthy whore, Amber A. Most embarrassing. Did I read that right?
yes, you did.
And when you called Amber that filthy whore, she was your wife at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's pull up Exhibit 427, unredacted, please.
Okay. Is he going to end this text segment session with, those aren't Southern gentlemanly texts, are they? Like, is that where this is going to go? Because that's going to be a big letdown to me.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention
Okay.
is there another, let's see. I'd like to direct your attention to the fourth text up from the bottom,
For
chat number 1616.
Hmm.
You see that?
yes, I do.
And that's a text message exchange between you and Jerry Judge on April 26th, 2015, just a couple of weeks after you referred to Amber as a filthy whore. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to and move for admission of this exhibit with the two text exchanges in that chat between him and Jerry Judge.
All right, well, why don't you show me what it would look like redacted?
Okay.
Can we do that?
Okay, sure. It's just
Before we
those
publish
two,
it.
Michelle?
Caller and Rainquest says we should burn Mr. Rottenborn. Look, I know where this is going, and I'm not going to be having sex with any lawyer's corpse.
So, all right. Any objection to 427
No objection,
with
Your Honor.
redactions? Okay, 427 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you can just blow the text up, Michelle, of both of those. Mr. Depp, on April 26th, 2015, Jerry Judge, and Jerry Judge is your former security guy who passed away a couple of years ago, right?
That's correct.
And he writes you and says, "Hi, boss. Just wanted to say if you and Amber need anything, just let me know. I will be there in 20 minutes. Johnny, it is lovely to see how you and Amber are so happy. The other day, watching the two of you sitting on the bench by the sea was fantastic. The two of you need happiness, and it is really great to see that. Love to you and Amber. XOXO, Jerry." Did I read that right?
You did.
And beneath that, you texted him back and you said, "Thank you, my dear Jerry. Very, very kind, mate.
Oh, this
We've
is
been
so
perfect.
disingenuous.
All I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. We've been happier than ever." All caps. "Love you, brother. JD."
It's so
Did I read that right?
dishonest.
You did, sir.
You can't change what other people do or how other people act. You can only work on yourself.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit 445, defendants?
200 Watt Studio says, is the whole defense going to be innuendo
And in
texts,
the text
emails,
that we
letters
just
to show
saw,
Depp as angry,
When
but
you were-
nothing proving
used the
he
word
was
monster,
violent?
That Miss Heard wasn't on that text message, was she?
No, that was between Jerry and myself.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention in this message to the second text down, which is a text from you to Dr. Kipper, Dr. David Kipper, on June 28th, 2015.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's trying to point to verbal
28,
abuse. The problem
28,
is
215, yes.
the verbally abusive statements aren't
Your Honor.
To her.
I'd move for the admission of a redacted exhibit with that, simply that text. We're happy to redact the rest of it.
Is that text 139 or 137?
137, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
137.
No objection with
All
the
right, if
proper
we could
redactions.
Get those redactions before we publish, or did you want to publish these?
We'll make the redactions right now and then
Okay.
publish that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, 445 as redacted.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in evidence.
Thank you.
So yeah, I just find that
And you sent this text on June 28th, 2015, and it said, you can blow up the text, Michelle, please. Thank you, my darling Kipper. All those technical abbreviations left me flummoxed and in the dark. Soon, soon, I must see you and just hang out. My deformed finger and I have no friends. By the way, Amber and I have been absolutely perfect for 3 fucking months solid. I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within, and it has fucking worked. We're goddamn best friends now. Amazing. Big love to you, my brother, JD. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And Amber wasn't on that text when you told Dr. Kipper that you had locked your monster child away in a cage deep within, was she?
No.
Can we pull up Exhibit 435, please?
Johnny Depp
Unredacted.
locks his child away. Child abuser. Calls child a monster. As bad as Halle Berry in that movie.
It's just the bottom text that I'm going to direct your attention to, Mr. Depp. This is a text that you sent to Stephen Deuters on May 14th, 2015, right?
The last one,
Yep.
May 14th.
And Stephen Deuters is your personal assistant, or was your personal assistant at the time you were with Miss Heard, right?
Yes, he's now my partner.
Now he's the president of the European branch of Infinitum Nihil, right?
IN2, yes, sir.
Move for admission of a redacted version of this document with just the bottom text, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, if you could just
Please
read
use
that.
Elmo voice for the rest of the streams. Oh God. No.
Thank you, Judge.
I can't even do it today. Later in the day, maybe. I've still got half of my just barely awake voice.
All right, 435 in evidence as redacted.
And on May 14th, 2015, you can blow up that text, Michelle, please.
Talk about the Green Lady's racking.
You texted
Kermit
Mr.
voice.
Deuters.
Come on.
Need to discuss the news helicopters hovering outside the house this morning. I'm ready to shoot a motherfucker. But don't worry, the monster is not involved. Correct?
I see that, yes.
And Miss Heard wasn't on that text, was she?
No.
Let's pull up Exhibit 196, please.
So the question, of course, will be, lawyers do this sometimes. They make a big deal out of kind of common vernacular. Like, did you really mean you were planning to shoot? You meant you were planning to shoot someone, didn't you? But like the jury knows.
This on page 2, please.
Like the jury's like, yeah, I went to the store and I asked for a ribeye and the guy tried to hand me a strip steak. I wanted to shoot that asshole. Like, you didn't actually mean you were going to grab a gun and shoot the guy, right?
Yeah. So it's, Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to line 24. You can see in that left-hand column there. And this is a text message from you to Stephen Deuters, your personal assistant at the time on October 31st, 2013, correct?
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish or move for admission, Your Honor, of just this page of the exhibit with just that text.
With the phone numbers redacted, we have no
Okay.
objection.
course.
You could do those redactions, so it'd just be page 2 of exhibit 196.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you ever going to enter any other pages of this exhibit into evidence?
I'd like to reserve the right to.
Then we'll call
To
this
do that.
196A.
Okay, thank you.
Just makes it easier for the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, 196A in evidence as redacted.
And in this text message from you to Mr. Deuters on October 31st, 2013, you write, "Thanks. She thinks that my Peruvian period has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." You see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
The Peruvian
highlighting
period
is
is a
weird.
reference to cocaine, is it not?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, you said yes, it is?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Let's go to Exhibit 293, please.
Oh. And again, think of the lunacy of this approach. And this is a common lawyer thing, right? Well, we want to show all these texts. These texts are to different people. They're months or years apart. They're not in a particular order. They're not crafting a narrative. It's just these
Mr. Depp, I'd
sound
like to
bites.
direct your attention to the bottom text, which is a text from you to an unknown number on October 4th, 2014. Do you see that?
The last one.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Your Honor,
wow.
I'd move for the admission of modified Exhibit 293 with just that redacted version. And we may use other parts of it, so I'd ask it to be 293A or 1.
Okay, we can make it A. Let's
Okay.
keep consistent.
All
That's
right.
293.
I forgot what you had said.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
293A, we'll get the redactions done.
Mike the Dad Crosby says, great. So this is all proving that Johnny Depp took Amber's
All right,
demons and
23.
changed it to
Maybe.
monster and ran with the verbiage. Good job.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the
Actually,
question you all
293A in
have to ask is
evidence
how
with
effective this
redactions.
is with the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the jury going, oh my,
And
every
in this
text?
text message on October 4th, 2014, you text someone, it's unclear who, you say, "I am going to quite gracefully glide into a massage of my broken back and neck. I shall exit in 1 hour, a monster. Shall we each swallow an E each, parentheses, or perhaps it's MDMA, at around 8 p.m. and go to dinner with a few of my wee team at a wonderful Peruvian spot. Let us enjoy this night, my brother. Let us reward ourselves for the hard work and misery of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day. The Shatter." Did I read that right?
You did.
And E here, that's a reference to ecstasy, correct?
It is.
You can take that down, Michelle, please.
Again, okay. So he's talking to someone who isn't Amber
You would
Heard
agree that
about
you
not
found
Amber
drugs and
Heard.
alcohol at an early stage in your life, right?
I've certainly, yes, I did.
And you testified a couple days ago that you had done just about every kind of drug there was by age 13 or 14, right?
15.
15. And you found that drugs are the only way to numb your pain, right?
They have always been a medicine for me, yes, a numbing agent.
And you said yesterday that, in fact, I think you said you take drugs to numb the demons, right?
I don't know that I said to numb the demons, but I have, well, if I did say demons, it is to numb the residual pain that I carry from my youth.
Right. And one of your good friends that you've taken drugs with before is Marilyn Manson, right?
Yes, we've taken, we've drank together. We've we've had cocaine together maybe a couple of times.
Pills, right? With Marilyn Manson?
I once gave Marilyn Manson a pill so that he would stop talking so much. Sorry.
All right. I get it. You employ a lot of people that work for you, right?
I employ a lot of people.
You employ a lot of people that serve various roles in your life, right?
Yes, yes.
And at least some of those people will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying controlled drugs to you, correct?
I would not characterize those people as doing anything I want or anything I said. They're not the yes men that you'd like them to be.
I love the little barbs that Johnny's dropping. He needs to keep it up because even if it doesn't rattle Rottenborn, it's human.
Can you pick up your testimony from the UK trial and turn to page 48, which is page 13 of the document, please?
Yes. Sorry. 11, 12. Yes, sorry. Yes, I've got it.
You got it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And if you could please take a look at page 48, line 15.
Page 48, line 15.
You just testified that they're not yes men, right? That was the testimony you just gave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 48, line 15 of your testimony in the UK, you were asked a question. They are people who will do what you ask. They will do anything you ask, including some of them supplying drugs to you, controlled drugs to you. Your answer was, there are people who work for me, work with me, who, yes, in the past, have been asked to provide whatever I have felt was necessary at the time. Question. Well, putting it bluntly, if you wanted illegal drugs, controlled drugs, and you asked one of your staff, and I am not going to name anybody particularly right now, that member of staff would provide you with those drugs if he could. Answer. At times, yes. Question. Despite the fact that it was illegal? Answer. Yes. Did I read that right?
He did.
Yes. At times, but
Can
not
we pull
every
up,
time,
exhibit
not all the time.
1085, please.
Oh boy. They would do this for you even though it was illegal? Yeah. That's the nature of drugs, baby. Luna Yoshimi says Amber suddenly needs reading glasses. Almost 10 days in, she never had used them until
You've seen
Johnny
this picture
did.
before, Mr.
Weird.
Depp, right?
Yes, I have.
Yes. And this is a picture that was taken in Miss Heard's former house or apartment on Orange Avenue after you two began dating, correct?
Yes, sir, and it's quite a composition. Composition of the photograph is very interesting.
I think that's something we can agree on. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 1085 and ask for permission.
No
to publish.
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1085, published in evidence.
This picture, you recall, Mr. Depp, was taken in or around March of 2013.
Would you
After
agree
you've
that's an
fallen off the
illegal
wagon, right?
copy of Keith Richards' Robbed Blind?
I'm sorry, what date?
March of 2013, I believe,
March
right?
2013.
Does that ring a bell?
If March 23rd, I had fallen off the wagon from when I was doing Lone Ranger, when Mr. Harris was with me when I was sober.
Okay.
But the whiskey that's on the table that was an average. Every day I would come home to her place and there would be a glass of whiskey waiting for me.
And you would sometimes drink whiskey in the mornings too, right? During this time period.
Not in the mornings.
You know, I mean,
You can
isn't
only
happy
drink
hour
whiskey in the
anytime?
evening.
And that cocaine, those white lines, those are cocaine. That's cocaine, right?
I would assume. It
Yeah,
looks
and
like it.
that's your cocaine that you kept in that box that says property of JD with the skull and crossbones, isn't it?
Well, the beautiful composition of the photograph would suggest that, certainly.
Yeah. You don't dispute that.
I don't see me in it.
No, but you don't dispute that you carried cocaine in that box that said property of JD. That was a special box that you carried cocaine in, wasn't it?
The box was a gift from someone. I can't say that I carried cocaine in it, no.
You
But
can't say that you carried cocaine in that box?
No, but it looks like it would fit some cocaine.
You carried cocaine in there, didn't you?
Cocaine is-
No.
I would, in my experience, normally given in plastic bags. When you put it in a box like that, chances are very good you'll leave a trail of a long line of cocaine behind you
Okay.
walking down the street. So
Why don't you go ahead and pull up your UK testimony, please? Let's look at page 202.
202.
You had a special box for cocaine, didn't you?
Going by those things.
No, I just got it in bags like everybody else, you weirdo.
It's page 9 of the document.
160. I'm having trouble finding 20.
Are you saying page 9?
Oh,
Because there's no 2.
That's my fault. It's day 2, so I owe you another transcript. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Oh,
We're moving into another day now. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
Uncle Andy, let's see. Uncle Andy Stone says to loosely quote
Thank you.
Count Dankula when it comes to Rottenborn using all these random texts, context doesn't matter. Context doesn't matter. I can't do a Dankula
This, and I
impression.
apologize for that, Mr. Depp. This is page 9 of the document, page 202 of the transcript. This was day 2 of your testimony in the UK.
yes, I see it. Page 202.
Yep. And on that, on page 202, you were asked a question. We'll have to work out what that was at a later stage. Can you see in the front that there is a little box about 2 inches by 2 inches if we compare it to the size of the credit cards? Answer, yes. Property of JD with skull and crossbones on it. Yes, I do. That, I suggest, this is a question. That, I suggest, is your cocaine box. That is where you would keep your cocaine, a special box that you had. Answer, I do remember the box. Question, do you remember it now? Answer, yes. I did not remember the property of JD. Yes, that is a box. It was carrying cocaine in it. I would say I probably was then. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Now he's a liar. The liar, Johnny Depp. Oh, did the stream glitch out there? That was nice.
And on the morning that this picture was taken, this was during the filming of a documentary about Keith Richards. You remember that?
I'm sorry,
Th-
could you
this-
repeat that?
Yeah, sure. This picture was taken while you were filming a documentary about Keith Richards, correct?
Uh, I'm sorry, the date again on this?
Do you remember that? I
The
believe
date.
I believe it was March 2013. You
That
should know
seems-
better
yes,
than I
that
do.
seems about.
Okay.
the
And you see
time.
there's a Keith Richards CD, it looks like, above that cosmetic case.
Perfectly placed, yes.
Yeah. And you had an argument that morning in which you accused Amber of cheating on you. Do you remember that?
I believe Amber had an argument with me. that
And you were
morning.
using cocaine and drinking whiskey that morning. And as a result of that argument, you were late to the set of that documentary, correct?
In fact, I was not late to the documentary. Well, I was late, but I had called my crew because it was a day of filming performance between, it was Keith Richards, Tom Waits, and some other very talented musicians. The only thing that needed to be done in terms of performance was capture the performance. So I wasn't needed on the set, so I could come in anytime I wanted.
Okay. You just said that you were late though, correct?
Oh, I
you
was
just
yes.
testified to. Okay.
Yes, yes,
All right.
and due to the argument, of course.
Sure.
Yes.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit now.
Hmm.
Well, actually, let's not.
I love the cocaine. I love the cocaine.
Michelle, could you please pull up Exhibit
Stupid Buck Cherry.
152?
James P says, at what point does reading all the text referencing monster become cumulative? I mean, maybe, but all they're proving is that he used monster in his, I mean, who cares?
Mr. Depp, these are various texts that you sent and received to various people in 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, seems to go from July to September.
Right. And we'll take them kind of piece by piece, I guess. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is take a look at the entries 1628. So that's about halfway down the page. It's a text exchange, a text from you to Stephen Duders, your personal assistant at the time, and then a text from him back to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Isn't 100% of Rottenborn questioning considered prejudicial? Well, yeah, I mean, all evidence against someone is prejudicial. That's the point of it being introduced. The question is whether its probative value outweighs its prejudicial impact. That's the rule of evidence. So if it is better at making a fact more or less likely to be true than it is prejudicial, then it comes in. And that scale tips heavily towards probative value. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to have any evidence against anybody ever. So, but yes, it's all prejudicial. Correct. Correct. Let's see. Sean Perry says, it's like a CNN edited narrative to make Johnny look worse than he is. Yeah. Yeah. And the question is, does the jury see this? Does the jury see through this? And I think they do. I absolutely think they do. The Kenosha Kid says, well, one thing that I've learned from this trial, Johnny Depp is a terrible actor. He literally just plays himself in everything. His lines are delivered a little more smoothly in film. Lythix says cocaine is the best with whiskey turd on this guy. Cart says Amber's team seem all over the place, like they can't get a timeline correct. They don't want a timeline. That's a misunderstanding. A timeline. A timeline would show what we all know to be true about someone in recovery, someone in a tumultuous relationship. It goes like this, right? It's like a sine wave. You're going to have times of euphoria and elation. You're going to have good times, and you're going to have some shitty days, some bad times. They don't want a timeline because then they'd have to construct out those good times, and they don't want to focus on that. More viewers than all of CNN Plus. Good. Good. Which cross was worse, Rottenborn versus Depp or Binger versus Rittenhouse? Rottenborn's doing an okay. I mean, he's doing his job on cross. It's not like this isn't bad for them. I just don't think it's that effective. Oh, Simpery's over, guys. The green shirt, she put a jacket on. She was tired of the toxic male gaze. I'm just making that up. I don't think she's watching. I don't think she has any idea. What's going on here, guys? We want to go ahead and move this along. Want to ask a question there, Rottenborn?
Is that, you agree with
That's
that?
fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
152 with redactions and evidence.
Oh, okay. There we
Thank
go.
you,
I
Your
guess
Honor.
they were just reading it.
Mr. Depp, we're going to take a look at two text messages here, or three text messages. On August 4th, 2012, you exchanged text messages with Stephen Deuters, one from you to him and one from him to you. Do you see that midway through the page?
Yes.
And Michelle, can you blow those up, please?
All right. Are we going to get some reefer madness today? That'll be great.
In those text messages, you write to Mr. Deuters, your personal assistant, "Yay, where is the little baggie you built in LA?" And he says, "Special baggie, I gave you can in 1480 kitchen. Not sure where it went after that. Thought I heard you say something along the lines of, I know what to do with it, exclamation point." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
All right. Can you scroll down to the text on the bottom, please? This is a text, Mr. Depp, where you say, "I use marijuana a lot," 3 exclamation points. "I take pot." I read that right, correct?
Devastating.
And this is a text that you sent on September 11th, 2012. To just scroll over to the left, Michelle. This is a text that you sent to Brian Warner. Brian Warner's Marilyn Manson, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit 145, please.
Welcome to the DUI guy. How's it going, man?
What's up, Chad? What's up, Rekieta?
Just watching the cross-examination of Johnny Depp here.
Did it just get started?
Started about an hour ago.
Nice.
We should be coming up on the morning break probably in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Right on.
By the way, guys, I just dropped the DUI guy's link in the channel description. Make sure you go check him out. If you want to see a guy who's actually really
Mr.
good
Depp,
at
this is a series of text
cross-examination,
messages,
go
from
check
you
him out.
To and from various people in 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, the text messages that I'd like to ask the witness about are the first two. And then just those first two.
We have no objection to the admission with proper redactions.
Okay, you could redact just those first two.
And then move for the admission of that document as redacted.
Sure, as soon as we get it redacted.
All right. James P. says, Rottenborn living up to his last name. His father must be proud. Yeah, this lawyer's name is David Rottenborn, which I think is kind of an unfortunate name.
It's a very unfortunate name. But you know, he's representing celebrities, so what do we have to say, right?
True. Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
That's fine. No objection.
Okay, all right, 145 and evidence as redacted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this text exchange, Mr. Depp, between you and Marilyn Manson on September 11th, 2012, you text him, "The pill and the plant stuff keep me calm and detached." And he texts you back, "I have lots of reefers, many reefers, and cookies, which are weird, but pot is funny, backwards gateway drug." See that?
I do, sir.
Did I read that right?
You did.
Sounded like a Trump text. I got lots of reefers, many reefers, some
You can
cookies
take
too,
that
but
down,
pot is
Michelle,
weird,
please.
a little bit weird.
And if you could
Terrific
please pull up
reefers, the best reefers, wonderful, really.
Your accent is
Evidence
on
exhibit
point, sir.
1089, 1089.
The notorious spouse beating drug of weed. That's good. This is damning. KH says, question, how can anyone be a witness to anything that happened like 10 years ago? I can barely remember what happened
Mr.
yesterday,
Depp, I'd
lol.
like to ask you about this photo. This is a photo of 4 pretty huge bags of marijuana, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a lot of marijuana.
A lot of
Oh, I
marijuana.
thought he was going to go the Marilyn
And that
Manson
coffee
route.
cup that's right next to that, that's a coffee cup for your company, Infinitum Nile, right?
That's correct.
And the furniture, this is taken in one of your residences?
It's taken in the studio, the recording studio.
In the recording studio, okay. Your Honor, move for the admission of exhibit.
can't wait to see a
1089,
lot of
defendant's
weed.
Exhibit 1089.
It'd be
And
exciting.
I don't understand what the point of this is. I thought they were trying to link him up to like Marilyn Manson and you are best buds and he's a scumbag and so you're just like him kind of deal. I don't know.
That's a
So
lot of
this-
weed.
This picture of these 4 giant bags of pot, at least
Pretty
4,
good amount of weed.
was taken in your recording studio. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can take that down, Michelle.
But again, weed in California, like who cares?
Are you
Got
at
it,
the
yeah.
break point, Mr. Rottenborn? Just,
Sure, the break would be fine.
okay, all right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. So we just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can release.
There's a couple pounds of marijuana. made that coffee tumbler look a little bit small.
Is that the truth?
Yeah, KH continues, says, it seems like it would be better to just use the actual evidence to make a decision. Well, I mean, testimony about what people remember is actual evidence, but the reason they have to ask if
Let's make 11:33, okay? 11:33? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
if they remember something like a text message or whatever, they have to lay foundation that it's true. Like they have to be able to introduce that thing as something that can be relied on as accurate. So to get to that evidence, they have to get to the memory. But you know, you'd be surprised what you remember from 10 years ago if it's your life. But I do think it's kind of funny. Like, do you remember this? And it's like a text he sent while on a drug bender. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd remember that, frankly. Seems like I might have been out of sorts at the time. Let's see. Tyler Durden says smoking bud is probably the only way the dude could handle the harassment from Heard. I mean, yeah, that's certainly gonna that certainly could be part of their the defense or I guess his strategy, the way to defend his drug use. But he said that he used drugs to numb the pain of his youth, the harassment he suffered from his mom, the abuse, the beatings, and that's not an uncommon story. I didn't use drugs to party. I used drugs to get to some level of normalcy and functionality.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, JK the Slacker says, R.E. Rottenborn, quote, we changed it in the 9th century. Used to be shithouse. Oh, yes, his last name. There you go. That's a good Monty Python joke. Oh, man, it took me a minute. So how are you doing today, man?
Pretty good. Just getting some work done and hopping on in here. I appreciate the invite, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's, you know, again, this is one of the things that you do really well, which is cross-exam people. And that's what's going on with some of the biggest testimony in the case, of course, will be Johnny Depp's cross-examination. Amber Heard's examination and cross-examination those will be the big moments. And so far I'm a little underwhelmed. Yesterday, they started cross yesterday, actually, for 15 minutes, right at the end of court, which Rottenborn was dumb. The judge basically gave him an out, said you could start it all today. And he's like, well, I mean, if the court wants, I could start right now. And she said, yeah. And then it was like, oh, well, I guess I'll start right now then. Thanks. It's just, I think you should have taken the out and started today. But he started off getting into the technical elements of defamation, which is, that's this idea that he's suing over these specific words. He's not able to sue over these other things and stuff like that, and testing his language. But then today he's really just been going into his drug use. It's like, we know Johnny Depp uses drugs. Like, that's not a surprise. It's not a secret. So I'm not sure what his angle is on trying to show all of the drug use. It's been testified to pretty extensively already.
See, I kind of alluded to this when I heard it. I thought, you remember the whole Marilyn Manson and his ex history?
Yeah, that lawsuit's coming.
That, if it's not already here, right? That whole thing, Marilyn Manson, I feel, based on what I've seen and heard, which is next to nothing really, because I don't have my hands on any evidence. Obviously, I'm not in that case. Seems like Marilyn Manson was more than likely in the wrong in that relationship based on the stuff that is available to us. So I thought, by virtue of dropping his name at the very least, they're trying to make these two look like two peas in a pod, maybe. And so now Johnny Depp will no longer be seen as Jack Sparrow, innocent extraordinaire. He is going to be seen as this friend of Marilyn Manson, who is, okay, so these two are buddies. That tells me everything I need to know about Johnny. Maybe I thought that's what the direction was initially. Now, I don't know if they're going to choose to go that at a later point, but when they showed the weed, I literally looked at it and went, and?
Yeah.
Because weed is just such a stimulating drug, and I believe it's nicknamed the wife beater drug, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, everybody I know who's ever done weed, even unmarried people, they get married and then beat a wife and then they get divorced before the high wears off. That's actually, I mean, it's that potent.
That's what I've heard too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they've hit his cocaine use, his ecstasy use, his, various pills that he went to, he had detox for, and he had a private doctor to help him with the detox and all that. But again, all of this stuff is sure, he used drugs, but did he beat this lady? It's like that. Lots of drug users don't beat their spouses. It just depends on the person. So this has seemed kind of weak today. I do think there were some interesting moments early on. Let me read this text that that Johnny Depp wrote to someone else while filming. I think it was while filming Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. This text was a little bit much.
That's a phenomenal movie, by the way, for those of you in the chat who have not seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, really? Oh, you have to check it out. It is, we'll have to talk off screen, because I have to tell you a little bit about the movie that I can share publicly.
Sounds good. We'll have to do that. So this is a text from Johnny Depp to Paul Bettany. First, he says, "Let's burn Amber." And then Paul Bettany replied something back. And then Johnny Depp said, "Actually, let's drown Amber before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." So that was kind of
wow.
This is before they were married even.
Yeah. I mean, Fear and Loathing, I think, when was that shot? 2009, 2010? I can't remember.
It was quite a while.
That's messed up. But my first thought is, what kind of drugs was Johnny on when he wrote that? Because that's not a sober Johnny text, that's for sure.
Well, and the second is what's the context, right? Because like,
Right?
so
That too. Do we wait? We don't know the context. It just out of literally taken out and okay. Well, that's
yeah.
hold on. They're actors. They're also jokesters, and they're practical joke. Maybe she was in that group text when that was sent. I mean, I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. If it was filmed in the night, it must not have been during the filming of Fear and Loathing, then.
Because Fear
Because
the Loathing I thought was like an older movie, but I know their
yeah, that's,
relationship started in '08, so I'm kind of thinking.
let's see. Oh, here we go. Grammy B in North Carolina says, I thought Rekieta was an objective attorney. If he's an attorney, he's extremely naive and biased. Let me humbly suggest that you will not find very many objective attorneys. We're actually trained not to be objective. We're trained to be subjective, specifically in favor of a client. That's our job. Objectivity is sort of useful for analysis of an opposing argument, but typically speaking, attorneys are advocates for something or someone. So that's kind of a misnomer that I've run into over the past 4 years on YouTube. Is like, you're not very objective. It's like, I never claimed to be. I give you my opinion on where I think things are going. Now, I have no personal investment on if Johnny Depp wins or loses. I think from what I've seen that Johnny Depp is maybe being railroaded here. And I saw a man's career destroyed by some statements and stuff and some accusations, and coming up in a time where there was a movement kind of around that sort of destruction of people using accusations, and some of them were valid and some of them weren't. So we'll get to see how it shakes out, though. But he gets to have his day in court. This is the first time in 6 years this man's gotten to tell his side of the story, and I think that's a remarkable thing. So far, I'm not finding much from Amber Heard's side to support this, but it's defamation. It's a hard case. It's a hard case to win. But for him, I think winning is telling the story. That's a big part of it, just being able to speak, because society didn't let him say anything for, like, again, for 6 years. He was just the scumbag abuser, but then he's over there in the corner saying, actually, I didn't hit her though. So yeah, but objectivity from lawyers. Yeah. I'll always tell you my biases and very open about it, but I don't claim to be objective ever. Like that's that because people who claim to be objective are lying most of the time. If they're on media or whatever, they're usually lying. Frankly,
They're just trying to appeal to a larger portion of the population by being on both sides of the spectrum because they don't want to lose the half that will disagree with them, basically.
Right. And I just find I find honesty about your biases to be more useful, because like you can know that, like, right now, based on what I've seen, I'm biased in favor of Johnny Depp so far. It's the case in chief. I should be. Like that's how it should go. That could change, certainly. Like if they've got video of him beating Amber Heard, I mean, well, that kind of seals the deal. But I'm not aware of any of that, and we're pretty familiar with most of the evidence that's going to be introduced into this case. It's available publicly. I mean, this has been an ongoing issue. There's already been a trial around this that had much of the same evidence. So outside of some really surprising thing, I'm on Team Johnny Depp, but you can use that information to lens my commentary and say, okay, well, this guy, but he's kind of in favor of Johnny Depp on this. So maybe that's influencing his thoughts. And sure, of course it is. That's the way it works. But I'll always be honest with people about my biases, because I don't see why you wouldn't. Other than what you were saying, like if people are trying to appeal to a broad audience. But again, I think honesty is as, in my experience, it's as appealing as just as trying to pretend to objectivity.
I agree.
Sean W says weed doesn't spoil, so you can stock up. Having a bunch of weed could just be his version of shopping at Costco. Weed molds. If you get some moisture in there, it can mold. Yeah.
Plus, doesn't it get stale unless it's like vacuum seal, doesn't it like start getting stale and lose? I don't know if it loses its potency, but it like it turns brownish and.
Yeah, and I think it like doesn't well, so my knowledge of marijuana is not extensive. I'm not I have used weed, but not heavily. And I'm not a user of marijuana in general. So, but my understanding of it is that you need to keep it somewhat moist, because if it dries out, it like burns to ash rather than producing smoke. Similar to, like if you want smoke from a smoker, you would soak the wood chips. You need moisture to create that smoke and prevent the burning and charring of the substance. So that's my understanding. Just ask the chat. Yeah, you guys probably know way more than me about it, you degenerate drug users. That's yeah,
Freeze it.
but that's where that is. Yeah, can you? I never even thought of it. You probably can, I would guess.
Yes, so. Yeah.
I mean, people I know that have like kept weed long term, they do stuff like they, make it into a weed butter or something to use for cooking edibles or stuff like that. If they've got like a lot of weed, that's how they convert it, is my understanding.
Because we know this testimony or the cross-examination.
What?
So you were dealing these drugs, weren't you, Johnny? Like he doesn't need to do that for profitability. He's got other avenues of income. So I'm curious to see where they're going to take it, honestly, and what the goal is, because the key in cross-examination, and I'll share this. If you've, in the chat, if you have not seen my cross-examinations, absolutely pop over to my channel and see how a proper cross-examination is supposed to be done, because there is absolutely 100 different ways to do an incorrect, wrong, bad cross-examination. And that is, let's ask everything under the sun. Let's just see what happens, what kind of answers we may or may not get. That is, it accomplishes, not only does it not accomplish anything, you're actually accomplishing things to your detriment, because you're putting and lulling your jurors to sleep on stuff that does not matter, on the hopes that you may be on this fishing expedition to be able to get some sort of information from the witness. But the problem is you want to get in and get out as quickly as possible and just hit the highlights, hit the most important things that matter to your case. See, people are like, but the witness is right there. Like, I get to ask them anything I want and they can't go anywhere. They get into this mentality of like, it's almost like, well, I have the chocolate bar. Why do I have to share it with all my friends? Kind of mentality. Like, I have it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to eat it all. I'm going to eat as much of it before anybody asks for a piece. And you can't get that mentality with a witness on cross-examination, especially if you want to have a strong case. You want to hit the biggest points. It's just like stand-up comedy. You have to start strong, you have to finish strong, and you have to have a middle that is at least chewable, because they're going to forget the middle. They're only going to remember, primacy and recency. Those, just, you're giving a speech, basically. Is elements of comedy, elements of speech, public speaking, they're all prevalent in a one cross-examination session. And it doesn't matter if it's going to be 1 hour or 1 day or 1 week, but you have to only focus on the stuff that is important to your case. Otherwise, you risk losing the jury on stuff that is absolutely irrelevant for your case. And they're just going to go, and when they start doing that, you're losing them. And even when you start hitting the high points, they're going to go, oh, is this important? I don't know. You haven't given me any guidance. You've been asking everything under the sun.
And the other issue or trap I think people fall into is, well, so in this case, Johnny Depp was on direct for about 10 hours total.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like they are like, well, I mean, they had him for 10 hours. We probably need to do 10 hours across, or, whatever. It's you don't, though. You really don't need to do that. And I agree with what you're saying. Primacy and recency, or whatever. I think that's
primacy and recency. What you say first and the most recent is going to be the most remembered.
Right. So you're going to have this, you're just expanding the gap in the middle of stuff that's kind of just chewy and unimportant. It's the chaff. And why? Why are you going to spend a lot of time on it? Honestly, I don't know why we're spending all of this time on Johnny Depp's drug use. He's testified to it. You already have it for your closing argument that he was a heavy user of drugs over a long period of time, that he struggled, that he was on and off the wagon. That's really what you're like trying to get out of this. Like, oh, you used weed with Marilyn Manson. Yeah. Some of the jury might be going, cool.
That's even worse for you on cross as the defense attorney on the other side.
Yeah, and the on this one earlier, Elton John was trying to help him get sober.
ready for the jury?
So if you don't like
Yes,
Marilyn
okay.
Manson, you got Elton John, and then you can say, "Man, I wish my sobriety encouraging partner was Elton frickin' John," right?
Yep.
Can you smoke the bud tonight? What?
Glorious.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, so I'm curious to see where this guy goes with this. They have this dilemma that this case is really about these two sentences in this article, and they've said that, but they keep making the case about his drug use, about this purported abuse, this tumultuous relationship, and I almost feel like they should. I don't think it's the best strategy, but it seems to be their main strategy is to focus on just specifically the elements of defamation. That's what they did yesterday, and it was I thought pretty effective. I don't know if the jury's going to buy it, but I don't think they're going to win on the facts of the
See
abuse. This seems like at
your next question.
worst a back and forth relationship.
Mhm.
Not one-sided or particularly abusive. And that's at worst. Or at best for the defense, at worst for Johnny Depp. At best, Amber was the abuser in this relationship.
That's what it's starting to seem like based on everything that I've heard. And I'm as caught up as can be.
Contrary
Right?
to what we've heard, the jury's heard earlier in this trial, you became aware many times over the course of your life about your sister Christy's concerns about your drug consumption, correct?
Over many times in my life.
Yes.
I think you'd have to ask her that. I'm not aware that she was concerned for the period of my life.
Well, in fact, your sister's had a number of worries about your drug consumption over many, many years since your youth that you've become aware of, correct?
In my youth.
Since your youth. Sorry.
Hmm?
Since your youth.
Since my youth, my sister has not been necessarily privy to every single, let's say, move that I've made, whether it be where you'd like me to go with the drug dependency or whatever. She has been a concerned sister in every way, that even having to do with relationships that I was in that she was quite worried about.
Right. And I wasn't asking about relationships. What I was asking
No, I
is,
know. I was just.
let's do it this way, given your
right.
testimony. Let's turn to day 2 of the UK trial, the transcript that's in front of you, please.
Johnny's been needling him a couple times with comments like where you'd want me to go or the way you'd see it
Day
and stuff
two,
like
so
that. And it's
where
I
would you
find
like
it pretty
me to-
endearing.
Page 279. It's on page 28 of the document, please.
And it's smart.
Right.
He's not falling for whatever trap he's trying to set. He's recrossing his crosser.
Yep. At one point he said, yes, I had staff, but they're not the yes men that you'd like them to be. Like,
As evidenced by the testimony of my security guard, see day
Yep.
1 and
Page
2.
279, that was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And on line 11, are you there? Do you have the document up?
Online?
No, I'm sorry. Is it in your hand? Okay, great.
Yes.
On page, or it's line 11 of page 279, You were asked a question. Question, did your sister express anxiety to you about your drug intake at around this time? Your answer, my sister Christy has over many, many years, since my youth, had a number of worries about my consumption growing up. Yes, she talked to me many times over the course of my life. And yes, with Miss Heard, we did speak about it. I think she and Miss Heard's ability to speak to one another stopped not long after this. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
When you first started seeing Amber, you had you filmed the Rum Diary, but then you went a couple years without being involved, and then you saw each other on the press tour for the movie, right?
That's correct.
And when you first started seeing her after that couple year period of not seeing her, you had just been checked out of a New York hospital where you had been for a couple days to fight alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And you were drinking, you were abusing alcohol toward the end of your relationship with your prior partner, Vanessa Paradis, correct?
I was drinking.
You were drinking pretty heavily.
Were you there?
That's my question to you, sir.
No, I wasn't drinking that
Let's-
heavily.
We
I
can,
mean,
let's turn to the UK
it's
116,
definition,
please.
what you define as heavily, sir.
Were you there?
Let's just look
Love
at what you said before. Let's go to page
Certainly.
116 of the UK transcript, please. This would be in day 1.
But I think the downside of Johnny doing this little on guard back and forth is that he's already locked in testimony from the UK trial. And
Yeah.
if he said something that I mean, how can you remember so many days of testimony that happened months ago? And now you're being like, the lawyer is equipped to
116. it was.
impeach him on everything he
Yeah,
says now.
116.
Yep. The question will be the value
Down
of the
to
impeachment
117.
versus the charm.
Okay.
Like that's the risk.
Yep.
On 116,
I think he's trying to get under the lawyer's skin,
line
though.
18.
I think
Question
he
is,
actually
I think one of the
really
problems in that
dislikes this guy.
relationship was your alcohol and drug addiction, misuse, if you prefer that word. Answer. I would definitely say towards the end of my relationship with Miss Paradis, the mother of my children, it was a very painful time to break up with someone that you have been with for 14 years and that you have 2 children with. So it was a very painful time, and I was more than likely trying to numb myself as much as possible. Question. Am I right in saying that you agree that you were abusing alcohol and drugs, but you have explained why? Answer. I would say that I was abusing alcohol. I do not know that I was abusing drugs, but I was abusing alcohol for sure. Yes. Did I read that right?
You did.
Again, you can abuse alcohol without quote unquote drinking.
There was a
heavily,
time in the
too.
early
Like that-
stages of your relationship with Amber when you explained to her that you weren't drinking alcohol at that time because you had a problem with your liver, correct?
Yes, there was, there was concern over the numbers, as they call it, over my, about my liver.
And you shared that with Amber, right?
Yes, I did.
And Amber, early on in your relationship, throughout your relationship, she didn't love the fact that you were drinking and using drugs, correct? You've testified to that many times, right?
Objection calls for speculation as to what is in Ms. Heard's mind.
I'll sustain this to that point
Sure.
if you want to rephrase.
You understood that Miss Heard was not happy with you overusing alcohol or overusing drugs, correct?
From the very beginning,
Yeah, she was trying to be supportive of your sobriety, correct?
no, sir.
No. Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 182, please.
she's an alcoholic drug user. Like it's
Are we in day 2 now? Or is this?
No, sorry, this is an exhibit.
Oh, I
Trying to
see.
paint
you
her
can
as
set
like
that-
this
that to the side.
person who was supporting his sobriety. Like while he was in recovery, she was
This is an
doing drugs
email,
and drinking in front of him.
From exchange from you,
He asked her to stop and she said no.
between you and Elton John in 2013, July 2013. Correct?
Correct.
And the second email down is an email that you sent to Elton John at 5:05 in the afternoon on July 13th, 2013. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 182 and permission to publish.
Assume there's redactions that need to be done. but-
Yes, Your Honor, there's some email addresses in here, and I would ask that the portions that are not Mr. Depp's also be redacted as well.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay. So no objection with those redactions. Is that correct? Okay. Just get those redactions.
Do they make those redactions like in court, like live?
Yeah.
Nice.
The judge kind of chided them because early on it was like, we'll get the redacted stuff. And then like the next day she's like, you owe me like 5 redacted documents. So they've been doing them on the fly.
Mhm. They need to have like these. I don't know how much Johnny. Well, it's a civil case. I don't know. Do they get? I wonder if it's a mixed contingency flat fee agreement or if they're actually working
I
on.
believe that
contingency.
covers the redactions, Your Honor.
I think on a case
Have
like this, it
moment
would
to
be a
perhaps-
mix.
Of course.
It has to be. Yeah, it's just so much work involved.
Yeah.
So use that money to hire another person to be in the courtroom with you to do the redactions. That's what I would do. I don't understand why.
Well, I mean, he's got 5 lawyers on his bench. She's got 4 lawyers on hers. And I think they each have assistants and other lawyers behind them. So, yeah.
No objection with the proper redactions. Thank
All
you.
right. 182 in evidence with redactions.
But also
Thank
a
you,
lot
Your
of this
Honor.
stuff should have just been worked out already.
So this is an email that you sent to Elton John, July 13th.
I agree and I disagree because it's so hard to know.
Third paragraph up from the bottom.
But stuff like that, I agree. It's too
On the other
simple.
side
You
of the
need to
coin.
know ahead of time what's going to be redacted anyway.
Well, the stuff with phone numbers, like
And in that
obviously,
paragraph, you write, on the other
Yeah.
side of the coin, my kids have fallen head over heels in deep love with Amber, my girl. And that pressure off my shoulders is fucking gone. That is, until the French extortionist, parentheses, ex-cunt, attempts to brainwash them against her, which I'm sure is imminent. I read that right, didn't I?
You did read that very well.
And the
You're a good reader.
referred to the French extortionist and called her an ex-cunt. You were referring to Vanessa Paradis, the mother of your children, correct?
Yes, sir. Things got a little
You can take
tight
that down.
at that point between us, as they would.
Can you pull up Exhibit 214, please? Defendant's Exhibit 214.
Do I detect a little smirk on Amber's face? Did you see that?
no, I looked away right when it happened, of course.
She almost had like a little hidden
Portions of
smirk.
this,
She was trying to suppress it.
portions of this exhibit.
Maybe she's been
What
listening to me. I said
I'm
she
gonna
should
ask you about are
smile
the
more.
Top 3 messages.
Mhm.
These are messages to and from your daughter, Lily Rose, I believe, on February 4th, 2014, correct?
We object, Your Honor. These are communications. We object to the admission of any communications from his daughter,
What's the legal objection?
a hearsay.
All right.
First of all, I was just asking if that was what it was, but may we approach?
Okay.
So there you go. Good hearsay objection. This is from the daughter. If you want her, call her into court. I think his daughter's, a legal adult at this point. But yeah, the objection game in this trial has been of varying quality. I think Depp's lawyers are doing better today, but the past several days they've been very, very weak on objections. They've not been asserting their reasons for objections or their defenses against them very well, and the judge has been ruling against them quite a bit. Amber Heard's team has been better at handling them, but today they're doing much better. And not suggesting they watch the show and defer to my wisdom, but yesterday I did say they should be going to sidebar on their objections all the time because they do better at it there, and they have almost every objection gone to sidebar today. So I'll take credit for that. You're welcome, chat. I'll invoice them as
Mr.
of
Depp,
counsel.
you understood that the last few years before Amber, that your relationship with your kids was such that there was a perception by them that you weren't around for them, and that all changed when Amber came into your life, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Just asking what he's aware of.
I'll allow it.
May I have the question one more time, please? I'd love to hear
You're
it
aware that,
asked.
sure. You're aware that the last few years before you started dating Amber, that there was a perception by your kids that you weren't around, and that all changed when Amber came into your life.
This is not exactly the truth of what you're trying to put forth.
No, I'm just asking if you were aware of my question, that there was a perception that you weren't around for the last couple of years before Amber, and that changed when Amber came into your life. That's all I'm asking.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
There were extenuating
I'm not
circumstances.
sure if he's the answer to it. For
Right.
that objection, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you. You're also aware that there was a perception, you were made aware, that Lily Rose believed that Amber was a good influence on you and changed you for the better, correct?
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for what his understanding is.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Very brief
You don't have
period.
to,
You
you
don't
don't
have-
have to answer that question. I sustain the
I'm
objection.
sorry.
That's fine. Next question.
You're aware of the lengths that Miss Heard went to care for you when you were impaired on drugs or alcohol, correct?
You'd have to be specific, more
Okay.
specific, please.
Let's be specific. Sorry.
Yeah, let's do
Can you
it.
please pull up Exhibit 839? Your Honor, this is a recording. And we plan to play 6 minutes and 55 seconds through 7 minutes and 29 seconds.
Is this a recording we already have in? No, this
I
is a
don't-
new recording. I
don't believe so, but I'm not 100% sure if this has been
839.
the defendant's 839.
Is there any objection to that audio recording?
I don't believe, assuming this is an audio recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, then we have no objection.
All
It
right,
is.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And so no objection to it being entered in evidence, correct?
That's
And
correct.
it's full content, but we're just playing a portion of it. Is that
That's
correct?
exactly
Okay,
right.
All right,
Yep.
839 in evidence then. Okay, thank you.
And permission to play the clip mentioned to the jury?
Okay, I assume there's no objection since it's in. That's fine. Go ahead.
By pounding on the door and waking up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door. If I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you're
Because if
afraid
I
I was gonna die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely,
vomit a lot.
yes.
Sure.
Yes, you do vomit a lot. In your sleep, even more.
Good.
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be used.
Okay. Was that before or after she chopped off his finger and put a cigarette out on his face?
Can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1094?
He didn't even ask a single question? You play a recording, leave it out in the open for interpretation, and come on. That's rule number one of cross-examination is follow up on whatever you just showed and justify
Yeah.
why you showed it.
He just had his lead up question, which was, are you aware of the extent of basically of care Amber gave you while you were under the influence of drugs and alcohol?
Yeah, and where was that in the recording?
Yeah, she just complained about him vomiting, which I would too. I mean, that's gross. Like, I might have to call EMS
Mr.
if you
Depp, do you
vomit in your
recognize
sleep.
this
Well, did she
picture
though?
as being a picture of you?
Yes, Ms.
potential
Heard
care.
kindly showed it to me the day after she took it, yes.
Okay. This picture, I'd move for the admission of defendant's exhibit 1094 and ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Are we gonna see Johnny like laying in a puddle of vomit? What is? That's not vomit on
This is
his
a picture
lap.
of you on a black leather couch,
Applesauce.
passed out, correct?
Passed out's an interesting way of putting it. Maybe asleep.
Where is it? What residence?
That's in Boston.
I'm sorry?
That was in Boston when I was doing Black Mass.
In Boston. And that's ice cream on your lap, correct?
It is indeed. Ms. Heard asked me to hold the ice cream as she noticed that I was on the nod. That means falling asleep from the 17-hour day that I'd worked and also the opiates that I'd ingested. And if you'll notice, my right hand is in my pocket. So I wasn't participating in the festival of ice cream. I was holding her ice cream, and because she knew what was going to happen,
Okay.
that I would fall asleep and it would drop, and that was a wonderful picture to take for her.
Sure.
I don't know why she took it. But
Well, so it's Miss Heard's fault that picture was taken. Is that what you're saying?
She literally took it. So yes.
she snapped it.
All right, let's talk about this because you say you were in Boston. This is when you were filming Black Mass.
So it's the
Yes.
photographer's
And
fault that the picture
you
was taken.
testified that was
Yes.
kind of the last film that you did
Again, technology.
when you were taking opiates, right?
Yes, it was right before the the trip to the island.
And you testified yesterday that opiates, you don't take opiates to get high, right? You've testified to that on a couple different occasions, correct?
You certainly can take opiates to get high. If I doubled the dose, then I would most assuredly be ready for sleep. That's not a blackout. That's
Sure. So if you double
Sleep.
the dose, you'd be ready for sleep, but it wouldn't get you high in the way that other drugs would, correct?
well, the high is it's a extreme downer. That's its job.
Right. And for that reason, I believe you testified yesterday or two days ago. It's not like you take those pills to get high. You remember giving that testimony, correct?
I said that it's not like I took the pills
Mhm.
to get high. I took the pills to
Thank
be
you.
normal, to stay normal, so
Okay,
that I
let's pull
wouldn't
up
get sick.
866, please.
What number did you say? I'm sorry.
Defendant's Exhibit 866.
But I
Yeah.
also believe that I said that I asked nurse, or I told nurse Debbie that I had told her that I needed more than I actually took because I always wanted to have one or two in my pocket just in case
Mhm.
the kick started.
Mhm. If you could take a look at the text at the top of that page.
Yes,
It's a text exchange between you and Erin Borum. Erin Borum, you testified as one of Dr. Kipper's nurses, right?
yes, sir.
And this is a text exchange that you had with her in August and September 2016, correct?
Sorry, I'm looking for oh, yes, yes. Which one are we looking at here? Up
The
at the
top
top.
three. And in the first, she tells you that she's watching Black Mass for the third
Yes.
time, right?
So August 30th, yes.
Yeah. And Your Honor, I'd move for, I'd like to admit this exhibit 866 and permission to publish, please. And particularly, I'm talking about the top 3 texts.
The top, so redacting the other text, just the top 3 texts and the
Yes,
identifying information.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have no objection, but we would ask that the 4th text message be included as well as
So the top
context.
4 texts.
Sure.
messages.
And obviously the phone numbers redacted as well.
Of course.
Let's get that up and see what that looks like.
Okay. Mike the Dad Crosby says, Amber, I believed if I destroyed his hand and burnt his face, he would have more trouble drinking. I was trying to help him. Myrna 007 says, Nick, if you in the chat want to get a body language analysis,
No
see
objection.
believing
Yeah, okay. 186
Believing Bruce, who has a
820
video
I'm sorry,
breakdown
866 in evidence
on how Johnny and Amber were doing during
Thank you, Your Honor.
Johnny's
Michelle,
testimony
could you blow
yesterday.
up that 3rd text? Starts with "You are the sweetest." Please.
You blew it
And
up
in this
too
text
much.
to Miss Borum, after she's telling you that she's watching Black Mass for the 3rd time in a row, you write, "I was high as a motherfucker when I made that film. Ha ha ha." You see that? Did I read
do
that
see
right?
Yes, you did read that right.
Now, you can take that down. You've trashed hotel rooms before simply because you've had a bad couple days and an unpleasant time, correct?
I have assaulted a couch or 2. Yes, sir.
You'd agree that at times in your life you've expressed yourself through
One way of putting it.
Yes.
and you'd agree that at times when you were angry, you've smashed things up, right?
More in my confused sort of youth, yes.
And you said in an interview one time, you said the following quote, you know, you have bad days and, you know, some guys go play golf. Some guys, you know, smash hotel rooms. You've said that before, right?
It was
It's just a yes or no question. You've said that before, right? In an
I've
interview.
said it as a joke,
And
yes.
you believe that if something feels stronger than you, that it's a human reflex to smash something or throw something against a wall or punch a door, correct?
I don't believe that I'm the only human being that's ever punched a door or broken something in an internal bout with myself. No,
You-
I
you
don't
believe that
I'm
that's-
unique in that way. Sir.
You believe that that's something that happens when you get frustrated, right? And that it's a mini explosion that comes and goes quickly. You agree with that, right?
When I was younger, it was a little bit more accessible, if you will.
Let's pull up Exhibit 143, please.
Yeah, some people feel like if you punch a wall or a door or a couch or a pillow that you won't feel like you need to punch a person. They think that that's an objectively better outcome.
Can you scroll down? This is an email exchange between you and Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, in April of 2019. You see that?
Yes.
And it's 2 pages, I believe. So let's go to the second page, please. Or the bottom of right there. And you see that on April 19th, 2012, you wrote him, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, permission to, or I'd like to move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 143 and permission to publish, please.
As long as the email addresses are redacted, we have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, just redacting the email addresses.
Hangover Part 4 starring Johnny Depp.
Yes, Your
Okay, I
Honor.
want to make sure I got this right.
What was that?
I said Hangover Part 4 starring Johnny Depp.
Yeah, there you go. Bald Eagle says, out of all the people I've seen on the stand, Depp has adjusted the best.
Can we just, let's make sure that that's
Here
the
we go.
only, is that the only email address?
And is giving little barbs that he picked up on, and still sound non-aggressive.
Wait,
Good
could you go
person to
down
have on
to
the stand?
second page again for a second?
Go down
I mean,
to the second
Johnny
page, please.
Johnny Depp's a charismatic person, and he seems to be rather deliberate
just
in
see
his
the top of it?
testimony.
The-
I think he's doing
Just go to the
great.
top.
I mean, whether it'll turn out well for him remains to be seen. Whether the jury agrees.
Top of the first
The top
page,
of the first
please.
page. Thanks.
Okay.
In
Thank
fact,
you.
is
No
it,
objection? Okay.
do you mind
Okay.
if I read this, or are you going to
Right.
read this to me?
We're gonna take a look at it.
All right, 143 in evidence, you can,
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you scroll down, Michelle? So you write to Mr. Duders, I got drunk and destroyed my room. There are hookers and animals in here. And then if you scroll up, he writes simply, watch out for Mike Tyson. Have you num-nummed? Correct. And then you write, don't want nummies. Thank you. Is it okay to put on a condom after the fact? I mean, if I just wear it for the rest of the day, like that works, doesn't it? I've had to kill a few of the animals for sustenance. I've made quite a mess. There's blood and animal tracks everywhere. I read that right?
You did.
And you are currently
Probably literal, I'm guessing, that he's
in a
talking
lawsuit
about.
for assaulting a crew member on the set of one of your movies in July 2018, correct?
They're not going to object to that?
Yes, someone
Yeah.
brought a case against me.
Right. A man by the name of Greg Rocky Brooks is suing you for allegedly
Objection, Your
punching him
Honor.
twice in the
Relevance
wrist.
and
Did you see what he did there? He tried to like sneak it in after talking about the hotel room. Like, oh man.
I can't believe they didn't object the moment he said there is a lawsuit. I mean, that should have been objection. Prior
Mhm.
acts evidence. I think that's 404, right?
Yep.
They should not have allowed him to testify to the nature of the lawsuit claims in his question. It's completely.
I hope the judge admonishes the jury. That's going to be such a blow to the defense right there if she does.
We'll see. I mean, that's completely improper. You punched a man on set is no bearing on whether or not he abused Miss Heard, or or more appropriately, whether or not these statements were defamatory. That's completely unrelated here.
Yep.
Well, it does demonstrate that he has the knowledge, the technical knowledge of punching someone. So I guess maybe that's it, right?
Mr. Depp, I'm not going to ask you any questions about the particulars of that lawsuit,
You already said them.
but other than this, the two bodyguards who were with you on the set of the movie on the day that's the subject of that lawsuit were Sean Bett and Jerry Judge, correct?
That's correct.
What a fucker. That was bullshit. I just wanted to ask you if your security guards were these guys during this.
Your Honor, can we please take the exhibit?
Sure, yeah, we can
that's
take that down.
available down?
Thank you.
Sneaky defense tactic.
I'd like to shift gears and talk about Hicksville. You remember taking a trip to a place called the Hicksville Trailer Palace in late May 2013, correct?
I do indeed. I hope I forget.
And the people, it's like a little mini trailer resort out near Palm Springs, Joshua Tree area.
That's correct.
All right. And the people that were there with you on that trip were Amber, her sister Whitney, right? A woman by the name of Christy Sexton, right?
Oh, yes. Okay.
Rocky Pennington,
Yes.
right? Someone named Kelly Sue Milano or Kelly Sue Eater.
You got me.
You just remember Kelly Sue, right?
I don't remember a Kelly Sue.
Okay. Well, in fact, Kelly Sue, you recall, was sitting close to Amber, and you thought she was being affectionate toward her. You'd agree with that, right?
Sitting close is not the description I would give it myself.
Well, you just testified you didn't remember someone named Kelly Sue, but I'm putting it to you.
Well, I
You remember someone named Kelly Sue who was sitting close to Amber, and being affectionate, and you took exception to that, didn't you?
I wasn't aware that her name was Kelly Sue. Terribly sorry about that. I didn't know her name, but it was someone I'd never seen before who had clearly taken some happy something and was very affectionate with my girlfriend.
And so you removed Kelly Sue's hand from Amber and you yelled at Kelly Sue and told her that Amber was your girl, right?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir.
I
Not in the
can't
way that
believe
you're
he's
saying.
hating on the LGBTQ community like this. Johnny Depp is very, very bigoted.
I certainly did remove her hand from Amber. If that's the answer to your question. But I think it's not.
Maybe he's trying to show jealousy and he maybe struck her or something like that as a result of him being jealous. I don't know. I'm trying to
Yep, it's not a matter of how I said it, it's a matter of how you've said it. So let's take a
trying
look
to
at
follow
page
the string that
239.
he's creating, and it's so poorly created. I don't know. If I can't follow it, I can't imagine how this jury is dealing with all this stuff.
29?
Yeah.
239,
239.
page 18.
Well, and again, the question is, if some random person sits down next to your wife and is on your wife or girlfriend is on drugs or something and starts giving her the hands, right? Like gets handsy
What's
with her,
your
starts,
reaction going to be? Exactly.
yeah, get the fuck off my girl. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. That's normal. Like if he didn't do that, that's when I would be concerned.
Of course, the other issue would have been
Sorry.
like, if he
Sorry, a
didn't
lot of
do
papers.
that, they would have raised how he was just like a scummy
239,
man
yes.
trying to
It's going to
Like,
be
take
239 and
advantage of her or
240.
whatever, you know, who
Okay.
knows?
Yeah.
You were just trying to get into a love triangle, weren't you?
And you see,
Would you
on
agree that's
page,
called a
239,
three-way, sir?
line 22, you're being asked a question about the incident we've just been discussing. And you're asked a question. And how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation?
Where are you reading from, sir? I'm sorry.
Page 239, line 22.
22. Okay.
You got it?
Yes, I do.
Question, and how did you deal with that uncomfortable situation? Answer, I removed Miss Kelly Sue's hand from Miss Heard's body, and I told her, do not do that. That, first of all, that is my girl. Second of all, it is rude and invasive. She was quite glassy-eyed, and she seemed pretty unsure of her surroundings. She seemed very unstable on her feet, and I remember saying to her, if you were going to take this drug, MDMA, you should know if you were able to handle it or not, correct? Did I read that right?
That's correct.
And after this incident, you went back into the trailer that you and Miss Heard were sharing, and you had a big argument, right?
Yes, there was an argument.
And the argument started about Kelly Sue, correct?
I don't
Amber was
recall.
unhappy with your reaction to her and what happened, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection if you could rephrase.
You had an argument with Miss Heard, and you understood her to be upset with the way that you had handled that situation with Kelly Sue, correct?
I mean, I recall that that was a part of the argument, but as I had told Ms. Heard, I was sorry if this, I mean, I was protecting Ms. Heard's honor, and I was protecting my girl from someone who was clearly unable to deal with the substances that she'd taken.
Right.
She was a
And-
little forward.
And I know that there will be differing accounts of what happened in that trailer over the course of this trial, but you would agree with me, Mr. Depp, that at a minimum, you smashed up a bathroom sconce during that argument, correct?
Yes, sir. I punched a bathroom sconce
And-
right by the mirror.
And apologies if we've already covered this, but this trip was in late May 2013.
I don't recall.
Ish. Okay. If you could pull up Exhibit 181.
Some of these
Michelle,
incidents that they're bringing
this
up, again,
has
I
already
just,
been admitted into evidence this
I
morning,
don't
Your Honor.
understand.
I have a theory.
What's that?
They're trying to show that he is prone to have anger
Did we not?
and he can snap at any moment.
Oh, you know what?
Unfortunately, they don't understand that they
So
have to tie
181.
it in to Amber because a lot of people just take their anger out on objects. What's wrong with that? There's nothing
Right.
wrong with it. Better than the person's body or
That's right.
face or whatever.
Haven't looked at
You know,
this.
you punch a pillow, you break
Just
something in the
I'm gonna
bathroom. So,
ask you
so
about,
what?
Yeah.
The third text down. This is a text exchange from
And again, it just
Um,
seems out of touch to
you-
think that someone wouldn't be upset that someone's
message from
groping their
you,
significant other, and that their
to
significant
Paul
other's like,
Bettany
you shouldn't have been mad about that. Like,
on July
that
11th,
might cause a fight in the
2013, right?
average relationship.
Yes.
Okay. And then above that, there's a text message exchange between you and your sister, Christy, on July 10th, 2013. Correct?
I think Mr. What's his name? Rottenbottom needs a reality
Your Honor,
check.
I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 181 of just those three texts.
No objection, Your Honor. With
It
the
just seems
proper
like a very,
verbiage.
All right, get
you
your
know, sort of
reactions then.
lawyerly thing where you make a big deal out of something that isn't a big deal. And normal people look at that and go, but that's not that big of a deal. Like some guy on that jury is like, yeah, man, I punched the bed frame last week. I was pissed off.
Sorry. Could you please clarify which text messages are going to be offered?
The top three.
Top three.
Thank you. Yes.
James P says, care such as withholding meds while he was in withdrawal, like Nurse Ratchet, Mr. Rottenborn. Come on, Johnny Depp, say it. Lancelot says he took her hand off, and that's not abuse or assault, nor is attacking objects. Attacking objects can be assault if the purpose of attacking the object is to convey a threat of imminent violence to the person, to put them in apprehension that they are going to be hit next. Like if I push someone or if I have someone cornered and I punch the wall right next to their face to scare them and to make them think they're subject to physical violence, that can be assault. Absolutely.
Any objection then to
but
those
just
actions?
like, or if you take something, you know, that is representative, again,
No
doing
objection.
Okay,
doing
181
something in a
evidence with redactions.
threatening or intimidating manner on purpose can be assaultive.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But just you're not
on-
establishing that here.
I'd like to take a look at the text that you sent to Paul Bettany on July 11th. If you could blow that up, please, Michelle.
I think he just wants to put it in the jurors' minds, but I get it. But the
We
object
just talked about
of
this.
his cross is not being accomplished.
If
Right.
you just, yeah, there we go. If you go to the second paragraph or the kind of the fourth line down, you write to Mr. Bettany, missing you and yours, and await our dangle on the island. You may have to drink for me. I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on a recent journey.
Pounded
I am an
liquor, you
insane
dummy.
person, and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad, oh, how I love it. Did I read that right?
You did.
If you go up, please, this is a text message from exchange between you and Christy, in which Christy texts you, she wants to talk to me. She doesn't know what to do. Loves you, but doesn't know always what to do. She's worried about it all. And you write to her, it was not pleasant today. I wasn't aware she had another goddamn photo shoot tomorrow. That's really why she fucking left. I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. That's what you wrote to your sister about Amber on July 10th, 2013. Did I read that right?
You did.
I'd like to turn to, you can take that down, Michelle. I'd like to turn to the Boston plane flight that we've talked about a little bit in the trial.
Yes.
The night before the flight, and sorry if we covered some of this, but just to orient the jury to the sequence of events. The night before the flight, Miss Heard was in New York, and you were picked up in Boston by private jet. So the jet that you chartered picked Miss Heard up along with Savannah McMillan, and then flew to Boston and picked you up along with some other people. Is that right?
God, I wish I
That's
could
correct.
skip airports
And
and
then
do
all
private
of you
jets.
flew back to Los Angeles.
That's correct.
And the night before that you were due to meet up to take this plane flight, you and Miss Heard had a heated discussion on the phone about scenes that she was doing in a movie with James Franco, right?
I don't recall what the argument was about. There are many to,
Let's go to page 293 of your UK transcript, please.
yes.
Sometimes I feel like the lawyer is like rushing. I'm like, dude, where are you late to? Like, give him a minute to answer. Maybe you're going to get something good. He's not even giving him a chance. That's another big no-no and cross. Let them speak, because you'll never know what they're going to say, and they may stumble on their own. I don't know.
Did I say 290?
Johnny
293.
rambled a lot
Yes.
during direct. He's a
And on
storyteller,
line 22,
slow. And I
you were
think
asked
their
a
strategy
question
is to try
the
and
night before you were
kick
due
him
to meet
off
up,
of that.
did you have a heated
But
discussion
I don't think it's
on the
working.
telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
In fact, I'm not sure where you are.
Okay. Day
Sorry.
2, page 293. It's on page 32 of the document.
Line 22, I think is the issue.
But women aren't
Page
property. She
32,
can do what
line
she wants.
22. Thank
Well,
you, Your Honor.
Yeah, but he can also be
Line
annoyed
22.
at
Line
her
22
scheduling a
on
bunch of
page
stuff
32.
Yes.
Too many numbers.
to him. Like we don't
Are
know
you
any
there?
of the context of
Yes,
that.
yes.
Okay,
I
so
found it, sorry, thank you.
question, the night before you were due to meet up, did you have a heated discussion on the telephone with Miss Heard about what was happening with James Franco, the scene she was doing with James Franco? Answer, I do not recall, but it is highly likely. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you suspected that Amber was having an affair with James Franco, correct? That was the reason for your argument.
He
Yeah,
said
yes.
And when you got on the plane, you considered that she was also being judgmental toward you because she believed that you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs, correct?
That was a constant.
And I'm talking about this particular plane flight.
Well,
it was
You
constant.
consider that
constant.
she was being judgmental toward you because she believed you were inebriated and under the influence of drugs when you got on this plane, correct?
yes,
And at some point on the flight, you ended up sleeping on the bathroom floor, right?
I did.
You testified to that yesterday,
I
correct?
did. Yes, sir.
And when you landed, you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles, correct?
I don't recall being quite ill. It's possible. I don't know what you're referring to.
Let's
Maybe you
take
could
a look
take
at
me there.
page. Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at page 313 of your UK transcript, please.
3:30.
He's just too trigger happy, but let's see where he's going with this.
Based on his other
It's on page 37. of the
subjects, I
document.
would say not very far.
That's my hunch too.
May we approach
Three
Your Honor?
thirty.
All right, let's
sorry.
approach for a second.
In watching some of these trials, I've seen stuff like this where the aim is to bury the jury in incidents, regardless of the quality or severity of the incident, if that makes sense. I think Rittenhouse had some of that where it was just like they kept trying to add in all of this stuff, and it's like, but this stuff isn't that impactful. But they hoped that if the jury saw enough of something, they would determine there was something going on. And I think that's got to be his strategy. Just hit as many of these things as possible to try and build an image in the jury of this uncontrollable, raging drug and alcohol maniac who was a powder keg, right? At any time. And so Amber had to constantly be on defense. But I don't think they're doing it well. I mean, I can't figure out other than that what the strategy is. Because they're not really impeaching him. And Johnny Depp on his one of the first things he said was, I am obsessed with the truth. I am a person who believes in the truth. I try to be truthful in all things. Truth, true, truth. They could be trying to impeach his credibility, impeach his character of truthfulness this whole time, and they're not going after that. But he opened the door certainly for them to do it, and
Mr.
you
Depp,
think
do you have page 313
you'd want to take that
in front of you?
opportunity.
I do, sir.
Okay.
Mhm.
Can you just read, you can read to yourself, the page 313, line 14, that starts with the word were, okay?
Mm.
And then read that question and answer.
Someone in the chat said Johnny ain't winning no 50 million. I agree. I don't think there's any way they're going to award a $50 million judgment. Even if he wins, I just don't think that's within the realm. I think
Yes, sir.
the damages merit it, but I don't
Does
think
that
they'll
refresh
award
your
it.
recollection that you were quite ill when you landed in Los Angeles?
In these celebrity cases, chat, you shoot for the moon and then you
Yes,
get what you get. That's
so-
basically how you work these cases.
Refer to me being ill on the plane.
Sure. Okay. We'll get to the plane ride in a few minutes.
I thought we just did.
Yeah,
Let's turn to
you started on the plane ride.
36, please.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it when I say we come back to it, Johnny.
Yeah, Yellow Flash says I don't think he cares about the money much, more for the win. I think the dollar amount, the $50 million suit, was for the headline. He wanted eyes on this thing. And he's wanted eyes on this thing
So I have
the whole
got
time.
A mess going on over here. I've
It's on the screen.
Oh, and I don't have a mess. So, excuse me.
These are text messages that you sent to Amber on May 25th, 2014, the day after that plane flight, correct?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 236 and ask for permission to publish with the identifiers redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if you just redact those identifiers.
Can someone tell Nick to shout out to hit the like button?
36 in evidence with the
Yeah, guys, if you like the coverage, if you
And,
like the stream, please do.
Thank you.
It helps a lot.
Blow up the top email, please. And in this email to Amber, the day after this plane flight, you write her and you say, once again, I find my place, sorry, start over. Once again,
Oh, you
I
didn't
find
read that one
myself
well.
in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. And I know you can't either. I must get better, and I will. For us both, starting today, I love you. Again, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Yours. Did I read that right?
You did.
And let's pull up Exhibit 245 one more time, which has been admitted into evidence this morning, Your Honor.
Is he trying to use illness as the illness of getting off the plane when he's clearly talking about his substance issues? I mean, I'm just.
And didn't it say Steve at the top? I didn't see. Was that Johnny's text?
Yeah,
It
it was
said
Johnny's.
Steve.
He has. So they have pet names for each other, Steve and Slim from some old movie.
Oh, okay. I must have missed
Mr.
that.
Depp, I know that we've seen this before this morning. But your email that I just read to you to Miss Heard, or your text, was from May 25th, 2014. 5 days later, you text your good friend Paul Bettany, and you tell him that you had drank all night before you picked up Amber to fly to LA. You tell him that you had had no food for days, powders.
They already
Cocaine,
went through this
right?
text earlier.
Powders is cocaine, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bull and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of Champers on plane, and then you write, what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout.
I think he's talking
Screaming
about Amber there,
obscenities
though.
and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I am admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love.
I
For
see
little
that.
reason as well.
Hmm.
I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now, the 2 bottles, you can leave that up. The 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about, when you wrote 2 bottles of champagne on the plane, that was about the plane ride from Boston to LA, correct?
Yes, it comes just after 1,000 cans of Red Bull.
And at least parts of that plane flight, you were in a blackout, right?
There's
There's no reason you tell Paul Bettany that you were in a blackout if it wasn't true, correct?
there are again, when I write something, when I write a text, especially if I'm in a particularly impassioned place, it's a canvas, it's a painting.
Right.
You
And
choose your
appreciate that.
colors.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question was very simple.
Okay.
Would you
Okay,
agree?
objection, let my client to finish giving his explanation, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Are they asleep?
Let's look at page 333.
Blackout and when you're on opiates.
Let's look at page 333 of your.
That's disappointing. Like, he was giving a fantastic answer.
333.
Yeah.
This is day 2. This is from the UK trial.
Yes, we seem to be there a lot.
Oh my gosh.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Okay.
See, again, I think this is good for Depp's team. I mean, I agree 100%. Should have objected to let him finish his answer. And they did that with a different witness in an earlier day. I don't know why they're not doing it today. But that being said, I think this tactic for them of approaching for objections is better. I don't know what it is about them giving objections from the table, but they're not good at it. I don't know if they need
Do you see
the
that page,
extra
Mr. Depp?
second to walk forward or
333,
what.
yes, I do.
Okay. And you see on line 8, you were asked a question, but parts of that flight are blacked out. Answer, apparently, but yes, apparently that is what I'm saying to Mr. Bettany. Question, yes. Is there any reason why you would say that to Mr. Bettany if it were not true? Answer, probably not. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and that you had taken drugs either before or during the flight, correct?
I know that I knew that I was going to have a very ugly, I was going to end up with a very ugly situation with Amber. So
Mr.
I
Depp,
doubled up
with respect,
the,
trying to respect the court's time and the jury's time. That
No,
was
you're
not
not.
my question. My question
I
was simply,
understand when
you
you
would
take 5
agree,
minutes to look for a
you would agree,
document.
you would agree that on that flight, you were very drunk and you had taken drugs either before or during or both. Correct?
Objection compound.
All right, sustained.
You would agree
Good objection.
that you were very drunk on that flight, correct?
I do not agree that I was very drunk on that flight.
And you would agree that you had taken drugs either before or during that flight, correct?
I had taken a double dose of the roxicodone, which is different than a blackout.
But you don't agree that you were very drunk.
I don't recall drinking a whole, you don't need to drink a whole lot when you're on those things. You don't have time.
You just testified you weren't drunk on the flight. Okay.
I don't recall being drunk. No.
All right. Let's look at page 335 of your UK testimony.
Okay, Mr. Rottenborn. Where would you like to start?
Line 11, please.
So compound question objection means that the question has multiple answers
You
required
asked
to
a
address
question.
it.
I
And
want
it's-
to question. I want
need
to
to
make
ask
sure
one
it's quite
question at a
clear
time.
what you were saying about the Boston plane incident. You were very drunk. You had taken drugs either before or during or both. Do you agree with that? Answer, sure. For the purposes of getting through this, let's say yes. Everything you have said, I agree.
Yeah.
Did I
Yes,
read that right?
You did. I was caving in from.
That's
I know
my
you
question
don't-
was simply, did I read that correctly,
yes,
Mr. Depp?
I understand.
Now,
Again,
On-
they should.
I don't
Object.
understand. Let him qualify his answer. Cross-examination is not a yes/no parroting if there's more to it.
actually, no, you know what? Let's go to exhibit 221.
And it's clearly implied in his answer that he wasn't actually agreeing. It's
Your
like,
Honor,
okay,
this
fine,
is,
whatever.
This is a
Sure.
recording.
Let's get
and
through
I'd
this.
Be happy to read. We're going to play three excerpts from it.
Okay, and there's no objections to the entire audio recording coming in, is that correct?
May we approach? I would just like to know what it is first.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. They need to fight for his ability to answer these questions because he's very good at answering these questions. And so he's Johnny Depp. He's charming, he's charismatic. That's been evident for the past couple days. He's got the gallery laughing from time to time. Let him use that and let the judge say no. Right? Like, let the judge shut down his answers. Don't let David Rottenborn shut down his answers. That guy's a piece of garbage from Depp's perspective, from Depp's team's perspective.
Right.
But-
And anytime that he cuts Johnny off, he's basically testifying. He's not letting the witness who's responsible for testifying. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, any lawyer worth their salt knows cross-examination is you testifying.
Yep.
But you cannot cut the witness off when they're trying to legitimately make, qualifies the word. When they're trying to qualify the yes or no, like, wait a minute, there's more to it. No, you don't get to speak. You can't do that.
Right.
Well, I mean, let me rephrase that. Absolutely, you can. Everything
And
is
should.
allowed until objected to, but it needs to be 100%, and it's 100% valid objection.
I agree. Yeah, and that's the job. Now his team could be thinking we'll address it on redirect. And maybe that's the strategy, but I think they should
Your Honor,
utilize the
we would
tool
offer
that they have with Johnny on
the
the
full
stand.
exhibit
I
221
agree.
into evidence with the following three excerpts to be played. The first is the start of the audio through 1 minute. Just the first full minute. And then 2:50 through 3:20, 2 minutes and 50 seconds through 3:20. And then 9:30 through 10 minutes,
All right.
please.
So 221 in its entirety in evidence, but you play those excerpts. Got it.
Amber looking at the camera like she's Pam from The Office.
That's your voice making those moaning sounds. Sound like an animal in pain, right, Mr. Depp?
That's exactly what I said before. Yes, that is sounds like a pained animal, and
Let's
it
go to
is my voice.
250, please. And then let's go play 930, please.
I'll stay with this fucking idiot in case she gets sick.
Mr. Depp, do you know who the male voice is who at around 9:41 says, "No, I'm going to stay with this fucking idiot in case he gets sick"? You know whose voice that
Oh,
was?
I didn't hear those words,
Okay.
but
All right.
yes, that's Jerry Judge. If you wanted me to answer that.
That was Jerry Judge's voice. Okay.
Yeah.
So you finish this flight. You send the text that we've seen to Amber. You send the text to Paul Bettany, and at some point after this, you decide that you want to go to detox, and you went to detox. You testified a little bit about it yesterday in August of 2014 in the Bahamas, correct?
The recording of the plane noises is not from that flight, sir.
Not my question. My question is, you went to detox in August 2014, right?
Don't recall exactly.
And you were there on the island with.
Oh, on the island, yes,
Yeah,
of course.
you were there on the
So
island.
the recording
with,
wasn't from the plane flight?
Amber and Debbie Lloyd and Dr. Kipper.
I thought that was the whole
Correct?
point of it.
Correct, yes.
You and Amber were on one side of the island, right?
Yes.
And Amber was effectively dedicating herself to your well-being during this detox process, correct?
You could describe it as that, as at the beginning, yes, certainly.
She was trying to help you get through it, right?
One would think.
And as far as you know, she's never been in any sort of detox in her life, right? Certainly not when you were together, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
she should have.
we all heard your testimony yesterday. Detox, it sounds painful. It sounds tough. Fair?
Yes, that's.
And you testified yesterday about her not giving you medications at a certain time, but you, sir, have no personal knowledge of whether or when Amber had been in touch with Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd about when to give you medicine, correct?
I
You
remember.
have no personal knowledge of that.
Yes, I do. I remember Amber calling them on the radio, and when I was complaining that I needed the meds when I was in agony and went to the shower, she called them up because she had said that I was in a manic state or it was in some mania, and they came up there.
Okay. And sometime after detox, fair. And you said that they came up there. But my point to you is you have no personal knowledge of what Dr. Kipper or Debbie Lloyd communicated to Amber about whether and when to give you medicine.
Objection calls for
part of those
hearsay.
communications, correct?
Sure, I was. I was there during those discussions.
Right, but
there were times sort of written down, but the golden rule essentially is if the patient is in an uncomfortable or potentially dangerous state, which would lead to seizures, medication should be distributed. That's what I remember even though if it was supposed to be delivered at 4 p.m. and it was 3:15 or 3:30,
According to you, that's what you recall the golden rule was, right?
yes, I
Okay.
mean, that's what doctors and patients.
And
Yeah.
after sometime after detox, you texted Amber and you said, "Thank you so much for getting me fucking clean, baby." Right? Remember that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you actually, let's pull up. You didn't just express your thanks to Amber, you expressed it to other people as well, what Amber had done for you, correct? Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 120, page 41, please.
Give them a chance to answer.
This is plaintiff's exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I swear, if this guy has like a dinner that he's late for or something, I don't understand. Slow your roll, buddy.
Yes, he also praised Amber Heard several
Is this
times
a
while
screen
she
thing,
was
or am I searching for
beating
something?
him.
This is a screen thing.
Okay, thank you.
Like, so what are you trying to? We've already established that he covered up the fact that she
Screen thing,
chopped
we have
off
to
his
rotate.
finger. He lied to the doctors, right, about it. She put a cigarette out on his face, and after that, he
And,
was still praising her a little bit.
The only question I have for
I
you
don't-
is the question on the top of the page,
Yes,
sent on August 19th, 2014, from you to Paige. Now, Paige is Amber's mom, right?
that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of just this page of this exhibit with just that text and the identifiers redacted.
Which page of this exhibit is it?
I'm sorry?
Which page of the exhibit is
It's
it?
at page 41,
Page 41. So
or it's listed as exhibit 120_0041.
Okay. 120, let's make it A, page 41. Is that way?
That sounds good, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, page 41. And do we want it redacted or
So just to be clear, if it's just the top
just the top
text message
Yeah.
and the identifiers are removed, we have no objection.
Okay, so if we
Yep.
redact that way.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And just that page,
And
yes.
just
Yeah, sure.
page 41. Okay, all right, so 128 in evidence as redacted.
Let's see. JDA 79 says this seems like an exercise in
Permission to
futility.
publish, Your Honor.
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank
None
you.
of this stuff is meaningful, and even if it could be, he just flies right past it to the
Mr.
next
Depp,
thing.
this is in this text that you send to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, on August 19th, 2014. You say the following, and I understand that you gave certain testimony yesterday about what you perceive Miss Heard's role in your detox to be, but
I'm
in
your
this
son
state,
outlaw.
this
I love
text
that.
to Miss Heard, to Paige Heard, and you say, "I couldn't have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean without her, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing, and your little girl walked through with me step by step. I know you're already proud of her, but if you'd have seen her in action, amazing. It was an exercise of monumental patience and instinct. I wouldn't be alive, sweetheart. There were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. It was Amber and Amber only that got me through this, and it was not easy. Thank you for her first. And thank you and that sweet fucker David for all of your words of support. I'm through the other side now, I think. I hope. All this boy's love, your son Outlaw." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
You can take that down. Thank you. Now, you flew, you got married to Amber on early February 3rd, 2015.
Apparently,
right?
Yes.
Okay. You remember the year today? 2015, right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And a week after your wedding, you left for Australia to start the process of shooting the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean movie, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
And Amber was filming in London at the time. She left directly from the wedding to fly to London to film London Fields with Billy Bob Thornton, right?
That's correct.
And the plan was that she was going to fly out from London to Australia directly to join you for the filming of Pirates 5, right?
At some point, yes.
And she was going to stay in that house with you for the duration of the filming, correct?
I don't know that it was the duration, but sure.
Okay. And you testified on Tuesday, I guess, that when you went there in February of 2015, you'd been off of alcohol for 18 months. You testified to that. Remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
That's just nonsense, right? We've already looked at
Thank you.
May 2014, you were drunk on that plane, and you've admitted to that. So that's not 18 months before. So that testimony that you gave when you said you had been sober for 18 months before you arrived in February of
Objection, Your
2015 was
Objection.
not
Yeah,
true,
he said he
correct?
wasn't drunk on the plane.
May we approach?
Your Honor,
What's
I
the,
mean,
what's the objection?
He's testifying, Your Honor.
It's a compound. Could you just do maybe one question? Let's do that.
Mr. Depp, you had not been sober off of alcohol for 18 months before you went to Australia in February 2015, correct?
It's possible that it was not 18 months. Maybe it was 17. Maybe it was 16. Maybe.
It was actually a lot less than that because at a minimum, you were drunk on that plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles in May of 2014.
That's incorrect, sir. I said that I had had a glass of champagne and I had taken a double dose of the narcotics, of the opiates. That's a very different thing from being drunk.
Okay. And a very different thing from what you texted Paul Bettany, correct?
Again.
Okay. So Boston flight was in May 2014. You go to Australia in February of 2015, having testified that you were off of alcohol for 18 months. Now, when you went to Australia in February of 2015, you also lied to the cast insurance company that was insuring you for Pirates 5, didn't you?
After she cut my finger off?
No, well,
Nice. I love it.
That's your
Australia.
account of it, sir.
let's do it this
So
way.
that time frame, is that, am I getting the timeline correct? The finger cutting portion of my life?
Yes, I'd like to see who I lied to.
Let's see who I lied to. Objection relevance, I was thinking when that question was asked, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something.
Mr. Depp, you see this as it's called a cast insurance medical certificate.
He opened up his character for
Correct.
truthfulness.
Touche. Yeah.
Okay. And it's dated, this is in, I believe it's in not the way we do dates in the US, because you can see in the lower left column, examinee's start date of filming 16/2/2015. So that means February 16th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Your
And
Honor,
the date of the exam,
before we go any further, we'd ask to be able to see this entire document.
I'm just asking about the top of it. I'm happy if we want, there's specific
Yeah, but there
parts
may
I'm
be
gonna ask about, but if we want to.
There may be context
It-
that's
it's
relevant
unclear
in the
whether
rest of the
Mr. Depp
document.
has ever even seen this, so we just appreciate the courtesy of being able to see the entire.
Called the
document.
rule of completion.
That's
Chad.
fine. I mean,
Alright.
I'm going to direct him to certain parts of it, but that's fine if they want to.
But if he's never seen it,
Just trying to move things.
then
along
he
here.
can't authenticate that it's an accurate representation. They did this before with one of the other witnesses, and where they're the audio engineer for some of Johnny Depp's movies. They're like,
Yeah.
you would agree that this stuff's in Johnny Depp's contract, and he's like, I've never seen this. I wasn't party to this.
I have a hard copy if you'd like to look at that.
They'd like to see page 3.
Using the wrong witness to try and introduce a document is a common tactic, but it usually fails if there's a proper objection.
I'm confused. What?
They just scrolled to the last page, so we can just view it here. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sorry. I appreciate
It's
that.
usually done when you forget to get it in through the proper witness or the
Yes, I do.
or some other issue comes up.
Mr. Depp, this is your signature on the page of the document being displayed here, correct?
That is
And it's dated February 11th, 2015.
And who reads contracts anyway?
Your Honor, with the understanding that if the exhibit for the court will have to redact signatures, I'd move for admission of this document and permission to publish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, may have some medical information, so at this time, we'd like an opportunity to ensure. This
I mean-
is an insurance form with medical information. I just want to make sure we're not publishing anything that shouldn't be.
Your Honor's made clear that anything that comes into evidence in this case will be published to the jury, whether it's
Well, there may be
confidential or
irrelevant
not.
medical information that.
HIPAA, hello, anyone? Anyone?
Approach, please come here.
Good. I'm glad they're fighting for this objection.
I agree.
This is a big turn from yesterday, and it's just, there may be medical information that's in this document. It's an insurance form. There may be disclosures that he had to make, and those things are not relevant to this case.
Yeah.
I got to give Johnny Depp's team credit. They're doing a lot better today on their objections. They're fighting harder. They've got more complete answers for the objections brought by the other. Well, there haven't been any objections from the other party because they're on cross, but they have more complete reasons for their own objections, and they're taking their time. They're not feeling like they just have to give this like one word answer. And they know that they can go to the bench if they have to. So it's a market improvement, and I'm glad to see it.
That they are a little more maybe comfortable because all these cameras shoved in everyone's face. I mean, a lawyer who's not used to like being in a very heavily media publicized case, unless you have experience, you're going to like be walking on eggshells. I can empathize with them. I can understand their fear, and maybe now they're getting a little bit more comfortable. It's very possible. That's one thing I did not even think about until just now when you said that. I don't know. Maybe they had their morning morning coffee, so they're a little bit more awake now. We'll see. I think I didn't see as much of the testimony yesterday, but I agree with you that today they're doing a pretty decent job, but
Yep.
maybe like 75%, 70%.
I mean,
There's
yeah,
several spots where they could have objected and they didn't, and I didn't like that.
right. And especially in regards to letting him answer questions or fighting for him to answer questions, I suppose.
Yeah.
Kaya Wee says, the DUI guy, thank you for coming on the stream and sharing your insights. I'm so glad Rackets introduced me to your content. Your cross-examinations give Sharafacy a run for his money. So there you go. Sharafacy being one of the counsel in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. I'm not sure if you are familiar with the name.
I am not. I didn't follow that case as closely as I would have liked to.
He did pretty good cross-examinations. I would say he did very well. In fact, I think the cross-examinations that they did are part of what broke that case. I mean,
I'll take the credit. Yeah. Thank you.
And then can you scroll down, Michelle?
Effective lawyering can make or break a case 100%.
Your Honor, these redactions were on here before I'm told before we got the document, so no issue there. And then we would propose to just redact the, if you go up one page, I don't, that's the proposed redaction. And if you want us to redact the first three lines, M, N, and 2, that's fine too. Why don't you go ahead and redact those, Michelle?
That's fine with those.
I'm just trying to
redactions.
move this along as quickly as we can, Your Honor.
we're coming up on lunchtime here.
All right.
They're on East Coast time, so it's almost 1 o'clock.
You have agreed redaction?
Yep.
Yes.
So probably after
Thank you,
this
Your Honor.
series of
So
questions,
we
they'll
looked
go
at
to
your
lunch.
signature, Mr. Depp. If scroll down, please, Michelle. 2 more pages. There's your signature. And then this is it's an insurance form for your, that the studio, Disney, took out for your, for you filming Pirates 5, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. And you see the role here. It's listed as Captain Jack Sparrow, Johnny Depp, coverage status, full coverage, effective date, February 11th, 2015, right?
I see that.
And you're aware it's not uncommon for studios to want to insure actors that are playing in a movie in case something happens, right?
It's happened
It's
for
common.
30 plus years for me.
Correct. So if you can scroll up, please. And in order to do that, you have to provide certain information to see if you're insurable, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this document, which you signed, dated, I believe, February 11th, you were asked the question, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? Michelle, let's unredact the, well, there's section B is illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. And you check the box to the right. Michelle, is there a way to unredact the headers in that column so we can see which one is yes and which one is no?
No, there's not going to be a way to unredact it. You better pull it down off the screen. Like that redaction bar was across the whole thing. I mean, maybe you have to redo it, but if you got it with those redactions already, you probably won't be able to.
Which courthouse is this being held in?
Thank you.
Fairfax, Virginia.
So,
Fairfax County.
Mr. Depp, when you were asked the question in this CAST insurance form, are you currently using, or in the last 12 months, have you used any of the following? You say yes, that you've used some prescription drugs. And when in the question that says illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not, you check no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, did he actually lie? Oh my goodness.
And
Seriously?
around this time when you can take that down. Thank you.
We don't
Around
actually
this time
know
when you
that
flew to Australia
he has
in
yet.
February of 2015. You were starting
He's trying
to
to build
feel
up to it.
depressed
Clearly.
about your role in Pirates and your acting legacy generally, correct? Well, let's do it this way. Let's put up Exhibit 350,
Well,
please.
Mr. Well, we go ahead and take our lunch. break
Sure.
at
Thank you,
this
Your Honor.
time, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go
Okay,
ahead and
that
take our
was-
lunch break.
But that was
2:10,
completely nothing. Like,
okay?
we don't know
So,
that he was on
don't talk
illegal
to
drugs
anybody,
in the
don't discuss
previous
the
12
case,
months.
and don't do the outside
Right.
investigation.
We know
See you back
his
at
vice
2:10.
was prescription pills, roxycodone, not an illegal substance, a prescription substance, which he checked yes.
He's thinking if I plant the idea, hopefully it sticks method, and it's very, very shaky. Because if he doesn't have anything concrete and he can show that it was signed on like whatever, March 12, 2016, and then, August of 2015, you admitted to using cocaine or whatever already on the stand. If he can tie that, well then, okay, you got him for lying on a official document, which who wouldn't lie if you're trying to get your Pirates of the Caribbean franchise
Oh,
roll? What is that?
sorry. It's the court audio.
Oh.
They've been doing that. So that's nice.
Like who would, in Johnny's position, just any reasonable human being, who wouldn't lie to get that next Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, even if you had been using? It's not that big a deal at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's for the purposes of this trial, a lot of people lie on documents like that. A lot of people do. And that's, it's just a reality. And again, it's one of those things where a lot of people on the jury probably have lied in some way or another about a medical form, especially when it involves an illegal drug. Very, very possible. Not saying that you should not
No,
do
of course
that,
not.
of course, but people do it with frequency. And the other thing is, he never made an insurance claim on it, I don't think, unless he made an insurance claim on the finger, which I'm not sure that he did. But either way, this doesn't get to the actual heart of the issue here, which is, did
Yeah.
Amber Heard lie or misrepresent Johnny Depp's abuse of her? They're just trying to attack his overall credibility. But the real problem with what happened there is what you said. If you've got him admitting on the stand that he did drugs or whatever, there's the follow-up question. And you just admitted that you were on cocaine on this date. And wouldn't you agree that's within 12 months of the signing of this document? I mean, that's that. The jury doesn't even know when he signed the document because they didn't show the date, did they? Or did they say the date?
I missed it if they did, but they definitely didn't show it.
Yeah. Someone says, can you explain how illegal drugs can be prescribed by a physician? But no, maybe in a different country, a different type of prescription, somewhere else. Marijuana is marijuana, that's the easiest one. Marijuana is a prescription substance that is illegal federally. So who knows? But
they did say, Chad is saying February 11th, 2015 is when he signed it. So
okay.
Now I think after the lunch break, they should continue that line of questioning, I imagine, and now tie it to you admitted on such and such day 2014 already, like we have you dead to rights kind of thing. You admitted to using illegal drugs. And if he says yes, okay, so you were not entirely honest on this document, were you? I guess I was not. I don't remember, that's going to be his answer. And now the jury's thinking, okay, so he lied on a document to the insurance company. And if he ever filed a claim, then they have even more. Now you filed a claim after you already lied on a document, and it's going to look really, really bad as to his own propriety for honesty or dishonesty. But again, how does that prove or disprove the defamation case? Because again, the bottom line here is defamation. You keep saying that, Nick, and I 100% agree with you. You can add as much fat as you want to this case, but the meat is what's going to matter. I'm not seeing any meat so far. Not really.
I also think I agree that if the defense wants to do this well, they need to do what you said. They need to come back after the lunch break and hit this hard on. Did you admitted at this point in time? I don't think they're going to. It kind of looked like he was already switching gears to the next thing. He wanted to leave the implication out there without solidifying the lie. And so, I mean, which is fine, and it may work on the jury, but if you've got the nail, hit it with the hammer.
Exactly. That's what I keep waiting for. And this team is not doing a very good job at, to steal your analogy, of hammering the point.
Yeah. It's I think their overall objective is to just go ahead and impeach his character for truthfulness as much as possible, because he wove the narrative yesterday that Amber Heard was abusive to him and that he has never struck her or any woman ever. Like, that's his testimony. He's never struck a woman in his life. Very careful to say woman, because he is in fact being sued for punching a man. That was the lawsuit that they tried to bring up, but that's that doesn't make his testimony untrue. And so, since Amber Heard has suggested that she was standing up against domestic violence, I mean, the imagery of domestic violence is that of physical abuse, even though that's not the only way to domestic violence someone. That's the way everybody perceives it. And she has alleged that he had struck her and had put bruises on her, broken her nose. And he addressed those yesterday, saying, when I allegedly broke her nose, basically, she had put a tissue in her nose and pulled it out, and there was a little tiny spot of red on it because she didn't bleed from this broken nose. Apparently, that's It's very uncommon to bleed from a broken nose, I guess. But so she pulled this tissue out and showed him, and he said, "Oh, can I see it?" And she wouldn't let him. And then he went and retrieved it from the trash, and it was nail polish on the Kleenex, is what he testified to. So they have to establish that he is a liar, that his testimony is unreliable. And I mean, I'm not sure that they're getting there with because it's okay. So you embellish something in a text. And I thought it was great when he said, you said you had 2 bottles of champagne right after 1,000 cans of Red Bull. It's like, that's how he writes. I read that salacious text earlier. Like, clearly he wasn't actually talking about drowning and burning Amber Heard and then having sex with her corpse to make sure she's dead. Like, I don't think that was actually in the cards when he texted that back in 2013 and would then, go on to marry her and stay with her through 2016. But what do I know?
Celebrities, man. I mean, it's a totally different world, one that we probably will never be familiar with, and I'm okay with that. I don't ever want to have that kind of status where the entire, I mean, look at what's happening. I even have a feeling, and I could be wrong, but like, me being in private practice as an attorney, owning my own business, as I'm sure back when you were more actively practicing, you remember the ebb and flow, clients come and go, and sometimes they come in troves, and sometimes it's like the Sahara Desert out there.
So can you guys pace out your problems, please?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, can you spread them out to make me feel more confident? Yeah. And I've noticed and I have no idea if this has in any way, shape, or form anything to do with the trial, but my gut is telling me the whole world is watching and is distracted right now. Because, I mean, we have a very, so far seems like lovable, notorious. I mean, who does not know Jack Sparrow? It's
Right.
one of those universal things that probably if you were to ask every other person on the street, they will say, of course I know the franchise and the character. Anyway, so I feel like business has been quite slow the last 2 days, noticeably. And what I'm trying to say about that is that his whole life is in public purview. Everyone is watching, everyone is talking, everyone is analyzing. He shared stories from his personal life. He shared stories from his relationship with Amber. He talked about his career. He did all those things. He said all those things. And your whole, you don't have privacy. You have not even zero privacy. You have negative privacy. Now, everything, because of this defamation case, it's all out on the table. And I don't know. I think it's a very, very difficult mentally, emotionally, physically. It takes a toll on you and celebrities don't have it easy at all. And I think that, again, having everything under scrutiny constantly, all that drug use, I completely understand. I can't relate, but I completely understand why he was defaulting to drugs, both as a celebrity and based on his past. Maybe someone in his shoes would have done exactly the same thing.
Well, you've got millions of people who either like you or hate you. They're trying to discover everything you do at any moment. He talked about this in his testimony. You can't just go get a cup of coffee from the cafe. You can't. He has to have private security to keep people from coming into his building or his house or literally scaling the walls. He has to have he has to employ private security to pick up his kids from school because they could be at risk from someone for whatever reason. You can't go out to a restaurant. You can't lose your cool in public ever. It'll show up on TMZ the next day, no matter where you are. You can't do anything. You get picked up for a DUI, for example. Like that body cam video will mysteriously get leaked when others would not, and it'll show up somewhere. It's always going to be something. And so it makes a lot of sense why these people will find some escape from that sort of, stress and resort to drugs. And you hate to see it, but there's kind of probably a reason that it's so prevalent. It's like just
Yeah.
in an alternate state. And there are other ways to deal with it, sure. But when you have effectively unlimited resources and also very little consequences, because that is kind of a perk of the celebrity, especially one at the tier of Johnny Depp. Like, sure, there are ways to deal with it. You could go into dark mode somewhere, go to be like Jack, right? Jack Dorsey going to some Buddhist retreat in the middle of Malaysia. Or you could just do some cocaine right now. you could just take some roxycodone that your private doctor will give to you. You could do that instead. And it's an easy way with almost no consequences. That's immediate rather than being intrusive.
Yeah, and it's almost acceptable by society. It's like, yeah, he's a celebrity. They do drugs. What's the big deal? It's not even like oh my goodness, I had no idea. It's like, and
yeah. And frankly, based on other celebrities we've heard of, like, I hate to say this because I don't want to minimize it, but the stuff I'm hearing is kind of tame. Right? Like, this isn't Motley Crue running around when, like, he tried to get him on this statement earlier that he made about some people do this and some people destroy hotel rooms. It's like, I remember that in the 80s, like, that was the rock band, right? Like, they would go around on tour and they would leave these epically destroyed hotel rooms. Everything is smashed, garbage, puke, and booze all over the floor. Illegal drugs all over the room, probably a dead hooker somewhere in there. And like, it was kind of the lifestyle. And so you hear what's going on with Johnny Depp and you're like, so I mean, this is a guy who takes pills to go to sleep and occasionally like moans and yells and maybe vomits. Like, that just sounds like people I know. Honestly.
yeah, where's the you got a bunch of smoke, which we get, but where's the fire? I haven't seen the fire yet.
Like, Ezra Miller just got arrested for like the third time choke slamming some random person. Like, where are these incidents for Johnny Depp? Like, where's him peeing off the steeple of a church? Like, where is this? The wild stuff that you expect to hear from celebrity benders. All I'm getting from him are these benders that end up with him moaning in a bathroom somewhere. And that's like the depressing bender story.
I know, and it only, I think, paints him as someone who has experienced tremendous pain and hardship. It actually is working, I think, for the plaintiff rather than against the plaintiff in their case, in my opinion.
Yeah. That's kind of what that's where I was thinking the same thing. Like, this isn't making Johnny Depp seem bad.
No.
And I know they're trying to, but it's that nitpicky thing. Well, and trying to make something salacious. And it's like, in context, this is not so salacious. It's not working for you. He's not punching babies.
Well, not yet. We haven't finished the cross yet.
Right.
I mean, we'll see. Again, if there's like if there's a smoking gun or a bloody knife, metaphorically speaking, I imagine it would have been presented by now. They're not saving it for like the big finale. You kind of would probably lead with that, and then everything else would be tainted by that light. If you're doing your cross right, you want to remember how I said, primacy, and you want to start strong. So if there was a nuclear bomb in Johnny's past, that it's something that he did that was absolutely like categorically the number one worst thing in his entire relationship with Amber, that should have been point number 1, 2, and 3. And then everything else is kind of like colored by that fact. So every additional piece of information that is provided to the jury is now tainted by that original one. It's a classic defense strategy to do that. But the fact that they didn't do it means either they don't have one of those, or that they're doing it extremely poorly and they're saving it for last. So I guess we'll see. But my gut instinct is telling me it's probably the former. They don't have anything.
Yeah, and the reality is, like I said, this has gone to trial before in the UK.
Mhm.
Not on the exact same issues, not he was suing the UK Sun, not Amber Heard. So not everything is going to be 100% the same, but a lot of this evidence is already out. Like, it's publicly available what the source material is for all this. And as far as I'm aware, the big story, and this is what I think, the defense will eventually get to, not with Johnny Depp. They're going to get to this in their case in chief, but is this one event where Amber Heard ends up punching Johnny Depp. But she claims it's because he was going to hit her. He's going to throw her sister down the stairs or something. And Johnny addressed this on direct, saying that no, the sister had gotten between them to intervene in the argument, and then Amber kind of punched around her and hit him. So I mean, we're going to get to kind of a he said, she said, except there's another. The sister is probably going to testify in favor of Amber Heard on that, but she has prior inconsistent statements that are coming in through another witness, or should be coming in through another witness. So that'll come in on rebuttal though. So that's going to be, near the end of the trial, but like, there's not the bombshell. Like, they have to have something other than what we've seen. Otherwise, everybody knows the story-ish of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's relationship by now, or they know, if they've been following, they know enough of the details to kind of predict what's coming. And I think that's not going to get them. That's not going to get either side the win in this. I think the person's likability on the stand is really going to sell it, because I think the jury is either going to go, we don't like what this lady did to this guy and ruining his career and ruining his life with what, by pretending to be a victim of domestic violence. So we're going to go his way, or we say, you know what, we think we don't really trust him and we find her more credible. And if she's more credible, then he was beating her and she was in fear, and therefore she was a victim of domestic violence, and she wins. And that's where I think it's going to ultimately come out. But this is a lot of chess for a game of checkers is what it seems like. But
Yeah, I agree, Nick. We'll see, I guess.
yeah. Okay, let me hit some more of these super chats. By
Okay.
the way, in case to the chat, if you're new around these parts and you want to participate in super chat, you do not have to. No one has to send me anything. I am fully appreciative of any chats people send in, and I do attempt to read all of them by the end of the stream. With that caveat, I have a policy of reading $20 and higher super chats first to kind of preserve the flow of conversation, and then I get to the others as able. So if you're wondering why you sent like a $5 super chat and it hasn't been read yet, I will get to it. It just sometimes takes a little while to do that, but everything is appreciated. And I just want to be kind of open about that. I hate talking about that aspect of it, but that's what it is. Okay. So Tuscan Bob says, lawyer, you stated you drink and drive. Depp, no. Lawyer, in the UK trial on page 206, you said that you drank alcohol. On page 304, you said you drove your car. Did I read that correct?
That is hilarious. That who wrote that? That is genius. Sorry.
that was
really
Tuscan
funny.
Bob. That was
Good
Tuscan
on you,
Bob.
man.
Hold on one second. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Cyrenius Akari says, is Johnny Depp's team just saving their time while Rottenborn wastes his? I mean, maybe. I don't think so. Rottenborn, he's playing a dumb game here. He's getting into a charisma battle with Johnny Depp, which is a mistake. Johnny Depp has a stockpile of charisma on all of these jurors that even if Rottenborn were a more likable person, and I'm saying that as a big if, even if he were, he's battling uphill against this deposit of charisma that Johnny has from his movie career. So that being said, he keeps saying to preserve the court's time, he's taking shots at Johnny Depp for testifying in sort of a long, belabored, rambling way the first couple days. He's trying to make it, I think he's trying to get under Johnny Depp's skin. I don't think it's going to work. And I think he's trying to charm the jury as much as Johnny Depp is trying to charm the jury. And maybe that's a strategy that has worked for him in other cases. Maybe he's likable or something before juries, but I don't think he has had many witnesses that are like this. And you're just not going to do that. Like, their job is to be charismatic. So I think it's a bad strategy. Personally, I'm trying to respect the court's time. Like, no, you aren't. You haven't been trying to respect the court's time at all in this trial. And that's fine. You have 6 weeks. You don't need to. Like, if you can't do this trial in 24 days, I don't know what you're doing anyway. Ryan says, after yesterday, I think the defense knows Amber is in trouble and are trying to minimize the damage. Well, yeah, they certainly want to blunt Johnny Depp's testimony. I would agree with that. 5 Simple Words says, I think the strat is to goad Johnny Depp to anger by cutting him off like Amber did when he would argue. Yes, I think that is part of the strategy. And he's, for all of his attempts to cut him off, like, he's not doing great. Well, Johnny's not given rise to that. The thing that they may be overlooking is that if that worked with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, it might have been because of his relationship with Amber Heard that he felt like he should have permission to respond to her in a special way due to their relationship. And so therefore, when she cut him off and badgered him with questions over and over and over, as was testified to before, that was a violation of their relationship. He didn't have a relationship with Rottenborn, so it may not bother him that the guy's being a prick. Like that, if some random guy is a prick to you, you don't really care as much as if, like, someone you trust is, you have to give someone permission to harm you. Figbat says, in Mark Richards' voice, looks like Johnny Depp is suffering from post-nupe clarity. I would have followed the O.J. Simpson method of divorce. Thank you, Figbat.
Oh, the definition of divorce with finality.
I'll divorce her cranium from her neck socket. Caligula says, I keep imagining if instead of this judge, it was the judge from the Edgecombe case, he'd be tearing these people a new a-hole. Yeah, Judge Borowski, that guy's hilarious. And he would not tolerate half of this stuff because can we please move on? You've played the audio, I think, 100 times already. This is getting ridiculous and cumulative, and it's pathetic. Turd Ferguson, thank you for the donation. Farmhand Tom. Hold on. Sorry, I gotta respond to this. Okay, sorry. Farmhand Tom says Amber's odor eliminating spray is now available at Farmhand Tom. Eliminates all odors. Use anywhere, even on bed sheets, to eliminate offensive odors like smoke, urine, poop from humans or animals. Search Farmhand Tom. There you go. Is that real? Like, are you an actual, like, purveyor of goods who has made an Amber's odor eliminating spray? Because that's funny. If you did. I hope so. Turd Ferguson 34 says, did Johnny ever say he always told the truth, or just said he was obsessed with it? P.S. I accidentally sent a super without the message. I guess you get double. Hey, that's good for me. I'll take it. I don't know if he said he always told the truth. I think he did say he was obsessed with it, and that he tried to adhere to truth or something like that. So, which I mean, lots of people try and fail to do things. I don't think that's that big of a deal. In court, you generally want to avoid that line of statement because it opens the door to the defense or the other party attacking your character for truthfulness. They can bring uh sorry. They can then bring up any lie you've ever said anywhere, any untruth or whatever, to try and make you look like a liar. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do that. They would only be able to impeach specific statements that you made. Once you raise your character and say, now I'm a truthful person, now they can go, oh, are you? Well, what about this time, this time, this time, this time? And they can then attack your credibility. So that's the issue. Kaiju Spirit says there's no way you can let DUI guy go another minute without knowing the tale of Kevin Landau. Come on, Rackets, you're slipping. Also, ask the Chandler question: does DUI guy take a bite? Okay, so first is Kevin Landau. Have you ever heard of this attorney? I don't suppose you would have.
I saw the comment and I did very cursory research to just refresh my memory if I knew about him before, because the name does sound familiar. But I understand it's a very, very shady firm or person filing a lot of frivolous lawsuits kind of individual.
Yeah, the joke. Yes, one of the interesting things that he appears to have a pattern of doing is taking cases on contingency, running them for a very long time, getting his clients into a position of sanctionable action, then dropping the case, and then billing the clients for work that was done, and then suing them when they don't pay.
That's ugly.
Yeah.
That's very ugly.
It's kind of really horrible. He did this. He actually got a judge wrote like an 82-page opinion that reamed him out, but it didn't sanction him, which was annoying because I think it did sanction the party. But he tried to get some bogus handwriting stuff in. He hired a handwriting expert, and so this is a woman whose husband was a cartel hitman. And she went on I think it was Univision. She went on a Univision documentary about the cartels, and she was not blacked out. Her identity was not obscured in any way. And she said that she was suing them, saying that they were supposed to obscure her identity, but it was clear in the contract that she would not, like, specifically laid out, you will not be obscured. Your name will be on the screen. You will be on camera. Your identity will be public.
Yeah, I did read the contract is not a valid defense to.
Right. And so what Kevin Landau tried to do was to hire a handwriting expert to claim that that wasn't her signature on the contract, that in fact Univision had forged the signature. Well, the first handwriting expert he hired said, no, that's obviously her signature. And then, so he fired that guy and hired a second handwriting expert. And when they gave samples of the signature to compare the two, they were new samples. Whereas the first guy, the reason he concluded it was the same thing was because he looked at, prior existing samples of her signature. And so he's like, yes, of course that's a match. So then they hire a new guy. She provides only new samples of the signature to him and obviously just screws him up. Right. And so then he's like, well, no, these aren't the same thing. Brings that before the court, gets called out on it. And his client got in a whole bunch of trouble. So he ends up dropping representation of the client and then suing the client for like $60,000 of work that he had done, even though it was on a contingency originally. It was really.
His argument is what? Quantum merit, which for who's not familiar, that's I put the work and hours in, so you owe me for what I have already done. Pay me. That's all it is.
Right.
That's what he's doing.
That's what he did in that case and in another case. And then in another case I was covering, he tried to do that, but he was getting a lot of heat from online, including from me, because I was just making fun of how stupid his case was, because it was an embarrassingly bad case. It's actually what got me into doing YouTube, was covering that case.
Mhm.
But he tried to do it to that guy, then backed off. But he did the same thing, like raising bad behavior and bad representation to the point of getting to potential sanction area, then dropping the case, and then they settled out of court his claim before he actually filed. So I don't know what the settlement was. I think they both said that it was 0, which would have been the smart move for him. But yeah, the guy's kind of, but the reason they bring it up, so he has enough DUIs that he is no longer allowed to have a driver's license ever.
Mhm.
Like not for like 2 years. For the state of Michigan has prevented him from having a driver's license for the
Oh,
rest of his
Michigan
life.
is very bad. Michigan, I think like on a second or third DUI, it's a lifetime. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah, he was having problems with his rolling breathalyzer in the car. Like he had the interlock ignition,
The blow and go.
interlock ignition, yeah. And he would clearly have someone else blow into it while he started the car, but then it stops. And his
He does
dad
know
was
that those things have cameras, right? Like they see who's blowing into the device, right? Oh my. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. So, what's the question? Or is it coming? I don't know.
Oh no, I was just gonna tell you, like the dad's his lawyer in the case, and he's like, no, he was using mouth spray. That's what was going on there. So, but like the thing was picking up large amounts of alcohol on him. So it was good times. Good
Oh,
old
right
King
on.
Orlando.
Yeah, sounds like a high caliber lawyer, eh?
He represents, like, some of the clients he gets, you're like, how? Like he was suing he was representing allegedly Moe's grandson, Moe from the Three Stooges.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
His grandson accused a Hollywood executive of putting his finger in his butt in exchange for roles. And yeah, so sexual assault stuff.
Clearly.
And did the same thing, rode that case up to the point of sanctions, and then dropped representation. It was really, really bad on that one. And then he had another one where he was suing a deceased hedge fund manager's estate. This guy got sued by a couple women who he was allegedly torturing, through like I would say BDSM, but like without any of the consent type stuff. So he would hire like a prostitute, and some women came out and accused him. Well, Landau got 2 women to hire him to do like an add-on accusation lawsuit, and they got destroyed because it was like there's no proof that he's ever even met these people. Whereas the other dude, the guy's crazy, very, very suspect. But
yeah,
the question I'm supposed to ask you is the Chandler Halderson question, which is, if you have already murdered your parents and chopped them up, do you take a bite?
Jesus fucking Christ. What is wrong with your chat?
It's from a case we were watching, Chandler Halderson in Wisconsin, who murdered and dismembered his parents. And I think he might have taken a nibble. That's my speculation.
Okay, so why is that even a question? Like, I don't understand.
Well, it's just, if you're already there, like if you've already done these things, do you then, like that's pretty far already.
If you're first of all, if you're psychotic enough, psychopathic enough, sociopathic enough to do something of that nature, would it be within your realm of your character to go that far? I don't know. I don't know. You have to be in the mindset of someone that twisted. So
So when you agree, you testified that yes, you would. Okay, thank you.
I think it's a very, very interesting question, but I can't have any input on it because it's you really have to get into the shoes of that mindset, and I don't think thank goodness the majority of people can't enter that mindset because we're normal, non-psychopathic humans for the most
Well,
part. Or
speak for,
egomaniacs. I'll
speak for
give
yourself. I mean, come on.
not for the chat. Not for the chat.
So anyway, no, it was a running thing from the trial coverage because I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, I don't know. I think there's more to this. This guy seems really suspect, and his girlfriend seemed really suspect to me too. The biggest thing that threw me off about his girlfriend in that case was the prosecutor on opening spent several minutes talking about how now you're gonna see some stuff about the girlfriend's actions and how she kind of assisted him in this and may have helped. But I want to be very clear. She didn't do anything wrong here. She is not guilty of anything. It was like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess that seems like you're coming on a little strong there. I don't know if I trust you. But anyway, that's the background of the question there.
The Rammstein song "Mein Teil" comes to mind from. Okay, so you remember the old story? There's obviously the song did not originate with that case. This goes back a little further to the early '90s. I want to say this is like when the internet was very, very, very young. There was a gentleman who was basically a psychopath, cannibalistic tendencies. I mean, twisted beyond belief.
Sure.
And he made a blog post on the internet asking for a volunteer who would be consenting to basically being murdered and eaten alive. And eventually he found a person who said, I volunteer as tribute. And there's this whole, story. You can read about it on the internet. I'm not going to share it live on stream, but he goes on and I think that he drugs him up first to kind of numb the pain and everything, but he ends up killing and eating him with consent. I mean, the dude was literally, I'm yours, do whatever you want to do, eat me, whatever. So he ends up,
just don't put me in a dress.
Just don't. And Rammstein wrote a song about it called Mein Teil, which in German translates to my piece. And it's some people are twisted, man.
Oh, undoubtedly. Speaking of twisted people, welcome to the lawyer.
What's up, boys?
You walked in at the wrong time, man.
It sounded like it. I didn't know where that was going.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Fine. We're on lunch break here.
Yep.
And we should be back. Court should be back in about 20 minutes. But we're just on the cross-examination of Johnny Depp. And I've caught
a lot of it. And I heard some of Nick, you were by yourself most of the time of what I caught. And then I caught some of it as I was driving, so I didn't see who all was on. But it seems to me that it is a lesson in improper impeachment, as Amber Heard's lawyer keeps asking the wrong questions. Johnny Depp answers pretty decently as a party, in my opinion, like I don't recall or maybe, and then he impeaches him with a different question or a compound question or a question where he obviously is succumbing to 15 of the same questions in a row where he's like, sure, whatever.
Yeah, that was a really good moment from the UK trial that he said, where it's like, you said you were blackout drunk on the plane. It's like, no, I'm not. It's like, let's go to the trial. And then he goes there and he's like, now let me read this. Now you were blackout drunk. Well, I guess for the purposes of moving past this, I will agree. Yes. Whatever you say, anything you say, fine, let's go. It's like, there's your admission. It's like, that's not really an admission though.
And neither is, did I read that right? That's not your follow-up question to impeaching somebody, asking if you read it right. That's not evidence now of what they said. all it is that that's what they said in the UK trial or in their other depo. That's not evidence in this case that you can now say this is his statement in this case because you didn't ask the right follow-up question. And then when you talk about some of the things he tries to do as like a trial lawyer trying to trick people, saying the UK trial over and over again, do you think any of these jurors are going to go home and Google what happened at the UK trial? Because they probably are if they're normal people and they're interested now. He keeps mentioning this UK trial. What happened there? Why are we even here? What did the jury or judge do over there? You know, I think it's going to strike some intrigue in some of the jurors. And then the one that a lot of lawyers like to push, I don't, and I would have done something different than Johnny Depp's lawyers did, but I'm really trying to move this along for the court. I'm trying to be respectful of the court and the jury and try to move this along. It's like, bro, no, you're not really, but you just keep saying that so the jury tries to like you, or you say you can cut off Johnny Depp whenever you want to try to cut him off. Those are kind of the takeaways, which the insurance contract or whatever that Johnny Depp signed that it seemed like his lawyers hadn't read or that Johnny Depp hadn't read, which I think is very weird if it's on an exhibit list. You stop the whole trial and you say, we got to read every word of this. I'm not letting this come into evidence. I'm not letting anything come into evidence that I don't know whether or not it should be redacted. My client has had the opportunity to read and respond to. No, stop the whole trial. Let's take an hour and a half and I'll read through it if you really want to use it. And we'll see how important it really is to Amber Heard. That's kind of, you know, what I would have done. You can't be scared to delay a trial because you got pressure from the judge or the media or whatever. You got to protect your client, and letting a document in that you don't, it seemed like they didn't know what it said, which is scary to me if I was Johnny Depp.
Yeah. I mean, the one hurdle they had there, Johnny had signed it. I mean, his signature is on the document. So, but that doesn't mean that he knows what's in it. I think the UI guy said that, like, it's an insurance contract.
Who reads those? Like, you
Right.
just sign it on the dotted line and call it a day.
Exactly.
Kind of like the divorce agreement. Also, that kind of similar things. Like, whatever that said, we both just wanted to be done with it. Yeah, she didn't lie for money, for monetary gain, whatever.
Yeah, that the lack of foresight on that statement, though, like whoever represented him, I think he had like 6 attorneys for that divorce, two entertainment lawyers. And you know, it's those assholes. It's the 2 entertainment lawyers that said, no, you have to do this. You have to make this statement. This will be the publicity. This is going to keep you in Hollywood, you know, and you're not going to have a salacious divorce scandal if you just make this statement. Well, thank you guys for not seeing the writing on the wall that you can't allow someone to preemptively say they didn't lie about anything for monetary gain. It's like just why would you have that? Why would you have that statement at all? Because at that time when they're getting divorced, there weren't many public statements made except for Amber Heard going to get the restraining order, I think.
That's what it seems like, the big statement, which is not the statement that's on trial here for defamation, which this is such a weird trial. And for all the poor people that have no idea how normal trials go and they hear all of this slander coming out back and forth, like, this is never allowed in just about any trial to go through every horrible thing a person has said and done in their life that has nothing to do with the statement that's actually on trial. It's really mind-blowing how this is just kind of going off the tracks, because everything's relevant when it comes to character or truth, because they both care so much about the truth and about their character and about being right and how horrible the victim is. They're the victim, the other one's the abuser. It's wild.
Yeah, and I actually think that the defense has made a mistake in not picking their battle appropriately, because the defense is walking this dual line where they want to just attack the nature of defamation and these particular statements and show how they're not defamatory. And they'll say, it's just about this. It's not about everything else. And then on the next breath, they're going into everything else. And it's like, well, you're just telling the jury that it is about everything else. And the jury's not a judge or a dispassionate appellate court, right? Like these are just normal people who are not familiar with the strictures of defamation law. And so they're going to be like, well, now we get to actually find out if he lied about it or if she lied about it. Now I get to find out if he was abusing her. Like, was she a victim of domestic violence? And they, in my opinion, I think they should have either tried to win on facts or tried to win on the technical elements of defamation. And I don't think they can effectively do both. I think that's a big cause of their struggle.
Pick a side, every side kind of thing, huh?
Yeah, and you're 100% right. Like, when the cross started, I thought they were going to do that. I really
Me
thought
too.
they were going to do that and I was like, whoa, they're going to do it. But then they get drawn into, oh, he did drugs or he drinks alcohol or he lied about how many months he was sober, stuff that doesn't, those impeachments are just horrible. That's a wasted impeachment. You look like a jerk. Anything that's I don't recall, it sucks as a lawyer. I get it. It happens. The depo answers aren't perfect. The depo questions aren't perfect. Just move on and pick the stuff that's actually important. Now, I'm going to slap that C word around, which I'm not going to say because I'm in a public place, I'm going to slap her around. Now, that's really important, I think. That's their best one that I would put up on the screen for a long time and ask her, who are you talking about? Why do you call her that? What did you mean by slap her around? And let him say whatever he wants to say, but that's the one that had physical violence. The emotional stuff he's admitted to, the drug abuse he's admitted to, the alcohol he's admitted to, being a flawed person he's admitted to. He blames a lot of it on his childhood and dealing with the demons inside or the monster inside or whatever verbiage you want. All of those text messages I thought did nothing for Amber Heard's side. Him referencing himself as a monster to other people, whatever. What does that prove? Absolutely nothing. To me, they have made it about, Amber Heard's lawyers on cross have made it about, pick a side. Who do you like better, Johnny Depp or Amber Heard? And that's the way they lose. That's the only way they lose.
Yeah, that because Johnny Depp objectively wins over Amber Heard in likability. It's the numbers are out there, folks. Johnny Depp, were it not for these accusations, likely still be getting roles because he's still a draw at the box office. Amber Heard struggles to get roles. She's not a draw at the box office. She is not, even after Aquaman and stuff like that, these bigger things, she has not gone on to make some movie where people are like, yes, we want to go see Amber Heard. But Johnny Depp has made several movies where people go, yes, we want to go see Johnny Depp.
And do you think that do Americans like a redemption story? Do they like that?
They do.
Post-trial where millions of people are watching, you think any producers are watching this, maybe texting or calling Johnny Depp during this trial? Because I think they are.
If he wins, I think. If he wins,
it's too much of a risk at this juncture because we still haven't seen everything. But I agree. They're literally, it's already written out, waiting to hit send, but just waiting for the trial to end so they have the full story.
Yeah. My friend Ty Beard in the chat says Rottenborn has to satisfy a lunatic client. She very likely wants him to beat up on Johnny Depp.
Absolutely true. It's client control. Because if it was up to the lawyers, they probably would want to stick to just the defamation, but the client's like, absolutely not. Defend my honor.
And here's how you do it. Here's how you get under his skin. Here's how you do these things. This will get him. This will get him. This is what I did to him. But yeah, I don't think that they've put up a great showing so far today. And again, just reiterating, I do want to compliment Depp's team. I think they're handling objections much better today than they have been. And that's been refreshing to see. So that's good stuff.
Because they're going sidebar, you think?
Look, I'm going to take the credit and say yes. Because that's what I was saying yesterday is like, you're not doing well from the table. And I don't know if it's just because they feel like they didn't have time, they were under pressure or what, but I suggested yesterday, like if I were in their shoes, I would start going to sidebar more because it gives me an extra 10, 15 seconds to think about my objection and how I'm going to argue it. Plus you get a little bit more back and forth up at the bench than you do from just making one statement at a time. And then they did it today. So like I said, I take credit. I take credit for all of it.
I know you say it as a joke, but in all complete honesty and sincerity, I've been thinking about this after you said that. Because this is such a highly publicized trial, and there is the court of public opinion is you basically have a pre-jury jury. You have kind of like a voluntary focus group all across the internet that you get to nitpick at and listen to and literally just analyze as the trial is going on. And I can't imagine, imagine like a whole team sitting in a room as we speak, listening and watching and seeing, well, after day one, after day two, I'm dead serious. So don't be mistaken that your words on some level probably have been heard by and analyzed by some member of both the Depp and the Heard teams, and just because of the sheer publicity of this case.
I prefer. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I was just gonna say, hey, Amber's team, if you're listening, soften that girl up. She's too sour. Too sour. You can't have that.
I think that happens tomorrow, man. I'm telling you.
There's clips. There's
You never
clips of her
know.
lawyer whispering in her ear and then her changing her expression immediately on Twitter. I saw one of those, which I thought
Yeah,
was
that
pretty
was
interesting.
good.
I
That was good,
prefer
'cause she
speaking
went from-
objections.
She went from
But
smile to scowl in that one.
it's
Like,
wild.
like
Very interesting. Too many cameras for that. Too many cameras for that. But did you notice that a couple times Johnny Depp's lawyers would object, ask to come to sidebar, and the judge would say, "What's your objection?" and make them almost do some speaking objections, which is very unusual. Most judges hate speaking objections. So I thought
Yeah.
that was interesting. That it's almost like seems like a judge's preference in this case.
Yeah, she's let them go. That was the frustrating part, is that she was letting them do speaking objections, and I generally prefer them for the purposes of trial coverage because we get to hear what's going on. But she was letting them do speaking objections, but they weren't taking advantage of it. And my speculation, I think there was some level of discomfort or nervousness or something where they just weren't able to get to their point right away. But yeah, I mean, the judge at least wants the basis of your objection, like hearsay, relevance, something. Just give me at least a word
Yeah.
to start.
Either a statute number or, yeah, all of them have a word or two that let you know what it is. So they at least have to give that, as opposed to
Right.
taking the minute as they walk up to the bench, like you said, to figure out what they're going to say.
Objection. What's wrong? I don't like it. So that's,
Well,
I don't trust this.
First off, it's hearsay, Judge. First off, it's not relevant. I like when they say first off, like they have a bunch more coming. I also like when the judge says, you know what, it's compound. Ask a different question. When the judge just gives them what it is.
Oh man, yesterday there was a moment where the judge walked the attorney through the proper form of the question they were trying to ask.
Never a good look.
But I was like,
I don't
Man.
understand. I mean, that also begs the question, like these people make money that you and I will probably in our entire life will never experience. They can buy the best legal representation that money can afford. Why do they have such a weak team? I can't understand it.
I would consider, Nick, and you may as well, being Johnny Depp's concierge lawyer. I think we can just mimic the contract that his concierge doctor has, and we can just, wrap it all into the same contract and $100,000 a month, and we'll take care of it for him.
yeah, no
I
problem.
know, right?
We'll just make it happen. Concierge law to be perfect. Oh my goodness. Tara Rayner says Me Poo started in the 80s when 80s crapped on Motley Crue hotel room floor during a tour. Johnny, win or lose, got his story out. She is a monster, and this is your favorite Canadian. Went through it and can recognize it. I think it being domestic violence, maybe. Let's see. KH says, if the jury sides with Johnny, who decides how much is awarded and how is the amount decided on? I don't know if Virginia does jury damages or if they do damages from the judge.
That's a good question.
I don't know that either, but I'll tell you right now, I hope it's the judge for Johnny Depp's sake, because I don't think they've done a good job explaining what the damages are at all, or giving us a way how to calculate it. I really don't think so, outside of, people knowing what the complaint says. I don't think they've done a good job putting a number on it and giving the jury a calculation.
So in the Charlottesville case, there's a prominent recent civil case for in Virginia. The jury determined the damages. So
that's by far
jury
most common.
Case.
That's by far most common. So that's what I always expected until you said that. I was like, maybe it is the judge, but I assumed it was the jury, and I thought that's tough. Like, to me, that's a tough thing so far for Johnny's team, proving actually what it is. I've talked a little bit on my channel one night and just talking about, like, what would you guys give? And some people were like $1 just to show that he won. And it's like, rule in favor of Johnny Depp, $1, you lose, get your next big movie, and Amber Heard go away, basically, something like that, which, is a moral victory.
Yeah, and I think the 50 million request was for the headline, get the attention of everybody, and put the public in the posture of, this is how damaged this man is. Like, this is how much she hurt his career. But again, I think that was geared towards the public more than it was specifically geared towards the trial. And I also, I don't think there's, I just don't think there's any way they're going to award a $50 million defamation award for him.
Did they say how much he made on Pirates 5? That's like the only thing I can think of is, okay, let's assume he lost Pirates 6. What did he make on Pirates 5 to at least give us some indication as to how much he lost if it's just that one role? I mean, that's, I think, the clearest line I can draw. Besides that, I'm not really following exactly how to calculate damages, which is always the hardest part in trials. And they didn't even really mention it in opening, I didn't think.
60 million for Pirates
There you
5.
go. I don't think he was going to take a
60.
discount, do you?
You would think not. Let's see. Wait. Oh, hold on. In addition to 20 million up front, he gets 20. Okay, so 20 million up front, he gets 20% of the movie's production costs. Over the course of that agreement, more than 300 million has been realized for the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Alice in Wonderland brought him 55 million of back end earnings.
So we'll say at least 20 million plus.
Yeah. That's according to this random website, HollywoodCelebGossips.com.
No, okay, no, that's a real source. Okay, yeah, that's a recognized source. I think
Yeah.
that we can be confident in that. But I mean, and I also don't think Pirate 6 will do as well as any movie ever. It doesn't seem like that great of a continuation, unless it's the redemption story and they somehow bring back Jack Sparrow. Although it seems like he's written them off as well.
Yeah, so he got 10 million for the first performance up front. For the first Pirates. But yeah, I would think that would go up for the rest of them. So released back in 2006, Dead Man's Chest would quickly race to the top of the box office. He had an upfront salary of 20 million on the film. Banking on back-end profits wound up tacking on an additional 40 million. So that was 2 or whatever. Third Pirates was At World's End. 55 million total from that one. So again, I would expect the 20 million up front or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear to say that if she damaged him, like if the defamatory statements can be linked to the the destruction of his career, then 50 million, I would say 50 million is a conservative number that he would have made much more than $50 million. And it's certainly a merited award in my opinion. I just don't think a jury is going to award $50 million on a defamation claim. I just think they'd find some way to mitigate that.
His answer when asked what you lost is nothing, if not everything, or something like that. So the answer to basically mean I lost everything, which is clearly not true. He didn't lose everything. So again, those types of vague statements are tough when you have the burden to actually prove what the damages are and give the jury something. Now, in most jurisdictions, the jury can award whatever they want. They can award 50 cents, they can award $500 billion, and then the judge can obviously handle that afterwards. But you still would like to give them some way to calculate what the damages are, I would think.
Yeah, I would agree. And you give them the formula, but like if the formula is $10 million up front, and then whatever the back end box office is, those second damages are speculative. So it's like the Pirate 6 could easily have been a box office flop. Like without question, that franchise is dying. I mean,
it seems like you would
opinion.
almost need, yeah, I think that's a fact that you just stated. I think that you'd almost need an expert to explain how you calculate this stuff, but maybe averaging his last 5 movies or something like that, and he's also not exactly in the prime of his career. So it is a little speculative, but I think you'd be okay with 10 or 20 million.
Yeah. And, so, we'll see. Well, hopefully we'll see. I think it'd be interesting I think it'll be really interesting if he wins. I don't know that he's going to, but I would be, interested to see a victory in this and see how that actually looks and what that does industry wise, what that does for these types of accusations and all of that stuff going forward. Plus to me right now, it looks like she did lie to just for the purposes of destroying his career. I haven't seen anything to counteract that. And so
at least exaggerated too, What have you guys thought about his kind of demeanor and snarkiness or lack there. The first 15 minutes across yesterday, when I watched that, I thought it was going to be a lot more fireworks in cross today and a lot more arguing between the two. What have you guys kind of thought about that? Do you think he's done well? Do you think he's not argued enough? What do you think?
You want to go DUI guy first?
I think Johnny's demeanor, I mean, the entire trial, he's coming off as this lovable character we all know and love from the movie screen. But at the same time, you know, a part of me goes, he's a professional actor. You know, the jurors obviously know that. He's got a certain demeanor about him. Is he faking it? Is how he really is in life? All of that is going through, if it's going through my head, it's going through the juror's mind as well. I'm absolutely positive of that. But overall, I think this is how Johnny is in real life. Like, I've obviously never met him as a person, but his level of consistency, because you can only fake it for so long. You know, you're up on the stand for hours and days of testimony. There's only so much that you can keep up if it's a facade. So it's starting to come across that this is who Johnny is. Now, obviously, we don't know how his persona changes when he becomes, when drugs are introduced to the mix. That's
the
a big
monster. The monster.
right? Like that's what the defense is trying to paint him as, and someone who has abused Amber. But okay, if that's your allegation, if this is your claim, you have to prove it. You can't speculate on it and then expect the jury to fill in the gaps and go, you know what? Yeah, sure, we believe you because we want her to win because of the trend that the United States has been seeing over these past few months and years. That's not a good strategy. And by that, they're actually undermining, unintentionally, but they're undermining other legitimate claims of abuse of women in relationships. That is the horrific side that no one is really taking into account. You know, if she is lying, who else is lying, kind of thing. And all the women who have been abused, who have been in these abusive relationships and have suffered, are now, their claims could potentially be on even the smallest scale undermined by this whole Amber situation. Now, I get it. She gets the right to put on her own defense and her own case, but I think overall, Johnny is coming off as a very likable individual, someone who has made his share of mistakes, has admitted to them, has had a very dark past and has shared it with the world. And now, you know, but I don't know. I'm not seeing what she is claiming that he has done in evidence yet. If it's yet to come, so be it. But I haven't, myself personally, I have not seen evidence to that effect yet.
Yeah, and the problem, as you guys are talking about this, it's triggering me that they're showing evidence of Johnny Depp on substances, and none of it's violent, which I think really undermines their claim that whenever he's on these substances, that he becomes this monster, this thing, this beast that is scary. The audio they played today of him moaning on a plane, nobody's scared of that. They're just annoyed. Like, oh God, it's like a baby crying in a crib.
His
from the other
security
room. You're
guard,
like,
I gotta go get this idiot. Like, that's all they say.
Yeah, it's like, gotta sit with his dummy. There he goes. It's like, okay. And so then, and the phone call, or the phone, not the phone, but the recorded audio that they played yesterday, I think it was, where because he talked about how they had agreed to record some of their arguments because they were bringing up stuff about each other and what they do during arguments. They said, okay, we'll record it because I don't remember that, which is, I mean, I guess, go ahead, like a golf swing or whatever. You just get your iPhone out. So they're recording this stuff and he's sitting there rationally talking through to her, or somewhat rationally, at least lucidly. He's not yelling. He's not hitting. You don't hear, no, stop. You need to listen to me. You don't hear anything like that. It's more of just this pleading that's going on. It's like, if you're trying to paint him as a monster in these arguments and on substance abuse, you've got to have him screaming at her. You should have him hitting her, have video or audio of him breaking the sconce with his fist, punching a wall, breaking a door, something. Because right now I'm not scared of him in any way. I wouldn't be scared for Amber Heard in the situation. I might be scared for him, like he might take too many drugs and die, but that's all they've done for me. And I think that's a failing of their approach.
Yeah, and all of the, I mean, it seems like he's pretty vicious with his mouth, not with his hands, but most of that has seemed to be.
Sorry.
That's okay. It seemed to be texting other people, not her, when he's vicious talking about her, which again, not great, shouldn't do it, morally may be wrong, and we don't like that, but not physically abusive, which is the point of the whole trial, which is why all the kind of smoke and mirrors have to go away at some point, and we've got to get down to what the case is actually about.
Yeah. How did you, I don't know if you saw, but when he started off Cross today, he asked Johnny a question that I think they're going to bring up on close. And that is, you would agree that abuse can go beyond physical into emotional and mental abuse. What do you think of the argument that seems to be inevitable on Cross with that question, that when she said she was the face of domestic violence or domestic abuse, she was talking about all of it, including the emotional and the mental. Like, even if you don't find that he hit her, his words were cutting her down. Do you think that flies at the jury?
In the very initial video I did on this case, that's what I said my strategy would be if I was her as lawyer. I would say, we said abuse, she said abuse, she said she was the face of abuse, she said she was going up against rich and powerful men. All of that can be proven. It's protected opinion speech under our Constitution. He did mention some of that in his opening. That's all I would have talked about the whole time. And then I also, like, as bad as this sounds, like, we've seen some cases, I think a comedian or two have been accused of a girl going home with them, stuff happening, them not objecting, but later saying, I felt like I was sexually abused because I didn't want to, but I didn't feel like I could say no. And that being the kind of storyline for Amber Heard, because of the emotional abuse, even could turn into sexual abuse when I felt like, it happened. I didn't object to it at the time, but because of how he was treating me, I didn't, and because of all of his power, I didn't feel like I could say no. That would have absolutely been my trial strategy in this case. Exactly what you said, exactly how he started Cross. That would have been the way I would have attacked it 100%.
Don't talk about Aziz Ansari on this show. I mean, come on.
I didn't know which one it was, so I don't want to say. I wasn't positive. I didn't know if it was. I like Aziz, man.
For the record, that allegation was the most bogus thing I've ever seen in my
and that's
entire
why
life.
I said, and that's why I said I would hate to make an argument like that, but if that's how she kind of is feeling, that's her opinion. That's a legitimate legal argument that some people in mainstream media have accepted.
Yep, and to me, it is shocking that they haven't spent more time on the opinion aspects of it, and because they could ask Johnny Depp more questions about those statements. Wouldn't you agree that this is her opinion of you was that you were abusive?
Well, that's her opinion. Gentleman talks,
right? yeah. Where'd that go? Like,
nowhere.
He's doing this Southern gentleman thing, and then he brings up the text, and he never brings it back. It's like, no, bookend that. You got some interesting stuff there.
Or ask it over and over again. Is this something a Southern gentleman would say? Is this something a Southern gentleman would say?
All right, we're back in the courtroom here. There's an approach immediately. No idea what's going on. I love when these cases where there's like teams of lawyers. I've been watching lately where there's like the Curtis Reeves trial. There were 2 lawyers for the plaintiff and 2 lawyers for the defendant most of the time. And then there were 3 lawyers for the prosecution. And so when they'd go up to the bench, the prosecutors all like huddle up there. And one of them was really short. So he's like looking over their shoulders like a little kid at the candy store. And that was good imagery. Those are good times, simpler times. Just a man shooting another man with popcorn.
The funny thing about that, so in federal court, there's no cameras. So there's only sketch artists. First case I ever tried with my dad, who's about 5 inches taller than me. I literally look like a child standing next to him in all the sketches at sidebar. It's like I can't see over the bench, and it's my dad. So then there's that element too. So it's funny.
Oh, if I was a sketch artist and I knew that, I would have made your suit too big.
Exactly. Exactly. It was hilarious.
Like the sleeves coming over your hands and drooping down and stuff. Okay, here, let's I'll read a couple more of these chats while we wait. KH says, if the jury sides of John, oh wait, we've read that one. Dawn of America. Thanks for the content, Nick. I'm showing people how to make things and how to do things in the woods at Live Free, Live Wild. So there you go, guys. You can check that out. I assume on YouTube, Live Free, Live Wild. Give them a look if you want to learn how to cut down some trees and make stuff out of it. Tara Rayner says, try this again. Ozzy crapped on the hotel floor of Motley Crue during a tour in the 80s. Destruction of hotels is extremely common. Me Poo has been brought back by this evil narcissist, Amber. Too bad he didn't keep that tissue. Too bad a lot of things. Too bad a lot of things on Depp stuff. And again, I think that statement that during his divorce was a mistake, but you got entertainment lawyers saying, hey, if you want to be able to get jobs again, you got to put out this statement. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do with it? Malik 1013, the trial was covered on Crowder today. The only thing I got out of it was, if the poop doesn't fit, you must acquit. Asia Pryor says, bummer, didn't know about the $20, but Johnny testified yesterday that he smoked weed at his wedding night. That might be what the contract was about. Stupid if you ask me. Well, yeah, considering like saying weed is an illegal drug is a subjective question, because a lot of people in Colorado, for example, would consider weed to be a legal drug, even though it's federally illegal. So how do you answer that question on an insurance form? And can you then say that you lied on the insurance form? It's like, no, I thought weed was legal. I have a prescription card for it. It's like, well, it says prescription or not. It's like, yeah, but I thought you meant like heroin, right? Like cocaine or ecstasy.
Yeah.
And he's
I'm sure
testified
he
that
didn't. I'm sure he didn't have any lawyers look over it for him.
You know, he might not have. He might have. Who knows?
You know who could do that for him, Nick? His concierge lawyers.
We're in Virginia, right? You said we're in Fairfax, Virginia. So
Yeah.
the jurors are familiar with Virginia marijuana laws, and the Virginia marijuana laws, I just had to look them up because I don't know the legalization state of marijuana in Virginia. It says a person 21 years of age or older may lawfully possess on his person or in any public place not more than 1 ounce of marijuana. So them showing the 4 bags or whatever, the several pounds of weed, are they trying to like appeal to the jurors' emotion? You do realize this wasn't in Virginia, right? Like the weed was not in Virginia, right?
And it wasn't in a public place.
There
it was
you
in
go.
a private residence. Yeah, it's I don't know. The weed approach is not a good one. I think so much of the country, like you're really rolling the dice that you're going to find someone who's diehard anti-weed enough to say that this pot smoker is bad. I mean, I know there are people out there. Well, I'll see it in the chat from time to time too. And I am not a marijuana partaker. I do not like the feeling of that. It's not my thing. I just drink. That's enough for me. But that being said, like so many people across the country are like, yeah, we don't care anymore. Like we don't care about marijuana. It's reefer madness is gone. The DARE programs are kind of a joke.
It's the #1 jury nullification crime in Florida, which is why the sheriff says do not even arrest anymore unless it's like with intent to sell or something like that.
Right.
So it's just nobody cares about it anymore.
Farmhand Tom says it's a real product. Search Farmhand Tom, been in business for years. Same formula, new amber label, works on any odors. So there you go, guys. Farmhand Tom has Amber's odor eliminating spray. You just go ahead and buy that if you want, if for any of your fecal bed sheet needs. Sherry Super says Amber put a cigarette out on his face. Depp would have had to made her rend and torture a monkey anally with a football to get me past that. I mean, that's pretty explicit. Yellow Flash 2 says, check DMs for a hilarious meme you will love. Okay, I can do that for you. Thank you. Just a moment.
All right, thank you. See. All right, your next question, Mr. Rottenborn.
Oh, come on now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on, Flash. Don't do that.
Afternoon. Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 175, please? Defendant's Exhibit. Mr. Depp, is this an email exchange you had with Bruce Witkin on June 6th, June 7th, 2013?
You're right, they completely skipped over that contract piece,
And
tying it to the
if
timeline.
you scroll down to the bottom, that I'm not going to read it aloud, but that email address is your email address. Is that right? That
I don't, oh, yes, sir.
yeah, okay. Thank you. So this email is an email that you sent to Mr. Witkin on June 6th, 2013 at 7:05 a.m., the one that starts with "seriously be woozy." Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Bruce Witkin was a longtime friend of yours, right?
Yes, sir, quite a long time.
You met in Florida many years ago, right?
Yes,
And then he lived in Los Angeles, and you all were very close friends until a few years ago, correct?
that's correct.
Your Honor, permission to publish I'd move for admission of this and permission to publish with the email addresses redacted. And if they want me to redact Mr. Witkin's responses, that's fine.
We have no objection to that, Your Honor, and I don't think we need to have Mr. Witkin's response redacted.
All right, so you just want to have just the identifiers redacted and that's all?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, if we could do that.
The wedding gal says defamation per se means they don't have to prove damages. That's not correct. It just means that damages are presumed.
Okay, now I know this
You
is a
still
few
have to
years
prove
before,
them to get awarded
Australia,
damages.
in 2015, which we stopped with right before lunch. But I want to just, if you can scroll down, Michelle, please, to the paragraph that starts "brain is on full tilt." Maybe just blow up the first couple sentences there. Okay, yeah, perfect. So in this email to Mr. Witkin in June of 2013, you write to him, "Brain is on full tilt. The circus never stops. Feel physically fucked constantly. I'm wired up so tight that I'm barely able to deal with people on any level that is remotely enjoyable." See that? Did I read that right?
Yes, I see, yeah. Thank
Now,
you.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 350, Defendant's Exhibit 350?
You're not going to go into the rest of that statement?
Yeah, context.
This is a text exchange that you had with Stephen Duders, your personal assistant, on March 6th, 2015. So we fast forwarded a couple years. You see that?
Is that 1628? Is that the third one down?
Yeah, yes, sir. 1628. Third one down. And this is a text that you sent to Mr. Duders on March 6th, 2015.
Sorry, just reading it. Yes,
And by this point, you had been in Australia since about the week after your wedding, right? So for 3 weeks or so. Is that about right?
seems right, yes.
Okay. And Amber didn't arrive until around this time, correct? Beginning of March?
Yes, I recall that Amber arrived around the 6th, 7th.
The 6th or 7th of March, right? Okay. So you'd been outside of her presence for the last 3 or 4 weeks prior to this, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Can you, Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit 350 with identifiers redacted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the top email to Mr. Holmes and the last email from Mr. Duders be
So
redacted.
just the two in the middle?
Yes.
Sure.
that where
And
it
honestly,
needs
Your Honor, then if we're going to do that, we can just redact the, actually, we can redact the second one too. So we just do the third.
Your Honor, we believe that's necessary for context.
Okay, for context, sorry, so just get rid of the
Okay.
first one and the last one and the identifiers. So it should be the 2 middle texts.
Well, we could just redact out everything that gets, you know, that goes to the point of what we're saying, so we can have it in a vacuum. That'd be great. Nick White says, stumbled upon this breaded channel during Rittenhouse trial. Enjoyed all the coverage ever since. Smash that like button for the Grift King. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Doug Murray
Thank you.
says,
If you could just,
350 in evidence as redacted. Okay, go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you could blow up the email starting with honestly. So this is an email. You've been in pre-production and shooting in Pirates 5 for the last couple of weeks, correct? By March 6, 2015.
What was the question? Sorry.
By March 6, 2015, you'd been in pre-production and shooting for Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks in Australia, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So your email to him, to Mr. Duders, your personal assistant, reads, honestly, I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion of furthering my embarrassment of having whored for all these fucking wasted pieces of shit, nothing, years on characters that I so ignorantly started to think of as my legacy. Every cunting fight, every fucking time, I held my ugliness and rage deeper down and get in check when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Did I read that right?
You did.
And that's what you're writing to Mr. Duders, having been on the set of Pirates 5 for a couple of weeks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
The screenplay that I received was not up to snuff, I felt. And so that was part of this, was my anger was that the screenplay was very lazily written, and I had to do a lot of rewriting.
And with you in Australia, I think we covered this, was Debbie Lloyd. You testified.
What is his frustrations?
Right.
Where's
Debbie
the
Lloyd
problem?
was your
I don't
sobriety.
understand.
She's supposed to help
trying
you
to get
stay
to the
sober,
idea that
correct?
his career was on the way out
She
already.
was there to give me meds and
Right.
Ah,
The fact is,
stay on the path.
the fact is,
So
Mr.
you
Depp,
see it, though.
you had been using a fair amount of drugs during those 3 or 4 week period before Miss Heard arrived in Australia, hadn't you?
Marijuana was what I was using.
And not just that, other drugs too, correct?
No, not that I recall, no.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 346, please. Okay. This is a text message exchange between you and Nathan Holmes on February 25th, 2015.
He said my name and I came in. Nathan, I'm right here.
That's correct.
Mr. Holmes was another one of your personal assistants, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He and Stephen Duders were kind of the 2 main personal assistants during this period of time, right?
That's correct.
And at the top of the page, the second one down, do you see where Mr. Holmes tells you
Objection, hearsay.
that he just testified that he was only using marijuana, and this is clearly impeachment to that, Your Honor?
This is Mr. Holmes'
Well,
words.
we're gonna go text by text, and before I ask for permission to
Out-of-court
publish
statement.
and for motion for admission, we'll go through it. But
I'll sustain as Mr. Holmes.
okay,
Yeah.
Mr.
What are you going
Depp.
to do?
why don't you
Yeah.
take a moment to read this text from the top down,
Thank you.
please?
Someone else saying you need to stop doing drugs. I don't know what's on this text, but someone else saying you need to stop doing drugs doesn't mean you are doing drugs. By the way, that can be
True.
someone's impression about you that can be incorrect.
This cross-examination isn't going as well as I thought it was going to go.
No, I thought it would. At first, I thought it would be much more brutal than this.
Yeah.
yeah.
By the way, welcome to Nate the Lawyer. While we have a little lull in the action, Happy to have you here, buddy.
What's up, dude?
Thanks. Hey, what's going on, DUI guy? How's everything going, bro?
It's going, man. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Just trying to see if Amber Heard will finally get justice for Johnny, baby.
We're about to find out next few days, man.
It's good. One thing I'm so happy about.
Mr. Depp, does this refresh your recollection that, in fact, you weren't doing just marijuana in late February 2015? In fact, you were doing cocaine that Nathan Holmes was supplying to you.
In fact, there's nothing in there that says I've been doing cocaine.
Does this refresh your recollection, Mr. Depp, that you were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes in late February 2015?
Even if I were given cocaine by Nathan Holmes, there's nothing here that says I was doing the cocaine.
And Nathan Holmes was upset, or you understood that Nathan Holmes thought that you might be upset with him for taking some of your cocaine. Isn't that right?
I think
Objection, Your
that's-
Honor, hearsay and speculation.
Excuse me.
I said, what was his understanding?
I'll sustain as a speculation. Next question.
Speculation. No.
And in fact, Mr. Depp, you also were going to see Marilyn Manson in Australia around this time, correct?
Correct. He was coming to play a show in Melbourne.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move for admission of this document with the following text messages.
Objection to
Redact
relevance.
whatever else they want, although I think, well, the ones that, of the witness's own words that I'd like to show are 80039, 80041, 80086.
Now, if you were trying to offer the other guy's stuff for the purposes of impeachment, what's the relevance to Johnny Depp's responses
Those are all
that
words from Mr. Depp.
didn't have it?
I have a highlighted copy if you'd like me to approach.
Yeah, we have no objection as long as everything else is
You just want to
redacted.
look at his highlighted copy and make sure that's.
Oops, I touched the screen horribly.
No, that was
Pardon me.
you. It's okay. You're good.
Right.
All set.
Okay. So no objection to the redactions? To
No objection to
346
admitting those with
with
redactions, yes.
Okay, thank you. Get those redactions.
I gotta get going, you guys. I might be back later.
Catch you later, dude.
Take care. Take care.
Nice meeting you, Nate. See you later, Nick.
See ya.
Bye, chat.
Oh, people saying I was on mute. I was sorry. I was talking to someone
Right,
here.
346.
It's like well, I was talking to you, but they thought I was. Forget about it.
So you can see these texts were sent on February 26th and February 27th, 2015. And if you scroll over, Michelle, and can you just blow up the text portion of it? You text Mr. Holmes, your personal assistant, have you heard from Manson's Ryan? Now, Ryan was Marilyn Manson's personal assistant, or he worked for him. That's what you understood, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay. And then you say, yes, and of course, yes, please, and you will pay Ryan for it. 2 exclamation points, 2 question marks. And then you write, disappear, we should have more happy pills. 3 exclamation points, 2 question marks. Can you, followed by 3 exclamation points.
3
Did I
question
read that
marks.
correctly?
You
No.
Okay.
No,
Can
he
you
didn't.
take that down and please pull up
did. Although they
exhibit
were question marks
349.
instead of exclamation points.
There you go.
There you go. He's listening to you.
Snuck it in there at the end.
There's 3 exclamation points. If
Doug
this
Murray
course
says,
ends-
"Oh, go ahead."
no, I'm just saying if this
And Mr.
course
Depp,
ends like
this-
this, it's a
This text
disaster. This
exchange
cross
I'm
is
going to
a
ask you about
disaster.
is from just
It's not.
2
It's
days
not moving
later,
the needle.
after February 26th. On February 28th, it's the last 2 on the page. February 28th, 2015, there's a text from you to Mr. Deuters.
I would object to the as hearsay with respect to the text from Mr. Duders.
That's fine.
Okay, you're just, so you're.
So just the second to last one is all we would seek to admit.
Okay, if we could do the redactions for just that.
Yes, Your Honor, and we'll happy to redact Mr. Duder's response.
Okay.
You heard about Tyson beating a guy up on a plane earlier, right?
So that just happened. Someone
Yeah.
mentioned it, but I didn't know if they were talking about an old thing or a new thing or what.
Yeah, TMZ just released the video. Somebody took a video of him beating somebody up on a plane.
How bad did he beat the guy up?
The guy's beat up. But
I do not want to get hit by Iron Mike, man.
hell no. That's like he's 55. I'm like, Mike at 55 is more than you'll meet anywhere.
Well, I saw that training when he was going to fight Floyd Mayweather or whatever, and it was like watching him. It's like,
Alright, so
that doesn't look like
249
a
evidence for the death.
55-year-old. That looks like a murder factory.
So in this text message, Mr. Depp sent on February 28th, 2015, you send Mr. Duders an email. And if you'll remember, what we had just looked at was you reaching out to Mr. Holmes, asking if he had heard from Manson's assistant, Ryan, and then saying yes and yes and yes, of course, please pay Ryan for it, and then asking for more happy pills. And in this text message, you say, yay, hello, Master D. I say, I do believe that Ryan, parentheses, Munson's, gave you a wee baggage for me. Where does it reside? X. Did I read that right?
You continue to read them right, yes.
And the where it says Munson's, that's a typo and should have said Manson's, correct?
I don't know.
It's a nickname.
You can take that down. Thank you. So we've gone from February 26th to February 28th. I'd now like to fast forward to March 2nd of that year, 2015. Can you please pull up Exhibit 353?
So I don't know what he's trying to prove. Is he trying to prove that he used drugs? We know he used drugs. We know he got them somehow. Like,
think
what
he's
is this
trying-
about?
I think this might be related to the insurance contract where he said he didn't use drugs for the prior 12 months. And they're gonna get him in the epic lie. But even so,
How does that move the needle?
it doesn't. And I don't think he's lied about it. He said, just because I got cocaine doesn't mean I was on it.
That's
And
true.
Amber was using cocaine.
Your Honor,
Manson might be using cocaine. His guests.
Well, let's.
He's not being sued by the insurance company either.
Right.
Mr.
What the hell does it matter?
Yeah, these are text messages back and forth from you to your other personal assistant, Nathan Holmes, in March of 2015, correct?
Appears to be, yes, yes.
Your Honor, I know that the whole thing is going to draw an objection, but I would like to move to admit Mr. Depp's text, which I have here highlighted, and I think we can redact pretty quickly through this document. And I'm happy to have them highlighted if you'd like me to approach.
Well,
and-
if you could just
Sure.
show it to council, the highlighted portions. Is this a one-page document or?
It's actually three.
Three-page.
And we may not do all of them now, but I think it's
Okay.
easier to just.
Yeah, Chance says someone has to tell these celebs about Signal or Telegram. Yeah, I mean, something like that is a good idea to have. Signal clearing your text messages every, weekly, daily, whatever it is. Make it a regular practice. You notice that Johnny Depp's security guard made it a regular habit to clear out his text messages every couple of days. That's confidentiality, and it's baked
Yes.
into a regular practice. It's not suspicious. It's not destruction of evidence.
This is what I'm doing. This is what I do every week. Friday, delete them all. Friday,
We have
delete
no
them all.
objection with just admitting Mr. Depp's
Okay, so
messages.
353 with the redactions.
Yes.
His
and I think
security
we
guy
can,
was
you'll just indulge us for a minute.
for sure good. He was like a really good witness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I took
Form-
pictures of everything.
Former cop too, so he's really good on the witness stand.
Yeah.
Looked at the jury, made good eye contact.
He was clearly biased though. He was biased toward Johnny. I won't
Yeah.
say that, but he was a definitely good witness.
Doug Murray says Pirate CPT red shirt Ron wears a red shirt, so if he's injured, his men don't see the blood and keep fighting. Amber Heard's pirate character wears brown pants. Come on now.
Let's go. Let's go.
Brandon James says, barring a bombshell negative revelation about Johnny, do you agree that he's already won by showing what a psycho she is and that she has no evidence of his abuse? As it stands, he doesn't need to win on defamation. Thoughts? That's been expressed a lot. I think I've heard you say that pretty specifically as well. This is as much a public relations trial as it is a defamation trial.
So 353 in evidence with redactions.
Like, I honestly think his defamation claims are weak,
Is that correct?
but I think
Yeah.
the fact
Yes,
that
Your
he's
Honor.
getting his
Assuming-
story out is the win.
Ms. Myers agrees with our redactions here.
Make sure.
And I know people
Yeah,
are going to kill me.
No.
Just see the other pages.
We've talked about it a lot that he's got a really hard defamation case because of the technical aspects. The trick is the jury isn't necessarily savvy enough to know it, and they could
Yes.
just
All right, thank
decide
you.
353 in evidence
in his
with
favor.
redactions.
But I
Thank you,
think
Your Honor.
the PR aspect
Can you
of it
please
is
go to the first
huge.
page of that document?
Oh, yeah. He's getting his life back. He's trying to get his life back. If he wins the case, Pirate 6,
So,
he gets those 50 million. He gets
February
fantastic. He gets all that back.
February 28th. Now we're up to March 2nd. And on March 2nd, a few days before Ms. Heard arrives in Australia, you text Nathan Holmes, and this is going to take a little bit just to kind of get through this. So appreciate the court and the jury's patience here. But you text him on number 73 and you say, "No, you're not. Why? That is not a part of the job description. And I'm telling you now, any one of any of you guys start to lecture me, I just do not want to hear it. No stupid bullshit about sappy bollocks. I am a grown fucking man and I will not be judged." Did I read that right?
You did.
Keep going, please. "And I will never, ever live in this world cage any longer. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Okay." Did I read that right?
You did.
Then if we go on to the next page, please.
Okay.
You continue and say, "I don't want to depend on others for things like that. I'm not unhappy. I am insane." Big difference. Did I read that right?
You did.
"No system." Then you say, "I don't want to risk it for you or anyone. So I can get what I need. Also, may I be ecstatic again? Helps. Color me deceased." By ecstatic, you're referring to taking ecstasy, correct?
It's very likely. Before Ms. Heard arrived, she had asked me to score either
looking
MDMA
at the
or
jury.
ecstasy tablets before her arrival.
Okay. So once again, Ms. Heard's at fault for these texts.
I'm not blaming her for the text. I'm just stating the facts.
Okay.
That was a
Well,
dumb
let's-
statement from the
let's
attorney.
talk about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. He's
You
trying to
sound
fight with
snippy.
Ms.
Johnny.
Heard arrives in March in 2015. You can go ahead and actually, you know what? Let's
What are all these
go
young
down
women back there?
one,
Like in
Michelle, because we're going to
Louis
fast forward a
Rose.
few days and we're going to
Yeah.
Must be
come
Johnny
back
all-
to this.
fans.
Actually just one day. This is when you text Mr. I don't even remember if it was Holmes or Duders at this point. Mr.
Chat loves the
Holmes,
girl in
correct?
green.
And you text him and you
Girl in green
say,
is all right.
Yeah,
The girl in
Mr.
brown.
yeah,
It's
so
so cute too.
we fast forwarded another couple of days, I guess 5 days. And you say, "Need more whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business, please. I'm in bad shape. Say nothing to nobody." Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Okay. And I wanted to take a look at that Mr. Depp, because you just testified that Miss Heard was the one who wanted ecstasy. But in fact, when you sent this text on March 7th, 2015, this was right after you cut your finger off.
No,
And right after you told the doctor that you cut your finger off, you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy. That's entirely possible, correct?
I'm not sure that you have the date correct about when my finger was chopped off.
Okay. Let's take a look.
I'm pretty sure that the date was the 8th.
If he got the date wrong, that was so good that he caught him on that.
Pretty sure you got the date wrong.
The date wrong. But it allowed him to get all that extra stuff in, right? No, you mean my finger was chopped off, right?
Yep.
And you're not getting the facts right here. You know, you're trying to make me seem bad, but at least get the facts right. It was the 8th.
And is he going to account for the time change and the difference in time? Like, it depends on how, if he's going by text message, timestamps.
Now,
He's gotta
Mr.
have
Depp,
the
you
right-
remember testifying. Let's put it this way. Sometimes these texts, the dates of the text messages, you would agree that they're obviously
Just say
Australia
what you're
12
saying.
hours different.
Exactly what
from
you
this
just
part of the
said.
world, correct? Or something like that.
Something like that. Sure, I'll agree with you on that.
So the text, the date stamps and time stamps that are reflected on these texts may be reflecting a different time than when they were actually sent.
Objection foundation calls for speculation.
You'd agree with that, right?
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Objection. He's not an expert on time.
Well, then let's do this. So
Or
is it
cell
your
phones?
testimony that
This
Right after you
cross-examination
cut
is
your finger off,
brutal for the
you-
attorney.
right
He's
after-
dying up here.
I won't give you anything to argue with me yet. Right
Get it
after you
together,
sustained
guy.
the injury to your finger, that you. right
This
after
is a
you sustained the injury to
disaster.
your finger, is it your testimony that you did
Johnny's
not
winning
ask
these
for
exchanges.
cocaine and ecstasy right after you told the doctor about your finger injury? Is that your testimony?
Regardless of what date you believe works within the world time zone, I don't believe that someone who has gone through opiate dependency, who has lost the ability to produce dopamine and serotonin in their own body, because that's what the opiate does. Your body no longer needs to make the dopamine or the serotonin. The dopamine and serotonin, as you know, I imagine, are things that keep us it gives us our moods. It gives
I
us.
appreciate that, but my question wasn't that. My question was,
I'm just trying
right
to
after
school
you told
on
the
it.
doctor about your finger injury, you were asking for coke. It's entirely possible that you were asking for cocaine and ecstasy.
Objection
Yes
calls
or
for
no?
speculation.
No, I'll allow that question answered.
Clearly need more Whitey stuff. Yes, it's a reference to cocaine, but that doesn't. There's nothing here that says that I ingested the drug.
Not saying there is, but you were asking for more cocaine.
You are-
and
you
were
are
asking for
saying
more
that
ecstasy, correct?
that it is.
I wasn't asking for more ecstasy. I was asking for ecstasy because that was what I was requested by Ms. Hurd.
Let's take a look at the UK transcript date 3. Permission to approach with that,
All right.
Your Honor?
But why fight him on this, right? We know he's a drug addict, A-list actor. You've hit his
And you're-
credibility on the drugs a little bit. This is not making any sense at this point.
And you're giving him the opportunity to say, yeah, Miss Heard asked for the ecstasy. Miss Heard,
Yes.
and we have tons of testimony already that she's also a drug user.
Thank you.
The only difference is that she never tried to stop.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 463 and 464 of this, please.
Sure thing. 464.
And he comes across unshakable. in this. He's calm. He's the same. He's level throughout all this. He has not raised his voice. The most he's done is get a little bit comedically snarky, but I find it more endearing than offensive. And I think he's getting under the lawyer's skin a little bit.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
I'm there, just
Okay.
reading it, sorry.
And on page 463, line 20, you're asked the question, Mr. Depp, what I am asking you about, and I think your barrister, Mr. Sherborne, agrees, the times we have to factor in, it may be we can put in an agreed local Australian time. But what is important, do you see, is the order that you have cut your finger off, and straight away, after telling your doctor that you cut your finger off, you are asking for cocaine and ecstasy. Answer, yes, that is what it. Question, that is what it looks like. Answer, appears to be, and it is entirely possible that I was in the state that I was in. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did. Asking for cocaine.
So we talked about the cocaine and the ecstasy. Let's talk about the altercation that you and Miss Heard had in Australia. You testified that you were sitting on a bar stool, right? In Australia. This is before.
So you're
can
fast
take
forwarding
this
to
down.
the end of the of that argument.
Yeah, we've heard your account of the argument, and the jury will hear Miss Heard's account of the argument. What I want to ask you is some specific questions about you're sitting on a bar stool. You've had 3 or 4, I think you said 3 shots of vodka.
I did 2 or 3 shots of
okay.
vodka, yes. Yeah.
And you're resting with your hands kind of hanging over the edge like that, right?
Well, after the first bottle whizzed past my head and shattered, as I said, I walked around the bar, grabbed the larger, there was another bottle of vodka, the only one there. The larger bottle, brought it back and poured another shot and did it.
And right, and that was like a what we call a handle of vodka. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's one of the larger bottles with it's got a handle on it.
Right.
Yes.
And it was full at the time, other than the shot that you poured.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't the
Wasn't
full
full.
bottle. No.
Okay. And at some point before you claim you sustained an injury to your finger, I believe you demonstrated
claim you
to the jury
sustained?
yesterday, but you were resting with your 3 fingers, your middle 3 fingers kind of hanging over the edge. Is that fair? Is that right?
Yes, I just had
Okay.
a bottle thrown at me, so I was, when she grabbed the second bottle.
Right. I'm just asking where your fingers were, sir. At that point, your palm was facing down and your 3 middle fingers were hanging over the edge of the bar, correct?
Basically,
Okay.
that's correct.
And Miss Amber was 7 to 10 feet away, correct?
Once she walked, yes, once she'd grabbed the bottle, yes.
Okay. And your testimony, and we've heard it yesterday, but your testimony is that somehow she wound up with this handle of vodka and threw it, and it damaged part of your middle finger. But what we didn't talk about, what I want to ask you about, is if it happened the way you said, it didn't damage any other part of your hand, correct? No other part of your fingers, none of the other middle fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were injured, correct?
Objection compound.
That's
We can
true.
take it
That's a
piece by
compound
piece.
question.
None of the 3 fingers that were hanging over the edge of the bar were sustained any injury other than your middle finger. Is correct?
The middle finger certainly took the brunt of it as the tip.
And there's
was cut off.
there's no record of any glass being found in that middle finger. Correct?
Objection.
Doesn't mean it
calls
would be
for
glass.
speculation.
I'll allow you to pick an answer.
Yeah, I would allow that question.
I'm not a doctor, and I'm not sure what was found in the middle finger. What I do know is that when I went to the emergency room, that they had to inject me with a block to be able to put it into a bucket and take a wire brush to scrub it all clean, because I had all the makeup still left from Pirates on there. and
Oh my God.
Makeup from Pirates. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But
Oof.
none of the other fingers on your hand were sustained any injury that you're aware of, correct?
No, there were nothing else was severed. No.
Okay. And in fact, it wasn't just makeup from Pirates that was on your hand. It was paint that you had dipped your middle finger into to write, along with blood, to write on mirrors and lamps and assorted furniture in the house, correct?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain as to compound. If you-
It wasn't just makeup. You testified yesterday that it was just makeup from the set of Pirates 5, but in fact, after you sustained an injury to your finger, you dipped it in paint in the house and you wrote in paint mixed with blood all over the place.
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
You
We got
dipped
it
your
one at a
finger
time.
in the house and wrote on objects in the house.
Objection, compound. That's two
You dipped
different
your
things.
finger in paint.
Finger in paint after stuff.
There it is. Boom.
Yes.
And then you use that finger to write on objects in the house. Yes or
That-
no?
Yes, that was after after writing on the walls, the blood had kind of dried, as it were, and so I stuck my finger into a can of paint and also, excuse me, mineral spirits to
See, if I was questioning, he wouldn't. As soon as he said yes, I'd have been on the
my
next
verbal
question.
messages onto the wall.
And you use your finger as a paintbrush, right?
Essentially, yes.
And can we put up Exhibit 369, please?
I cannot imagine dipping a severed finger into mineral spirits. Oh my
Ugh.
God, the amount of pain
Um,
that would be. Oh,
It might, it might be plaintiffs. Let's.
Yeah. If this is the best they got on a cross, they gonna have a monster problem. They got a problem. This cross is disastrous. It's bad. I thought
Yeah.
the Rittenhouse one was bad, but this is not going well for Team Member at all.
Now
They got some good points
Mr.
in
Depp,
earlier.
we're gonna take a look at some pictures shortly, but
they should have just stuck
you'd
with the
agree with me,
technical
there was
defamation.
Quite a bit of damage.
I thought they
to the
had.
house
I
in
thought that's their
Australia
best
after
case.
this incident, correct?
There was quite a bit of damage to the house during the entire incident. Yes.
And you don't remember the television breaking, do you?
I remember there was I believe there was a coffee cup stuck into the screen or a plate or something like that.
And you don't remember the window breaking, do you?
I don't remember a window breaking.
But you do remember that there was quite a lot of blood everywhere, including on floors and sofas.
Well, I'd noticed, that's how I'd noticed that I was leaking. There was heat in my finger and I felt this warmth and this liquid, and then I noticed that the tip of my finger was gone. And at
And-
that point, I think I went into some sort of shock or whatever is closest to a kind of nervous breakdown.
Yeah,
You
you
went to
testified
shock.
that
Went to shock.
breakdown. It's you could have also defaced a painting by drawing a penis on it, couldn't you?
But if you're in shock,
About
though, what
that.
did he
I don't
expect?
remember drawing
It's-
a penis on a painting.
Given the state you were in, it's entirely possible that you did that, even if you don't remember it to this day, correct?
It's totally possible.
Drawing a
you did
penis on a
that.
painting was not the first thing on my mind.
Let's
I had messages to write, reminders that were for misheard.
Oh,
You
what
don't
a
deny
line.
that if a painting was defaced with a penis drawn on it, that could have been you, even if you were blacked out and don't remember that, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Yes.
There's allowed it.
This was no blackout. I know you love the word. It was no blackout. It was shock.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Depp. Respectfully, it was, you don't deny that you could have defaced a painting in the manner that I just described.
Amber's got a sad look on her face too.
Given that I had
She's trying to
written
look. She's trying to look the part
from
now.
the mirror and then misheard, added to them. It's also not impossible that Ms. Heard may have drawn a penis on a painting somewhere.
It's
Yep.
possible. It's possible, right?
That's not where I was going.
It's possible.
Let's take a look at page 451 of your testimony in the UK trial, please.
So only thing he's doing is just going to the UK trial, asking him the same questions. And if it's something different, he's just trying to impeach him on. This is. There's no theme. There's no story. I'm not getting the narrative here. You know what I mean?
And his impeachments are weak. Like, they're not direct
And if you
contradictory
look at
statements.
page,
They might have slight
451,
variations.
Line 21, please. You were asked the question, let me ask you, is defacing a painting something that you are likely to have forgotten? Answer, I recall a painting on a lampshade, on a wall, on a mirror. I remember dunking my finger into paint thinner and using paint when I had run out of blood to paint with, and I could have defaced the painting, I suppose, but I do not remember a painting specifically. Question down below on 452, line 15. So there are parts of this episode that you do not remember at all, because that would be quite a big thing, would it not? Painting a penis on a picture? Answer, it would be quite a big thing. I do not recall.
Depends on
Question,
the penis.
it is not something you would do by accident, is it? You do not accidentally. Answer, no, I would say not. Question, you have no recollection? Answer, I am sorry, I'm not 100% sure that I can say I did that. Did I read that right?
You did read it right, sir. Thank you.
Let's take a look at exhibit.
That's not even an impeachment of what he
374,
said.
please.
What the hell was that?
374?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would almost object and say objection, improper impeachment. We move to strike that testimony because it was not clearly his testimony was consistent with his prior statements, and Mr.
Mr.
Rottenborn
Depp,
is
you recognize
grandstanding.
this as one of the mirrors that you
exactly.
wrote on with your injured finger in March of 2015.
Yes, I do.
And yesterday you texted, I'm sorry. We've seen a lot of texts today.
It's all right. I did text someone yesterday.
Yesterday,
Even him like this.
you testified that you wrote on the mirror, and I don't remember exactly what you said, but you essentially said that you wrote things about your past with Miss Heard or grievances
Reminders.
that you had with her, correct?
Reminders.
Oh, gosh, I hate this.
Okay.
I got to step away for just a second. Go to the
Your Honor,
bathroom. Be right
permission
back.
to move. I'd move this in as an exhibit and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No
All
objection,
right,
Your Honor.
374.
This is Nate the Lawyer's channel now. Boom. You people in the chat are stuck with me. Now you had all that crap to say. I run things now. It is Nate the Lawyer's channel. Woohoo!
So on this, which you wrote on with your severed finger, you wrote in some mix of paint or blood, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber.
She was banging Billy Bob Thornton because she was doing the movie with Billy Bob.
Miss Heard arrived directly in Australia from filming the film London Fields in England with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
Oh, I called it. So she was
And
banging
you
Billy
hadn't
Bob?
seen your new bride in 3 or 4 weeks, and she arrives. You're not happy about her filming with Billy Bob Thornton, and so as part of this altercation incident, after your finger is injured, you write starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber on the mirror, correct?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection.
That is a compound question. This guy's got to know. One question at
Let's
a
pull up
time, people.
Exhibit 375, please.
On to the next question. All right. But Billy Bob is the band, though. Billy Bob, you know, he had what, Angelina Jolie. Billy Bob is, you know, he gets around. I'm gonna say it, guys. This lawyer
if
is
you recognize
dying right
this
now on
as,
cross.
another mirror on which you wrote with your in blood and paint after your finger injury in March of 2015.
After she
Yes,
cut
sir,
my
that's
finger
in the
off.
same bathroom.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 375 and request permission to publish.
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
375 in evidence, publish.
Okay. Can we please pull up Exhibit 377, please?
Did I miss the dick on the painting?
No. You missed the. She's banging Billy Bob Thornton.
Damn it.
Yeah, man. Billy Bob
Oh.
Thornton is the man, though. Angelina Jolie, Halle
This
Berry,
is a
Amber
picture of
Heard.
a
It's like, what the
lampshade
fuck am I
that you
doing
wrote
wrong?
on
He's putting it down.
after you sustained a finger injury on March 8th, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of Exhibit 377,
No objection.
All right, 377 in evidence, you can publish.
permission to publish.
She already said you could publish.
And on this lampshade, which appears to be sitting on the ground, you write some mixture of blood or paint. Good luck and be careful at top.
Yes, correct.
Correct?
Dude, I do not know
Yes.
how this helps them, showing that
I thought it was
he's
good advice.
Okay.
got. That was good advice. This man had his finger chopped off, and you're just dwelling on the fact that
Now-
he did. You should just wait for her to have her counter testimony. You should
You have
avoid this shit
never-
at all costs.
And I know
Yeah.
Ms. Heard will give her account of this.
Every
of this
question is about
incident later in
what
the trial.
happened.
Just to be clear,
Is
you have
reminding us that
never
she cut his
seen
finger.
Amber inflict
She cut the
harm
tip
on
of his finger.
herself or on her arms or anything like that, correct?
Objection compound.
Sustain.
You've never seen Amber inflict harm on herself.
This guy can't get past the compound questions.
That depends on your definition of harm, sir. That's quite a broad word.
Good answer.
Yeah, good answer. Yeah.
Can you please pull up your UK testimony at page
You got nothing to counter that?
434?
He's pulling the UK testimony. So what he's doing is he seems like he's asking the same questions that the lawyer asked him at the UK testimony. And if there's any difference, he goes back and tries to impeach with that testimony. It's weak. It's weak.
Yeah, it doesn't come across well. And again, so if his thing is going to be,
Objection, Your Honor. Maybe we approach.
Yes.
oh,
Well, this is weak because generally when the only time I want to go back and get someone's prior testimony or something I can impeach them with is when I got something good, right? Because that
Yeah.
whole process slows things down. And then when you get somebody on something good, people will, oh, that's the reason why. But if you're doing it every 5 seconds, then it just becomes, even if you do get something good, people wouldn't think it's nothing because you've done it so
Are
many
you,
different times.
Are you there on page 434, line 25?
I agree.
434, okay. Yes.
And in the UK trial, were you asked this question and did you give this answer? Question,
Okay.
you have never seen her inflict harm on herself, on her arms or anything like that during the time you were with her? Answer, no. Did I read that right?
I don't see it on page 434. Can you?
You got to go to the top of page 435. So sorry if I wasn't clear. Let's go.
Oh, 435. Okay.
And that right there just
Page
killed the whole thing now.
You have never seen
Yep.
her inflict harm on herself
And he
on
said
her arms or
434
anything like
earlier.
that
Should have caught it.
during the time you were with her. And then the
See all the
answer,
punches going now because
page
now you've got to do it again.
435 is no. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Thank you. Now, you testified yesterday that when you went to the hospital that you told them that you had injured your finger in an accordion door. You remember giving that testimony?
Yes, I do.
That's actually not true, is it? You actually told the hospital that you had cut it off with a kitchen knife. Isn't that right?
No, that's not true.
Can you pull up Exhibit 360, please?
I believe there was one of my team who might have said that to the doctor, but that was not my, those were not my words.
Now, if they messed up this,
keep Amber's name out of it.
if they messed up this is going to be bad. He should have known this because he's trying to impeach him with it too. He should have known.
Well, he's just going to go off a doctor's note that says a kitchen knife or a nurse's note, I'm guessing.
But he's attributing it to Johnny. He said,
Mr. Depp,
Johnny,
I'm
you
not going
told
to move
him.
this exhibit into evidence, but do you
Why not?
see the portion where it says, thanks for seeing and treating this patient? You see that? And then right after that, it said he sustained an injury to his right middle finger tonight after accidentally cutting it with a kitchen knife.
But he didn't say that though.
See that?
I do see
And
that.
there's no mention of an accordion door in that document, is there?
This is a horrible impeachment because
I'll read it if you like, but that was I didn't sign my name to this.
And-
that's not my statement to them. I used the accordion door.
You
So if they
testified
used
yesterday
another
that you
excuse,
told
then I can't help.
you testified yesterday that you told Dr. Kipper that Miss Hurd had in fact been responsible for your finger injury. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
But in fact, in subsequent communications to Dr. Kipper, you referenced more than once that you chopped off your own finger to Dr. Kipper, correct?
No.
I think the key word is chopped off my own finger. When you say to someone, I've chopped my finger off,
You're not saying I chopped my finger
that's
off.
just going straight to the fact. You don't get into
yes, you threw
you
a
did
beer
this,
bottle
you
off.
did
Yeah,
that.
I understand what you're talking about.
My finger's been chopped off.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 398.
And again, any normal person, yeah, when I chopped my finger off, that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that you did it. You got it caught in something. Whoever.
Something happened. Yeah.
When I lost my arms, does that mean that you set your arms down and
You
walked
pulled them
away and
both
they couldn't
off.
remember where? Yeah, it's like,
When I was in Nam and I lost my legs, that means you pulled them both off and ran away. No.
The text message number 94, which is a text message from you to Dr. David Kipper on March 19th, 2015. Do you see that?
I will in a second.
Sure.
94. This is, yes, March 19th, so I was in Los Angeles, yeah.
oh, Gonzo says, seriously, why the fuck is the Sun trial admitted as evidence? This retard is just trying to impeach him on every fucking syllable. It's admitted as it's admitted as evidence because he made the statements under oath. They're admissible. The admissibility of the trial and the outcome was not allowed during
Yes,
opening statements
I see the.
because
I see
it's
the
prejudicial.
text.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this exhibit with just that text displayed and every identifier redacted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, if we could do that redactions, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So yeah, they couldn't admit because what crazy cat lady lawyer was trying to do during that opening statement was to draw a parallel, an improper inference in the jury's
It's a
mind.
pathetic attempt at humor. My apologies.
Was to draw an inference in the jury's mind that because he lost the UK trial, that this trial was somehow invalid. And the reason it was objected to and sustained pretty quickly and at sidebar by the judge was that she had already rejected that
All right,
argument
the
from that
amendment
same
as
attorney.
redacted.
You cannot try to draw an improper inference, but you can use any statements that are made under oath by a party, especially for the purposes of impeachment.
If you can, a little bit more. Thank you. So in this text message from you to Dr. Kipper on March 19th, 2015, you text him, "My most sincere apologies to you, Doc. I understand your decision based on my immunity to do the right thing, and I truly do thank you for your concern. I must apologize for not having had the presence of mind
I just
to
read this. This
respect
is
the
real
man who has
stupid.
been the most kind and who has done more for me than anyone ever. There was no call for my spineless and base behavior toward you. I honestly understand the reasons for your concerns in your letter and can say to you now, they no longer are an issue. Thank you for everything. I have chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should never cut my finger off again. I love you, brother, Johnny."
It's
That's-
a
that's-
Did I
joke,
read that right?
you
You did.
idiot.
And Miss Heard was not on that text message, was
You
she?
are fucking
No, she was
stupid.
not.
Obviously, it's a
Can you
joke,
take
but
that down and put up exhibit
the
499?
jury, you just gotta hope the jury knows it's a joke. It's a joke.
mean,
though.
any-
I know it's a joke.
I don't know who couldn't figure out that that's obviously a joke. I've cut off my middle finger to remind me not to cut off my finger again.
I would be laughing, but I'm just hoping the people in the jury was like, it's an obvious joke. Because you don't want to. I don't want to. It's
And I'd
like
to,
I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes
Well, if they don't
in
understand,
text, in
Yeah.
text, it's like it's hard to understand the joke, but it's
No, it's-
obvious. It's obviously a
I'd
joke.
like to direct
a
your
great movie
attention to
about
item
this.
39.
it's Al Brooks.
Second text down.
Shut up, Rottenborn. It's
This is a
Al
text
Brooks.
message exchange between you and Erin Borum, Dr. Kipper's nurse, on October 31st, 2015. You see that?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this exhibit with just that text message
No objection.
All right, if we could redact it.
and the appropriate redactions. Thank you.
Okay, so the movie is called Searching for Comedy in the Muslim World with Al Brooks. And if you don't know, Al Brooks is he's a very sarcastic, dry comedian. I think he's great. I think he's very funny in his movies and in his stand-up and stuff like that. And he's hired by the US government to go find out what makes Muslims laugh. It's a satire. And they send him to India, which is the second most populous Muslim nation in the world. And except nobody there understands sarcasm. And so he's telling all these jokes and he's just bombing. It's every
And in
single
this text
time.
message from you to Dr. Kipper's nurse, Erin Borum, in October of 2015, you say, and I'll just try to read the relevant parts, sent huge text to Kipper, no response. He's an odd duck, old Kipper. This is the second time that he's held off giving me meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Oh well, I want off of the majority of the stuff anyway. I guess that's a new way to stop.
So this is all supposed to mean that he that
read
she
that
chopped
right.
his finger, that he chopped his own finger off. That's
And
not what any
Amber
of
is
this
not
means.
on that text
course.
exchange, correct?
No, she's not.
I'd like
Like,
to,
come on. And the rest of that,
well,
I'm your pimp. What did it say? It's something about like, come on,
343.
guy.
I believe it's plaintiff's exhibit 343. And this is where you tell Amber in a recording that you mentioned the day
yes,
I chopped my
it
finger
was-
off. So let's listen.
It was
to that.
his right hand that he chopped his finger off. So in the other text, when he's talking
Yeah, I
about
think
chopping
it's
his
plaintiff's
left
it's
finger
it's
off.
the same one that was played yesterday. I believe that was
Okay,
plaintiff's
sorry.
343.
I gotta go pick up my kids. Oh my god, this is a disaster. Hopefully it gets better, but if they don't get something better more than this out of it,
Okay.
this is a disaster. This is a
It's
total
not-
disaster.
Not
I'm
good.
playing.
All right, brother. Catch you later, man.
Later, brother.
202:15 to 202:19. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, it's great having Nate on, man. Refreshing to have some
I don't know if
blunt
we'll be able to get it exactly right.
takes
so
on the
there's a
quality of
second or two
this
on either side, but we'll do our best.
cross.
That's fine.
Echelon Entertainment says, could they do an average or ballpark of what he could have lost from just Pirates and Fantastic Beasts? Kind
Do you have the
of.
date of this recording? Mr. Rottenborn?
You kind of can.
What's the date of the recording?
I don't know. It's a plaintiff's exhibit. I'm not, I don't know the date of the recording.
Oh,
But you'd have to go with contract amounts.
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay. Yeah.
You hear that? And you said the day I chopped my finger off? Let's play it again. Let's
that'd
do
be
it again.
great, thank you.
Fight you're talking about. I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now
I
we're
shot
talking
my
about
finger.
Australia. Okay.
Are you sure that's
Yeah, let's do it one more time.
what
You
I'm
actually
saying?
don't.
Or is it the day that I got my finger chopped off?
No, you say the day that I chopped my finger
Objection,
off.
Your Honor,
let's
he's
play it
testifying.
one more time, because I think I left out the word that. It says the day that I chopped my finger off.
I didn't hear that.
Fight you're talking about. I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that.
Now
I
we're
shot
talking
my
about
finger.
Australia. Okay.
I'm not so sure. In fact, earlier you had quoted Jerry Judge from the airplane tape as calling me an asshole. Wait till the asshole falls asleep. And I'm positive that those words never left his mouth, because he would have, if I would have been making those noises in the bathroom, he would have ripped the hinges off.
Maybe they left his mouth when you were passed out, sir, respectfully. Let's listen to this
I don't
one more
think he
time.
was,
Objection.
Objection.
I'll sustain.
Yeah,
his
move to
argument.
strike.
I'll sustain his argumentative and I'll move to strike. All right.
Very good.
Next question.
Good work to Depp's team on that one.
Yeah, I
That
just wanted to play this video. This one more time.
Rottenborn's salty little bitch right now.
Fight you're talking about. I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that. I
Now we're
shot
talking
my
about
finger.
Australia. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we can move on. Let's bring up exhibit 380, please.
380.
This is another recording, Your Honor. I don't know whether it's been admitted into evidence yet.
380. Plaintiff's 380 or defendant's 380?
I believe it's defendants. I left my cheat sheet.
Okay. Thought it was an easy question.
I'm sorry.
Okay. 380.
I had it written down and
All right.
don't have it in front of me.
That's fine. Is it- They're both 380.
Plaintiff's 380.
Plaintiff's 380. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I don't know if that's in evidence or not. Is plaintiff's 380 in evidence? No. So you're offering 380 before we hear it. Can we put it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd move it into evidence, and the portions that I'd like to play are 3333 through 3410.
I assume no objections. This is the audio.
As long as this is an audio recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, we have no objection.
This
but it-
portion is.
This portion is.
Yes, I believe that there's other portions that involve other people, but as best I'm aware, well, actually, no. May we approach? Because I think.
Okay. Yeah. Look, if you need no further indication about how this is going versus how he is starting to react more and more to Johnny Depp. He is frustrated. Depp is getting under his skin. He knows he's on the losing end of a lot of these exchanges. Depp is saying things that make him look bad because he does look bad, because his style of questioning is not measuring up. It's the promise of a huge payoff and nothing coming out. And so it's, I think, you'd be frustrated as an attorney, but you can't do that, especially not with a Johnny Depp on the stand, because he's doing it better. Rottenborn's trying to do these little snarky things, but Depp does them better. And that's just a problem for him. But ultimately, it's not about the snark. It's not about the witticisms and the little lines and the barbs and the jabs back and forth. I mean, that just goes to the general likability of Depp, which is probably, it's a little more important than Rottenborn's likability. If he's going to do closing argument, he has to be likable to the jury. And I think he's sacrificing some of that. But really, the main issue here is that they're not getting in evidence that they need to sustain their claims.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to work out an issue with one of the the audio recordings. So we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess for the afternoon, okay? Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? All right. Okay, sure.
A little 4-year-old just came up and she said, Daddy, my leg bones are broken. I need to go to the chiropractor. Okay. All right. Ugh. Oh my goodness. Eduardo Irizarry Paqueos has been watching since the Kick Vic BS. Love the content. Has helped me understand some stuff about court. Wish I knew a lot of things I've learned when I was in my early 20s and got in trouble. Too loud? Did it? Sometimes when things get muted, StreamYard has this background compensation that they do. And unfortunately, like, shockingly, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm not manipulating the volume. Like, I'm not doing anything to the mic. Like, I get a setting at the beginning of the show and then I don't touch anything. So when we're 5 hours and 40 minutes into a live stream and the mic comes in really, really hot, it's not me like adjusting something. I'm not like suddenly, you know what? Now I need to change the microphone settings. So it's StreamYard is back in processing. And believe me, when there is an alternative that offers like better audio control, I'm there. Be happy to switch because I'm not I'm not a big fan of how their system has been working for me lately, or more appropriately hasn't. So but yeah, so I do apologize if the mic gets super loud or whatever. And believe me, like if I had my way, there would not be all this back end compensation. They try to make streaming for dummies, and it's like, okay, but give me an advanced mode for the audio control. I guess we're going to break here. You need a full board. I have sufficient audio control here, but it's the signal that goes from StreamYard to something else that is the issue, because their setup balances stuff on the back end, and I can't hear it. Like I would have to set up a stream like you guys, which would then be on a 20-second delay, and again, if they're going to spike the audio, like I can't even compensate for that because I won't know that it's happening in real time. There's nothing to do, unfortunately. David McInnes, Waves playlist writer, audio volume problem solved. Again, you're missing the idea. It's StreamYard balances stuff after I do in a different way. So just go to OBS then. You can't bring in guests and share video on OBS in a simplified way. It's messy and complicated if it even works. You have to use like OBS Ninja, which is not the cleanest system either. I mean, but guys, remember that, please, that I do this every day. I spend a fortune on all of the different tools that are available. Yeah. Like I have explored many options on how to do this. This is currently the best way to do it. It'd be great if there were better tools. And when there are, I will pay for them. I will support them. I will, whatever it takes. Glad to help. Let's see. But anyway, let me hit some more of these super chats as we wait on this break. And we don't need, get off my screen, you scumbag. We have that Star Wars girl. Hey, what's up? Anna says, I painted 2 eyes while watching this stream. If anyone's quote unquote wasting time, it's Rottenborn for asking all these pointless questions and accomplishing nothing. We all know Amber's guilty and he hasn't swayed anyone. Yeah. And that's what Nate was saying. And I agree. This just isn't moving the needle. This is not moving anyone to the side of Amber Heard. And this is your time. You have 2 major linchpins of this case that are obvious to everyone. There may be more, but 2 that are obvious to everyone. And that is the testimony of Johnny Depp and the testimony of Amber Heard. And they needed to come out and destroy Johnny Depp's credibility. They need to show overt lies, severe misrepresentations. They need to show where he is trying to deceive and manipulate a jury. And they haven't. They need to show where he's known to deceive and manipulate other people, and they can't. And I was suspecting that they would have trouble with this because Johnny was so brazen about talking about the truth at the beginning, which he probably would have had that discussion with his lawyer. But he came right out and attacked it. He said, attack me on the truth. Attack me. And it's an interesting strategy because now they're going after everything. These are all the lies, all the alleged lies, and they got nothing of value. The worst thing they had today, in my opinion, were those text messages where he said, let's drown and burn her and I'll rape her dead corpse to make sure she's dead or whatever. Like, that was the most shocking and explicit and bad look thing. And that wasn't even that bad because obviously he didn't do it. It seems to be hyperbolic and they removed all the context. Of course, they removed all the context from that line. But that's like the worst stuff today because it just doesn't look good to say something like that. No matter what you mean. No matter what you mean, you don't want that popping up in front of a jury. Just you just don't. But with all of that, they've presented nothing else to really go after him. Just little nitpicky things. You said something slightly different in your UK trial. I mean, kinda. You said you didn't use drugs. Well, I wasn't using drugs. But didn't you ask for cocaine and ecstasy? Well, Amber asked me for that. And it doesn't say I used it because I didn't. So, but their whole concept has to be, are we to believe that you are acquiring cocaine and not using it, you drug addict? Well, guys, I go to the grocery store and I buy candy for my kids and I really don't eat much candy. It's like I buy them a bag of dumb suckers, right? And I hate those things. I don't want one ever. Never eat that. So what are we supposed to believe here? All right, we've got another guest to join into the stream. Hold on 1 second. Looks good. What's up, Ben?
I cannot complain.
So what's on your mind, man? How's it going? What are you observing here?
Well, I'm only catching bits and pieces of it. I've been watching a local trial involving, unfortunately, the death of a kid due to the shooting by another kid. And
oof.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of questions about access to the firearm that I've just been kind of critiquing and making notes on. It's been occupying my time the past week. But everything I've seen and heard, I mean, Depp seems like a genuine victim. I've done a few cases for DV over the years. The longest case I ever did was 5 years that originated as a DV case before we got to trial on that. And he just screams genuine as far as the emotions go.
Yeah, I agree. He comes across entirely credible. Like, and this is their one opportunity to destroy it, to destroy his credibility from the stand. Because I mean, they can try run a counter narrative with Amber or some other witness. But it's not going to have the same impact as if you can actually crush the person while they're sitting up there. And you have to, because he's supposedly a bad guy, right? So you have to wreck him. He's the villain of her story, and they're not doing it, not effectively, at least.
Yeah, I mean, he's not being cast as the villain so much as, at most, an unfortunate drug addict. wrong place, wrong time, but that's not an abuser.
Exactly. It's that's been their, seems to be their, what I would think is an ill-advised strategy, that that abuse of substances equals abuse of people, and that's just not true. It's just not true. Sometimes they happen together. They can coincide, but you have to show where that has happened, or hope the jury is just dense, I guess.
I won't make a Virginia joke.
That's true. We are, but we're in DC, right? Like, well, oh wait, no, that's probably worse.
Well,
that's probably worse.
If anything, it's better for Depp that they're in the DC area, because most of that jury is very familiar probably with being blacked out due to drug use.
No, that's not blacked out. You got that wrong. He said multiple times. You're misunderstanding blacked out. I can't believe you. Can't believe you.
I wouldn't know from personal experience, so all I have to go from is the actor and the man in the suit. And I know who I'm trusting when I see a lawyer and an actor in a room.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. What do you think about that? That was something I commented on a little bit ago with Rottenborn, that
is that really his name?
Yes, that's his actual name. It's not a moniker. But he's getting into these exchanges, these back and forth snippy comments with Johnny Depp. And Depp's been doing them all day, and Rottenborn has been doing them here and there too. But I think he's losing them. Like, I don't think his come across well. Am I just being crazy?
I mean, from what I've seen, it looks like he's losing, but I'm not surprised by that. You got to figure that his entire practice, most of the time he's doing these exchanges, are at best white collar executives. They're not trained actors. They're not people who are used to having to talk to audiences and be charismatic doing it. So when he's got those kind of people on the stand, whatever he's questioning them about, he'll probably come out ahead.
Yeah, that's the dilemma that they have, and I don't know, they should have done better for their sake. I'm glad they're not, by the way. Like, pretty clear so far that my bias is in favor of Johnny Depp. I'm willing to be convinced of anything, though. I don't have any particular loyalty to him. I liked the first Pirates movie. I tolerated the second Pirates movie, and by the time the third one came out and I watched that, I wanted to die. And I didn't watch 4 or 5 because I thought the third one was one of the worst executed movies I've ever seen. Frankly, at the time, at least, I was very harsh on it. Other Johnny Depp movies are great or whatever, but I don't care if he never makes another movie in the entertainment or like my personal gratification sense.
Well, I think this alone, assuming he validates himself in the public eye, even if he doesn't win, he's got at least one more movie, the actual retelling of this story in him, at least as producer or director. But I just find it kind of interesting because every snippet I've caught tells me that it's like both sides picked one competent legal team and then split it down the middle between them. You've got one side that's pretty good at making objections and one side that sucks at defending against them.
Yeah. They're doing better today, though. They're doing, the Depp's team, I think, is doing much better on objections today.
That's good.
And they've been going up to sidebar on a lot more of the objections. And I think that the sidebar environment gives them more of an opportunity to have a back and forth rather than just making one statement each. And that has been beneficial, I believe. So that's what I've been observing today on the objections. But the past couple days, I mean, they were just downright terrible.
Yeah, gives them a chance to say stuff like objection foundation as opposed to it's just background.
Right.
Actual legal objections.
Yes, and actual legal exceptions to hearsay. Like, this goes to the witness's state of mind, present sense impression, things like that. They need to be able to hammer those out, and they were not doing them very well the past couple of days. But like I said, today they've been better in my opinion. But they're on offense today, right? Like for objections, so that could be something too. But I see a little bit different tone and approach in general. So I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged. White Alakazam says, got some weirdos in my mentions of my tweet of Amber's face as Depp tells the poo story, excusing her actions as a cry for help and saying her cat poops on the counter to ask for help. These people are weird, dude. Yeah. Look, wait, so they're saying, oh, they're admitting to the poop, but saying that the poop was her crying for help. Well, I mean, I guess
It's certainly a cry for attention.
I'm going to go to my carpenter's house and poop on his bed because I need some work done. This is my cry for help. There you go. Peter says, Nick, comedically snarky is half of your online persona. Of course you find it endearing. Bet at least a quarter of the jury finds it grating. And I addressed this in chat, but I wanted to address this now. I think that's possible, but I also think that, again, Rottenborn is going into the weeds with Johnny Depp on the snark and the snipping and the back and forth stuff. And once you get down in there with him, you're both equally grating unless one of you is better at it than the other. And I don't think Rottenborn is winning those exchanges very well. And I think Johnny's doing okay. But, you know, who knows? Terry Irwin says, thanks for the commentary, Nick. I mean, Nate the lawyer, lol. Rude. Peter says, is Rottenborn using compound questions in order to testify inappropriately? I mean, yes. Also to confuse the witness, or just because he's flustered. And so you ask things that you would normally ask in stages, you ask them all together. And I think it's great that they started objecting to his compound questions because it's throwing him off. They got 3 objections on the same question. That was hilarious. It makes him doubt his own strategy, I think, and his own method. So anything to do stuff like that is good. Megan Davis says, why does the lawyer continue to bring the UK case into question? The case already happened. What does it have to do with the current case? Is he expected to remember his precise answers from then? And if he can't, he's lying. So they're bringing it up because these are statements made by Johnny Depp into a record under oath. So if he says something that is different, sufficiently different here, then he was either lying then or lying now. And both of those impact his credibility. That's the main thing. So they're asking questions that are either similar or the same to the UK case in the hopes that he'll give a very different answer, that he'll slip up. He's not expected to remember his precise answers, but his answers should be consistent if they're truthful. That's the idea. And I think largely that their attempts to impeach his answers have been pretty flaccid. They don't seem to be doing anything to actually suggest that he's lying, in my opinion. See, Neil says, Nick, you got to do a Law Nerd compilation of channel hijacks. You and Andy on Joe's, Andy's hijack of yours last night and Nate's today. They've been great, though I'm still not over the nuke scare last night. Christopher McMillan says, Johnny Depp is reminding me of the time I was in court defending a friend of mine. Ask stupid questions, be answered in a way that makes you really stupid for asking them. Needless to say, we won. Also, Miss Turd looks grim, trying to cry. Some women cry ugly. They don't cry macho like Clint Eastwood. Dessert Rat says, Russian puppet impeach. Oh, crap. Wrong place. See, Neil says, when I say I lost my eye, I didn't lose it. I know where it went and why it went there. So when I say I zigged when I should have zagged, it's called sarcasm. Yeah, exactly. That whole thing about the finger was just well, you cut it off, didn't you? You told other people you cut it off. I mean, it's a colloquialism. Merrick 380 says, today is the day Rottenborn will remember as the day he almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. Very good. Very good. Farmland Tom says, it would be great to watch the trial with you, but I'm busy shipping 60 plus orders for Amber's super odor eliminating spray in the past 2 hours. Thanks to Nick. Search Farmhand Tom, a few bottles remaining. Well, there you go, Farmhand Tom. I'm glad you're finding success with that. That's great. Synapse says Rottenborn discovering this isn't like winning arguments by himself in the shower. Nancy Focus, welcome to the channel. Thank you. Memnox says first time super chatting here. Hey, thank you. Try vMix. You can bring in up to 10 guests. I think it's real audio processing and sends a return to guests. It's a bit expensive, but you could try it free for a month. I've seen it used in esports a lot. I will. Thank you. That is a great suggestion. I'm going to write it down right now. Expensive is fine if it works because, you know, tax write-off or whatever. I'll write it down in the stupid 1099 that I got. God, I hate taxes.
All right, thank you. You can be seated. And your next question, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think before the break, we were going to ask to play a portion of Exhibit 380, which is an audio recording. Counsel for both sides have conferred that neither side has an objection to the following excerpt being played, which is 33:33 through 34 minutes, through 34:00.
So 33 minutes to 34 minutes. So you're only entering to evidence that 1 minute of this audio. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So somebody's going to get me an audio clip of just that at some point, correct?
Sure, we're happy to take care of that.
Okay, so I'll make that 380A.
We can fight over the rest of it later, but for
It's-
now, this will be just
Plaintiff's
this.
380A.
Plaintiff's 380A. Would you
Okay.
like, we're happy to take care of that if,
That's fine. Somebody just gives me that 1 minute.
oh, I'm told it's actually defendants, so, oh, they're both 380, so take your pick. So we'll get it to you. How about that?
Oh, joy. Okay. All right. Three, somebody's, we're going to go.
You're really getting their money's worth.
Okay. Try to keep the record clear. 380A and 33 through 34. Okay, go ahead.
What you are and who you are and how you fucked me over and make me feel sick of myself. There's still a lot left in the day. Maybe you should dye your hair. I see your roots.
I couldn't understand any of that.
That's your voice in that audio recording, Mr. Depp, correct?
It is indeed, sir.
Now, we talked a little bit about what you wrote on the one mirror when you said Billy Bob Thornton and Easy Amber. Remember seeing that picture?
Oh, shit.
And we talked about how Amber had just been in London filming a film with Billy Bob Thornton, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were apart from her, she would want to socialize with other people, and that made you feel insecure, right?
Compound and speculative.
All right. Compound as sustains to compound.
Okay. When you were apart, she would want to socialize with other people, right?
Yes, I suppose at times, yes.
And that occasionally made you feel insecure, didn't it?
Not necessarily, no.
Let's look at page 257 of your UK transcript, please. I think that's day 2.
Day 2.
All right. Here comes the big reveal that he said he might feel insecure. Sure.
Oh, wow. An actor with insecurities. I'm astonished.
3:30.
Surprised.
What was the number again? I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. It's day 2, page 257.
257.
So it's page 23 of the document.
Oh, boy.
I'm still not entirely sure what the purpose of that audio playback was yet. You hadn't solidified the purpose of that for me. Sean Perry says defense counsel went to the Binger School of Lawyering.
257.
Yes, sir. 257. Line
Okay.
13. Did you give the following testimony in response to the following questions? Question. And when you were apart, she would want to do things with other people, see other people, go out with other people, socialize. Yes. Answer. Yes. Sure. Question. And did this occasionally make you feel insecure? Answer. Occasionally. Yes, it did. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343? Which is a
Boom,
recording.
roasted Johnny Depp.
It's been
How will you
admitted,
recover?
and we propose to play seconds 30 through 45. With your permission, Your Honor, may we
Go ahead.
play that portion?
If you look at the bigger picture, what is the
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
Can we play that one more time, please?
Objection
Is there
cumulative?
question associated with the
Before we do
audio?
so, this is you tell her you become irrational when you're doing movies, and you say you become weird. You heard those, right? Let's
I'd like to hear it.
yeah.
again,
Let's
if
play it
possible.
again. Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what is the
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
So you heard yourself, Mr. Depp, say, "I become irrational when we're doing movies." You heard that, right? I can play it again if you'd like.
It's very difficult to tell if that's a you or I.
Sure. Why don't we play it again?
Thank you.
If you look at the bigger picture,
I
what is the
become irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird. And, you know, we fight a lot more.
I think he says
Mr. Depp,
I become
in that
irrational.
audio, you say, "I
He
become
does.
irrational when you're doing movies. I become jealous, fucking crazy, and weird, and we fight a lot more." You heard that, right?
Yeah, something to that effect, yeah.
You can take that down. I'd like to fast forward,
What?
Mr. Depp,
So
to
what was the point of that, though?
December 15th, 2015. I
How
know there's
did-
been
how
some
was-
testimony on that day for the jury? And you and Miss Heard, you gave some testimony yesterday about an altercation that you had that evening. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I don't-
And
I
do you
don't know whether it
remember?
was evening, I'm not sure.
Yeah. And okay. You would agree that after this altercation that you had, that you wrote on the countertop in your penthouse at the ECB in like a gold Sharpie. Remember that?
Very well, yes.
And your counsel has showed a picture to you that allegedly was taken that day. I'd like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which was shown to the witness yesterday, I believe, Your Honor.
That's plaintiff's 409 was already in evidence, so we'll go ahead and publish it.
Is there a?
Venray,
Yeah, there we go.
just a reminder that all evidence against a party is prejudicial. Question is whether or not it makes
Mr.
a
Depp,
fact more or less likely to
and
be true. So
the jury
is it
will
relevant?
Hear more about this as the case goes on, but do you recognize this picture of Ms. Heard as a picture that was taken directly after the December 15th, 2015 incident?
I don't know when it was. I don't know when the photograph was taken. I don't know much about it.
Okay.
I was out of the
You
picture.
can take that down. In any event, you don't disagree that that there was a headbutt that evening. That I know that there's disagreement about the cause of it, but you would agree that that you headbutted Ms. Heard that evening, correct?
No.
No, I would vehemently disagree with that, sir. There was a lot of. I was trying to restrain Ms. Heard, and once I had restrained her, I would say if she's trying to still move around and kick at me or trying to get loose, any sort of movement when you're like this, your heads are together, this close together, it's not impossible for them to bump, but a headbutt is that's pretty extreme.
Okay,
Definition of that.
Let's take a listen to Exhibit 587. I believe that's Defendant's Exhibit 587. And Your Honor, this is one of the recordings that is just the two parties, Amber and Mr. Depp, and we would propose to play 8:45 through 9:20.
All right, is this whole 587 coming into evidence, the whole tape, or just that portion?
Yes, we propose the whole tape come in.
And to the extent that the tape is all just the two
And
parties,
and that's
fine.
just the two parties in this tape?
I believe so, Your Honor.
I believe.
Yes. I mean,
yeah.
we
Do you
can-
not know?
We'll confirm, but for right now, I would just like to get this part into evidence. If we can have tonight, we'll confirm with you tomorrow that the whole thing is just the two of them. That's my
It's like the
understanding.
insurance contract.
So right now, I can only put.
How did they not
587
review
in,
this?
And the minutes are, what were the minutes again?
8:45.
How
to
do you
9:20.
not know
8:45.
what your own exhibit is?
That portion's in evidence at the moment. Okay.
Well, you did.
Yeah, but
Thanks for your sorry.
he happy screaming is like somehow the end all be all very sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream. Couldn't believe you did that.
I never headbutted you.
That doesn't break me down.
I don't know if you were.
Why don't we play that one more time, please? Because, Mr. Depp, my question for you is, did you say I headbutted you in the forehead? That doesn't break a nose. So let's take another listen.
Certainly.
Well, you did.
Yeah, but
Thanks for your sorry.
he happy screaming is like somehow the end all be all very sort of offensive thing. You can throw a punch, screaming is okay. You can headbutt somebody screaming, but don't scream. Couldn't believe you did that.
Forehead. That doesn't break me down.
I don't know if you.
Mr. Depp, you said I headbutted you in the fucking forehead. That doesn't break a nose. Correct?
I did say those words,
Okay,
but
all right,
I didn't, I
we can-
said I was using the words that Ms. Heard was using.
Okay.
But there was not an intentional headbutt. And if you want to have a peaceful conversation with Ms. Heard, you might have to placate just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Let's listen to Exhibit 598, please, Your Honor. This is another recording that I believe is just between the two. I just want to confirm with my team, but for now, we just ask to play minutes 6:05 through 7:36 of 598.
598A and evidence of 6:05 to 7:36.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It sounded to me like he said, "I never headbutted you," but and then I heard in the fucking forehead that doesn't break a nose.
Is most responsible.
My 16-year-old daughter heard you saying shit
by the way,
that she would rather not hear.
By the way, because I'm louder.
Okay, what
By the way, my family, my friends,
you're
everyone
screaming.
around me saw all the bruises and broken blood vessel under my eye, the bruises on my head, the missing chunks of hair, the split lip, the black eye, the swollen nose, all that shit, because you're stronger. It does not mean because they heard me that I'm somehow more responsible. It just means they heard me because I yell in a fight. You do provoke. I yell. It doesn't mean I'm more responsible or badder. However, I am exposed via that. The distance between Cafe Cabrones and the house is significant. And I know that does not mean that they got an accurate representation of our fight. But if you told them stuff, great, cool. Thanks for exposing me. As I said to you before, don't do it again unless you want me to really also tell them my side of things. Because trust me, trust me, you know I have a different side than you. And if I show them pictures and stuff, I'm sure they'll have even more different side. And in fact, if I tell them even more stuff, they'll have an even more clear picture of what I think are both sides.
Maybe I should show them this and this.
That's true. You
from
can
the mineral
you
spirits.
can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you can do. Whatever. By the way, do it. I promise you, do it. Do whatever you want.
You don't want me to do that.
No, you
I'll
do
never
whatever
speak
you
to you
want.
again.
You do whatever you want.
Okay, I don't.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 526, please.
What the?
I'm not sure how that's helping the defense there.
It's not. They insist on playing two audio recordings where he supposedly admitted to doing something, and in this one,
After the
didn't say
incident on
jack shit.
December 15th, you wrote these words on the countertop at ECB, the Eastern Columbia building, correct?
And that is correct.
And that's your handwriting on the counter, right? You wrote,
I wrote it in my own handwriting, yes, sir.
"Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit." You see that?
Very well, yes.
And that's in Penthouse 3.
I meant it. Why be a fraud?
Okay.
Why lie?
Well, let's take a look at
Oh.
this. Let's take a look at Exhibit 580.
Why lie? Good question. Is the implication that he was writing that about himself?
Mr. Depp, I'd like to direct your attention to the text message 2 up from the bottom. It's a text message. This is my question to you. It's a text message from you to David Heard, Amber's father, on December 30th, 2015. Do you see that?
Which one am I looking
It's good question. 131. Can you scroll up, please?
131.
And my only question for you now is that's a text message from you to David Heard on December 30th, 2015, correct?
I was just reading it, sir. Sorry. Yes, yes, that's from me to David Hurd.
Your Honor, move for admission of 580. Just that text is all I want to ask the witness about.
No objection, but with the redactions of the
All
phone
right.
numbers.
Of course.
Is this all he can do? Bury the jury in innuendo?
Yeah, it's what it seems to be the extent of his impeachment. I mean, which I'm embarrassed. I'm expecting something good to come out, like something juicy,
580 entered evidence with redactions.
but I'm not seeing much challenging today.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in this text message, Mr. Depp, that you sent on December 30th, 2015, you tell him, Amber's father, below is a text that I never hit send on from a week or so again. It was in response to you. Hey, brother, I love you too, more than you can ever imagine. It's rare in life when one meets a kindred spirit, a couple of madmen with their thirst for further. There have only been maybe 3 people in my entire life of your ilk. You're a rare specimen and our friendship means everything. Yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. I cannot and will not excuse my part inside these dramas.
Whose fight?
But I can promise you with all confidence, they will never happen again. My most sincere apologies if I've let you down. Love you, brother. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. Yes.
Yes, you get an award for reading right.
In this text sent on December 30th, you're telling David Hurd that you messed up and went too far in a fight. And
It
in the
doesn't
audio
say
visit-
physical fight.
And in the audio
fights can be arguments.
Sure. And in the audio that we just heard, Amber's talking to you about people seeing her injuries from December 15th and how she hid them from your kids during Christmas.
Objection, hearsay.
Is that right? We just listened to.
I know, but I'll sustain the objection to that question. Next question.
Okay. After you came back from Australia, you and Amber saw, you can take that down. You and Amber saw someone by the name of Dr. Amy Banks. You joined her by Skype. Do you remember that?
The only time that I've ever seen Dr. Amy Banks was on a video link from Australia.
Right. And you saw her you saw her for a joint session with Amber, correct?
Yes.
And then you saw her individually for a session as well. Do you recall that?
Yes, a brief session as far as I remember, yeah.
And during the joint session with Dr. Banks, you didn't contradict Amber's reporting that you were
Objection,
violent toward her,
hearsay.
correct?
All right.
That's, if he contradicted that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Wow.
We're going to jump around a little bit in time here, Mr. Depp. Earlier today, you recall that we talked about March of 2013, and you saw the picture with the cocaine box that said property of JD. You remember that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Cocaine box.
I'd like to show you.
Yeah, he had a little box, skull and crossbones, property of JD. But he said he didn't carry cocaine in the box. He carried his cocaine in baggies.
Like a gentleman.
But in the UK, he said that there was likely cocaine in the box. Therefore, it was a very damaging impeachment.
Michelle, can you pull up exhibit Defendant's Exhibit 159, please. 159.
I mean, box cocaine just seems so redneck.
Yeah. Well, it was like a nice metal box, right? Decorative.
And Mr. Depp, what I'm going to ask you about is the second text down. It's the text from you to someone named Sis, who I think you testified was, you said at first it was Christy, but I think you then testified that it was Whitney Heard, correct?
Sis is always Whitney. I call my sister Christy something else, another nickname.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move for well, this is a text from you to Whitney on March 9th, 2013, correct? You see that?
What am I supposed to see? I'm sorry.
The second, the text, two down is a text from you to Whitney dated March 9th, 2013.
Yes, I see that. Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of this Exhibit 159 with that text and then the second and third text from the bottom, please. With the appropriate redactions on everything else.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay, let me I don't even know what the question is going to be or anything yet. So I'm going to read a super chat. Brady says, I hope that on redirect, Johnny can articulate something to the effect of, anytime I've said I chopped my finger off, it simply meant my finger was cut off. Amber was who caused it. And they can do that on redirect. I don't know that they want to spend too much time on it. We'll see. I don't know what the redirect strategy is going to be, but yeah, I mean, any of these sort of weird little ambiguous things they can address on redirect, and he can reassert his position on it and say, this is what it is. And then if they get a recross, they could say, but you said here and here. It's like, well, but you mischaracterized what I said. And that would look very poor for the defense team. Again, this is going to be a credibility question between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, I think.
Okay. Can you, Michelle, can you please redact everything but the second text message, please?
If Depp's case wins here, what happens to the ruling in the UK? Nothing. That was against a different party. It's a different lawsuit in a different legal system. They do not impact each other. Even if it was against Amber Heard in the UK, it would not impact his.
What we'll do is just call this 159A, and
Sure.
that'll be admitted with redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
So, Mr. Depp, this is a text message you sent to Whitney Heard on March 9th, 2013. And in this text message, you say, you blow that up as best you can, please. We had a slightly grim morning, but not a doozy. We kissed, she splits and texts me sweet stuff. I do the same right back and nada. So I just want to know that she is safe. I've heard nothing, just worried about her, XXX JD. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay.
That
So
makes
that
him look
text
terrible.
was sent on March 9th, 2013. With that in mind, could you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161?
Is this going to be one of the pictures?
I don't know. I'm not sure they have any pictures they can introduce through Johnny Depp that show any injury to Amber Heard.
Can you scroll? Yeah, no, here we go.
Greg Palmer says Fairfax County is the wealthiest county in the U.S. Highest median income in the country, 50% white, 20% Asian, wealthy, and educated.
Do you see four
DC
texts
suburb.
or 5 texts up from the bottom? There's a text exchange between you and Miss Heard. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And this is sent on March 12th, 2013.
Okay, yes, sir.
Which, if I'm doing my calculation right, was Tuesday, March 12th, 2013. And in the top text, you write, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. You see that? Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
Your Honor, I'd move to move for the admission of this exhibit with those texts.
What?
When you say those texts, which ones? Just
Those 4. The text exchange between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Did I miss
any
something?
objection to the.
We have no objection to the omission of the 4 text messages between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
All
on
right,
that
so
date.
to make those redactions.
Yeah.
then-
Is that supposed to be a veiled threat? Because according to Google, it's about true crime murder.
I have no idea what the purpose of the admit. I guess they're going to publish the text in just a second, and maybe we'll see like if there's something else. Like maybe that was just an identifier.
61 in evidence with the redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we'll just focus on the text. So we can see the top text is from you to Ms. Heard. And you say, just thought you should know that there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. That's all. And Amber wrote you back and said, we need that book, exclamation point. And you wrote back and said, is it about last Friday night? By any
Objection.
I'm sorry. I got it wrong.
I think you're really, yeah.
Amber writes you and says, we need that book. And then she writes you and says, is it about last Friday night by any chance? And you write, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? Yes, it is. Funny bitch. I fucking love you, you cunt. You wrote that on Tuesday, March 12th, 2013, referring to the previous Friday
You just
night.
disarmed him calling
March
her a
8th,
cunt earlier.
2013, correct?
I believe that this subject, I sent her that text that there exists a book called Disco Bloodbath from a bookstore that I was in. She said, we need the book, asked me about if it was about last Friday. I believe that I have a very different opinion of what that Friday was than you do, and I
Well, your counsel can ask you about that, and I'm sure
indeed,
Ms. Heard
well, I
will
think that's
testify
when
to
we'll
that.
get into that. Yes.
But my question to you is, you're writing, you're referring to such a hideous moment. You're responding to Ms. Heard's text is it about last Friday night by any chance? Isn't that right?
That's what she's asking me.
Okay. You can take that down, please.
So for him, cunt is a term of endearment. I mean, that's what I got from that.
Yeah, he just because that was the whole thing. Did you ever, from the Isaac Bruge testimony, he ever call her cunt and what to a face? Well, now he clearly has, and it was said with mirth, preceded by "I love you." Like,
Yeah, it's not an insult, apparently.
why would you put that text? And that text doesn't say what he
Can you
wants
please
to infer.
bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638.
All right, what is, we're going to enter this into evidence, or?
Yes, Your Honor. Move for the admission of this video into evidence.
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, 638 in evidence. Thank you. Now you can publish it.
I mean, now I want to see Depp play a judge if he's brought back into Hollywood.
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me, motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh my God, it looks like my first marriage.
I knew you were going to say that.
We have a date for this.
That's your house
illegally
list.
recorded tape. We have a
Yeah,
date
actually,
or-
objection. That two.
Why don't we
California's a
since you
two-party
have
consent
some
state.
questions about it. Why don't we watch it again?
Oh, I've
Play
seen
it
it.
again,
plenty.
Michelle.
I've seen him plenty of times.
Okay, you know what? We don't have to do that.
May we approach?
We don't have to do that.
Why didn't
This
they
is at
object
your
to this?
house in West Hollywood on Sweetser Avenue, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that's you in the video, Mr. Depp, right?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah,
And you would
I have a
agree
familiar
that
face.
you were violent in that clip, correct?
Clearly, I was having a bad time. I don't know what it was with regard to completely at this point, since I don't know the date. But being illegally recorded by
The bitch made me do it.
chosen other is well, it's quite fitting with the rest of the photographs and tape recordings she made. So I thought what was most interesting is that she tried to hide it from me, and then that she laughed and smiled at the end. I thought that was the most interesting part.
That was pretty
So-
interesting.
So yes,
You didn't
I
react.
did assault.
Look at that sad face on her.
I did not touch Miss Heard.
And
As you can see, I think. No.
and you may
She's
have
like in
been,
an acting
may have
class.
been
Can you do a sad
drunk
face
in
in
that video,
class?
correct?
There's a possibility of that, yes, sir.
You poured yourself a mega pint of red wine, correct?
Yeah, but he didn't drink it on the video, and he wouldn't have
pint.
been drunk. A mega.
I poured myself a large glass of wine.
Right.
I thought it necessary.
Right. Well,
But he couldn't have
Me
been under
too,
the effects
Johnny.
of that wine, you idiot.
let's look at UK 101, please.
I also have found it necessary to pour
Yeah,
myself
stay
a
one.
mega pint of wine from time to time.
I just hope Heard is paying these people on contingency.
For their sake, I hope she isn't.
I poured myself a glass of wine that costs more than your suit, counselor.
Line 5.
I don't see number one yet, sir.
I mean, to be fair, that's not hard in my case. I get my suits from dead people, so.
Oh, I've bought my share of $100 suits. Trust me.
I mean, but she does smile and smirk there at the end and laugh. Now she's trying to pout.
She said her puppy just got fed into a wood chipper. Can you play that scene for the rest of the class?
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm looking through, but it's all.
Well, she wants to make sure the camera's on her when she's pouting.
Oh, sorry.
Because she's a bad
I'm the
actress.
one,
She can't help it.
And
Aquaman, save me! You're my only hope.
Amused by the terminology. You were asked the question. You were drunk. I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer. I may have been.
Where are we, sir?
Line 5.
Thank you.
Question. You were drunk. I'm going to suggest. What do you say to that? Answer. I may have been. I do not recall. The chances are very good that I was if I was upset. Question. We saw you pour a sort of answer mega pint. Question. Mega pint of red wine, which is not everybody's choice for breakfast, is it? Answer. No. Did I read that right?
You did.
And you were very, very upset in that video, correct?
I think that's pretty clear, yes.
And you would agree that your behavior in that clip could be intimidating to anyone present in that room, correct?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
You would agree that your behavior was intimidating, correct?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Now you're a lot bigger than Amber, correct? Physically?
No.
I wouldn't say that.
She's gotten a little fat over the years.
Would you agree with me that the standards of a Southern gentleman were not in your mind in this particular moment?
What? That's the legal standard now?
Harkens back to something
I don't
from
know about anyone else,
8 hours
but I have
ago.
had experiences in my life where one does stray from
The ideal.
from complete control over their emotions at times, and that is a very normal, primal thing to do. I did not try to intimidate Ms. Heard. If she was intimidated, why was she filming? If she was scared to death, why didn't she leave?
Can you pull up Exhibit 821, please? Defendant's Exhibit.
I think it's pretty clear to see that she set
We're
up
gonna
that
fast
video.
forward in time
She looked for him to be
a little
mad
bit,
and
Mr.
angry,
Depp.
set up the video and tried to hide it.
Yeah. Yep. Oh.
I'd like to direct your attention to the third text down, text message from you to your sister on June 4th, 2016.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's good to have Benjamin Blatt here. That's awesome.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You want to compose? Sure.
All right. Yeah, welcome to Mr. Andrew Branca. I see you're in the traveling gig.
I am. Yeah, I'm in a hotel room in Oklahoma City, which is fine, I guess.
It is Oklahoma City.
As long as it's not the 19th, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I've been to the memorial before. It's modest in expanse for sure, but
Yeah. So, well, welcome to the show. We're
thank you, sir.
nearing the end of the day of testimony, probably about 30 minutes left. And it's been, I actually think that video was the most damaging thing they've done to Johnny so far. And it doesn't show him abusing her. They have to get the intimidation aspect in because he, as he said, I assaulted a couple cabinets. That's for sure. Is there any limit, time, or amount of questions for cross-examination? It has to be limited to issues raised on the direct examination. That's about it.
They apply that rule here.
Pull up Exhibit 870.
I don't
please.
know. They haven't had any challenge to it. But
okay.
the issues raised on direct are his character for truthfulness and peacefulness, basically.
That's a big door.
Plaintiff's
Yeah.
Exhibit 157.
His entire life is
11.
subject to cross.
157.
157, page 11.
There we go. Okay, 157.
And this is attorney Rottenbottom, or whatever
Yes,
his name is.
Rottenborn, yeah.
Rottenborn.
I think he's been kind of losing little sparring matches with Johnny all day, and they're kind of annoying him.
Well, he should be annoyed. He's the pro. In theory.
Yeah.
These are text messages that you sent to your friend Isaac Baruch, correct?
Yes, and I'll just say that I'm not proud of any of the language that I've used in these anger.
Your Honor, I move for admission of just this page of this exhibit.
Your Honor, we object on relevance.
Right. It's not directed at her.
Yeah, I think it might be about her, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, but
He had,
I mean, if you're talking to someone else about being abusive to a third party, you're not actually being abusive to the party who's claiming the abuse.
right. It's so this is the first relevance objection from Depp's team. So that's kind of interesting to see. We'll see how it goes. But I kind of want to see what's in the text. They might be funny. If he's apologizing in advance for his language.
Well, that actually was a mistake because that could open the door. I mean, now he's commented on the evidence.
That's true.
Are these the Honda texts or whatever this car was that he wanted to stuff her into?
The Honda Civic, yeah. Rotting in the corpse.
He wants to F her dead body to make sure she's dead, or I mean, it's pretty vile stuff. If it's what I think they're talking about.
Some would say vile, some would say hilarious.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey.
It was 157, page 11. So I guess about 157.
It's just how we loved each other. That was her love language.
11.
Well, they got in that he said, "I love you, you cunt." So, yeah.
Well, yeah. He married her for some reason. It obviously wasn't her bathroom etiquette.
She's never seen the inside of a bathroom in her life.
She never gets past the bed.
This redacted exhibit.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, let's see what it says.
Mr. Depp, these are two texts that you sent to Isaac Baruch. The jury's heard from on October 17th, 2016 and 18th, 2016. Can you just read for the jury?
That's the redacted version?
Yes, please.
Holy crap. What did they take out?
Mr. Rottenborn is the slippery whore that I donated.
I'd like to put her ovaries in a vice.
For a while, staying there.
And can you please read the text under that, please?
Certainly.
Certainly. Do it in Jack Sparrow voice.
Well, I'll read it. You say.
No, I'll read it. It's fine if you're happy to hear that.
I'll go ahead and read it,
you
sir.
go
You tell Mr. Baruch on October 18th, 2016.
He seems pretty eager to read it.
That cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. 2 exclamation points. Did I read that right?
Why wouldn't you let Depp read that?
You can take that down, Michelle, please. And can you please pull up exhibit 485, defendant's exhibit.
Is it 485?
Depp at least made the text sound dignified.
The Pie Baker says something of Fairfax County from someone who is a witness to a case in that courthouse. Its neighbor is Loudoun County. Loudon County.
Do you recognize this is a text exchange that you had between you and Amber Heard on September 28th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of the exhibit with just happy to happy to have all of it, or just Mr. Depp's, depending on what his counsel wants. And Your Honor.
Give him a moment to read it.
Or we can just
course.
do the jizz parts, Your Honor.
He follows up with people ruin Fairfax, then
We're
move to
happy
Loudon.
have the, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's portions admitted, but we would ask that the phone numbers be redacted.
All right.
Of course.
So you could redact the identifying.
1-800-999-jizz. We're going to take that out, Your Honor.
People ruin Fairfax and move to Loudon to spread their red wine turds. It's a place of wokeness. Yeah, again, it's a DC suburb. That's
All right. 485 in evidence as redacted.
Can you blow up the top text, Shell, please? And I'm not going to read the whole text, Mr. Depp, but if you start 4 lines down, you say, and I'm on such a beastly head fuck from earlier that I feel like I won't know what to do or how to be. I feel like I only just continue to piss you off. Believe me, I never want to hurt you and always have never wanted to hurt you. Never. I don't want to be in that position anymore. Not ever again. I feel pushed and I push back. I feel hurt. I will hurt back. A fight commences. I will fight back. And obviously so will you. But I can't again to see it coming. It puts us both in some stubborn space where neither of us can hear, much less understand one another's position. Did I read that right?
You did, sir.
Can we pull up Exhibit 186, please?
May I just make a point of clarification for DX 485? It's a multi-page exhibit.
Is it? Okay.
I just want to make sure it's just this page.
It was, yeah, it was just that page.
It should be like a string instrument playing in the background when he reads this stuff.
So that'll be 485A, page 1.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But notice they started highlighting
Thank
on
you,
the
Ms.
push as if he physically pushes her, which is clearly not what's being
186.
said.
Even if it were, he's saying it as a defensive thing.
That's true.
She's provoking it. She's still the abuser. I mean, at this point, the best argument is what? I hit him and then he pushed me back. That you're the abuser. You're not the victim.
On close, they're just going to draw a bunch of excerpts from text. So, I push you, you cunt. That's all they say for close.
Jizz.
You can go
They're-
to the
They're going to
first
play
page.
seconds 22, 25, and 33
This
of
is
an
a
audio
text
clip.
exchange between you and Miss Heard on September 6th, 2013, correct?
What's the date?
September 6th, 2013, I believe. You see that in the lower right of the text boxes?
Third, well, from the second one, the top one says September 5th.
Starts on the 5th, right? And then I was looking at the one that starts, thank you for your letter. That's September 6th, correct?
That is September 6th, yes.
Okay. And then if you, Your Honor, I'd move for admission of this document, starting with the text that says, thank you for your letter. And happy to have both texts or not, depending on what Mr. Depp's counsel
If only Johnny had prefaced every one of these
argues.
texts
But,
with, would
thank
you
for
agree
your
or
letter,
disagree?
And then going into the next page through the text that says, I have other uses.
Holy crap, we're almost at 8,000 likes. If we get there, I'll do a nice nice shot of
Scroll
this
down just to see a little further.
Black Nicka whiskey.
Can you scroll down a little bit further? Thank you.
So again, if you like the stream, please go ahead and click that like button. Here's the Black Nicka whiskey.
Can we please continue down further?
Oh my goodness, we hit it. Well, don't mind if I do.
You gonna pour yourself a megaliter?
No, I'm just gonna pour a shot. This
Mega
is a
shot.
gift. This is a gift. This is a little bit of a pricey whiskey, and I have no idea where you even get it.
We would like through the text messages on the third page.
Cheers,
through
chat.
Mr. Depp's text at September 6, 2013 at 8:10 a.m.
No objection to that. That's fine.
All right, so it's defendant exhibit 186.
And sure, I'll do
pages
it.
1 through 3, then as redacted, is that correct?
I'll do a double
Yes,
of
Your Honor.
something at
So
10K likes, I guess.
186A, pages 1 through 3 as redacted.
I'll just stick to my mega pint if you don't mind. What number are you at right now? 8?
9,500.
Oh, I was going to say at 10, I'll take the tie off, but 500 is not enough of a jump for that.
What's
we need
your
like
number?
15.
15, I'll take the shirt off.
15, I'll pour 2 liters of vodka over my head. Come on.
At 15, I'll do my imitation of the alley dumpster guys.
So I got here to Oklahoma City. I'm here for a corporate event, and they give this little gift basket. It's nice. It's not a basket. It's like a nice backpack full of stuff. But one of the items is a packet of Advil.
Can see.
So I figure they're expecting us to get into it.
We have broken 10K. Let me finish this. I'll pour a double. This chat is the best. You know, yesterday, I don't know if you saw, Branka, but we got hashtag me poo trending on Twitter.
I saw that. I saw your tweet about it.
86A. Yes.
You're a force, Nick. You're a force.
A force for good. Only good.
Well, something for something.
Good in shit posts.
So, Mr. Depp, on
Force
September
for me,
6th,
poo.
2013, you send Miss Heard a text that says, "Thank you for your letter. I love you."
Yes.
Scroll
You
down.
bitch.
She writes, "Thank you for mine." Did I read that right?
You did.
And then you write, "The only reason we go for the throat is love." Did I read that right?
You did.
And then she writes, "My throat is yours.
Damn.
You're going to be the death of
Getting
me,
hot.
but I don't care." And then you write, "I have other uses for your throat, which
Oh.
do not include." I have other.
Well, it
uses
is Valentine's
for your
Day
throat,
or
which
Father's
do
Day.
not include injury.
Sorry, could you read that again?
These are your words, sir. Right? I read that.
Could you repeat that 10
Take
times, please?
That was such a troll. Could you read that again?
Next week, Johnny Depp launches a series of Hallmark greeting
Pull up
cards for
exhibit
Mother's Day.
483, please.
I don't
The front of
think
the card is, "I have purposes for your throat." You open up the card, it says, "Other than injury."
Does this guy think that
This
that
is
was
a
a
journal
damaging
that
text?
that you and Amber would write to each other in, correct? It's a
Yes.
picture of a journal, right?
That's correct.
I'm sorry you needed so many lozenges after we were together.
And this is an entry that you made on looks like September 27th, 2015. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if, Your Honor, I'd move for, is there another page below it? Okay, I'd move for the admission of these 2 pages as exhibit 483A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 43, and that's the first and second page of that exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 1 and 2. Okay. All right. In evidence, you can.
Next time somebody says no objection, Depp should say, "That's what she said."
And if you can scroll down, Michelle, to the bottom that starts with "I love and adore you," please. Mr. Depp, you write in this journal, and just to be clear, this journal is something that you and Amber would write notes to each other in that the other one would be supposed to read, correct?
Yes, we wrote notes to each other for that.
So don't ever do this, people.
And you
This
wrote,
is where these
"I love
journals
and
end
adore
up.
you. I can't express how sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. I am far from being proud of myself for such a, next page, grievous error, shameful. I will never allow myself to resort to such disgraceful and odious behavior, no matter what. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can you please pull up audio tape 396?
Again,
They skipped the next sentence. It was all about how we have a loving and beautiful life together.
yeah. And again,
Has that already been entered
an
in
apology for taking an argument too far with words is not an admission of abuse.
Hey, he says things verbally that are hurtful, and she
told him to
throws a
get
can
the
of
claims
mineral
exhibit.
spirits at him. It seems fair.
Is it 396? Is it
You know, that's normal, right?
So for my double shot, I'm doing Michter's Toasted Barrel
And
Finish.
this is another one of those, Your Honor, that I'm
rye.
pretty sure is just between the two, but I'd like to confirm.
All right, so 396A,
Great
which
bottle of
part are you
whiskey.
playing?
709 to 719 and 2004 to 2023.
And this is just the two litigants
Two
on it?
clips. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to those two clips?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 396A entered into evidence. Go ahead.
What's the date?
Cheers, chat. To 10K likes.
So is Benjamin Blatt actually?
I'm not. You're a cunt. Whoa. Fucking hate you. Fucking hate you. And I want out. Fuck this. Goodbye. Cunt.
I thought he was responding to me.
I thought so too. I was like, whoa, Ben's coming in hot.
In that portion of the recording, Mr. Depp, you tell Amber you're a cunt and you fucking hate her, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can we play the next portion, please?
Oh,
I never did hear someone vomit.
I've heard this because I've been on stream with Joe before.
Is that what he sounds like when he has to drive himself?
The first clip was at about 7 minutes in. This is at 20 minutes in. So that was about 13 minutes later, correct? My math's right?
I don't know. What's the date?
Can you pull
I've
up?
got time, but you don't have date.
Can you pull up Exhibit 180, please?
Defendants 180?
Yes.
Good question. What date was the video? What's the foundation of the video? We have no idea if that was his vomit. That could have been anybody. Like, where's
What is the relevance of this? Vomiting is evidence of abuse?
And again, what's
I believe
the foundation?
You've testified, Mr. Depp, you did not like Ms. Heard expressing her disapproval of your drinking and drug habits, correct?
Well, nobody likes that.
But
Her disapproval went much further than just drink and such.
She took off a finger, man.
Let's go to the first page of this, please.
She disapproved of me
This
entirely.
is text messages from you to Miss Heard on looks like July 19th, or sorry, July 9th, 2013. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is it just 2 pages? Okay. 3. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 180.
Any objection, or do you need to look at the 3 pages?
Yeah, I think we saw.
But by the way, folks, I see in the comments people are upset because the lawyer representing
that's fine.
the woman is parroting her talking points. That's his job, folks. I don't hold anything against him for representing his client.
I don't believe so.
Identifier?
I don't. It doesn't appear to be.
Okay.
It's our lucky day.
As long as he does a good job from a professional perspective, then you know.
Doesn't seem to be doing great
when
today.
it says Steve here,
No.
Mr. Depp, that's what Ms. Heard referred to you as, correct?
Yes.
And you referred to her as Slim, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
And so you text her rears, tears, beers, shears, sapphires, ears.
Oh my God! I hope I never sent a text like that.
Lock ears, Mouseketeers, ears. I can go all night. DJ Maxi Pad, the old vintage motherfucker you went for, dumbass. Did I read that right?
I was signing off as dumbass.
And then below that, you write, "Don't call me again, and do not expect anything from me." You see that?
I do see that.
Did I read
It's
that
2
right?
years
If
before
only
they
he'd
even get
stuck to that.
married.
You really did.
Let's go to the next page, please.
If only he'd
Eat
done it.
salad with your equine, AD bovine yerps. And thanks for the support. Have a great shoot. You sicken me. Leave me fucking
So I
be,
guess
you
Johnny's a
fucking
carnivore.
squarehead. Your display of guilt and matronliness as a lesbian camp counselor was plenty. Your future is on display. Best of luck.
Best if luck.
Thank you for the correction. Best if luck.
You're welcome.
And thanks for the tunes. Bye, JD.
By the
Don't
way,
call
I and
again.
O are next
I'll
to each
begin
other on the
feel
keyboard,
embarrassed
folks.
for you. Go away, coach. Hup. Done. Did I read that right?
No.
You left out a done.
Go away, coach. Done. Hup. Done.
If anybody can read, it's Johnny Depp. I mean, that's his job.
Sure.
You agree that referring to Amber as a lesbian camp counselor is a highly offensive reference to make, correct?
No. What do you have against lesbians?
What's the date here? 2013. It wasn't as considered as egregious. There was a bit more.
Funny.
Understanding about.
If you had a sense of humor, you would
Amber
understand
also
that.
called herself a lesbian camp counselor many times. So
no.
I don't think I'm the first to say that.
You'd agree that there's nothing appropriate about referring to your girlfriend or fiance as that in those disparaging terms in that text, correct?
Objection compound.
All right, sustained.
You'd agree that you meant the terms in your text as an insult because you didn't like the fact that she was
Objection compound.
This is very weak. It's very weak.
Sustained compound question.
Very weak phrasing of these questions.
Sorry.
Next question.
Sorry, Your Honor.
If you can go up one page.
Can you ask a question without asking two at a time, you dummy?
You sicken.
You can't just ask him, do you
Leave me
agree you should
fucking
lose
be
this
opposite
case? I mean, of
square.
course they're going to say
Correct.
no.
Yes.
You have to kind of baby step them into it. You can't just say, would you agree you were a horrible monster here? That doesn't work.
I love
her.
I love that they're nailing him on these compound questions because it's bothering him. I mean, he moved on. Just ask the question in two parts.
Yeah.
Defendant's Exhibit 736, please.
How do they find these weak attorneys? Oh my God. Why am I not the best attorney in the whole country? And this is the competition.
They're not trying to say that he hates lesbians, so therefore he hits Amber. They're trying to evoke 2022 wokeness.
Right.
Sorry. 2022 wokeness and impose it on a 2013 text. But in 2013, if you called someone a lesbian, it was nowhere. I don't know why it's offensive now. It's a label. And Amber Heard is a lesbian.
Wasn't she in
She's
a
current-
lesbian relationship before the relationship?
Please.
And after.
Right.
And allegedly right now with Eve Barlow. Laying
Now, Mr.
carpet
Depp,
on the
I'd like
daily.
to direct your attention to the text at the bottom.
Wait, if being a lesbian was
Said
such an
in
insult,
this
there
case,
wouldn't be so many
there's a
Subarus on the road.
case about the event.
When you said "and after," were you referring to Elon Musk?
No.
These texts are texts that you and Amber exchanged.
Talk about another dude with poor judgment on women. Holy cow.
All right.
We could do a whole show on that.
Yes, I see that.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 730.
Imagine if Johnny Depp had married this woman twice.
Well,
That's what Elon Musk did.
I just want to clarify that the 3 pages we scrolled through are the only 3 pages.
Sure, let's
of the
take a look
exhibit.
at them right now.
Okay, let's take a look at them.
It's just those 2 pages.
Oh,
2 pages or 3 pages?
It's just 2.
If it's just these two, then that's fine.
Okay, we'll take out the identifiers, please.
Why didn't they already have redacted copies ready to submit?
I don't know. They've had this evidence for years. I mean, they went through a whole trial with this evidence.
All right.
Okay.
736 and evidence as redacted.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Depp, if you can take a look at the text message at the bottom of the first page. You write to Ms. Heard the day after the incident on May 21st, 2016. Just let me know when you have a minute and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say to you should elicit anything but a sense of ease. All my love and profound apologies, Jay. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we go to 771, please?
And again, that is not a text of an. That text does not say I just beat you.
Mr. Depp, is this a text message from you to Ms. Heard on May 22nd, 2016?
I wonder when Heard comes in the court wearing like a handmaiden outfit.
Yes, that seems to be the case, yes.
Thank
These
you.
are all like the level
Your
of
Honor,
we got in a
for
fight
admission
because
of
you didn't
this,
take the
so
trash
you
out.
get
I'm
the
sorry.
identifiers redacted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. If you do those redactions.
This isn't you beat me and threw me down a stairwell.
All right. 771 in evidence with redactions.
And on May 22nd, 2016, you wrote the text that we just saw. You also texted Ms. Heard, sorry if was a bit. Please know that my hurt toward you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid X. Did I read that right?
You did.
Can we please pull up
He can read.
Exhibit 587?
He did
Your
that
Honor, this is an
earlier.
audio
He said
recording
you
that,
continue to read
will
things
take about 5 or
accurately.
6 minutes. So it might be at the end of the day.
All right. 587. And is that an audio recording that's agreed?
Is this plaintiffs or defendants? 587.
It's defendants. Again, I'm 99% sure it's just them. But if I'll confirm.
So we've got a 6-minute audio we're going to listen to. That's going to
Just let us know which portions you're playing.
Of course.
That's going to close out the
This
day.
will be
I'll be right back.
32:10 to 38.
All right, it's my look here. It's my show now.
Well, I can turn on my camera, but no one wants to see my ugly face.
Before we move on, at you and Miss Heard saw.
Are
each
you in
other
witness protection? Why don't you put your camera on?
Because I was just popping on. I've been doing other stuff all day, and I haven't
okay,
shaved
got it.
in a day.
You saw each other in San
Shirt's
Francisco.
covered in paint
Yes,
at the
we
moment.
did.
All right.
I'm still not sure if that was the
Got it.
final time. I believe the last time I saw her was in her divorce attorney's office when the agreement was signed,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I believe.
I believe I misspoke, Your Honor. I'm sorry. It's 586. Sorry. It's the
Same video that you were discussing, just the wrong number?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
so-
Your Honor. And what I would propose to play is 32:10 to 38:05.
So we'll make it 586.
Seriously though, with Hollywood money, you'd think both sides could do better with their legal
Yes.
teams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I find it so
With permission,
frustrating
I'm asking,
in many of these high-profile cases how weak the counsel is. It's amazing to me. It just doesn't have to be that way. There's a lot of good lawyers out there. I mean, there's more bad lawyers out there, but there's a lot of good
Before we
lawyers out
start,
there. They can buy
Mr. Depp,
some.
During
Yeah.
this meeting that you had with her, at one point you tried to cut yourself with a knife, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Okay, let's play this.
I mean, I
Thank you.
might have made a move.
But that was the problem. It's my fault. No, fine.
Am I the only person who wishes he had a place in Johnny Depp's apartment building? It sounds like a fun joint.
Yeah, but it would mean living in California. Yeah.
Well, that's that. Fair enough.
Hold on, the audio is really low.
It's really pretty.
You want to cut me somewhere?
Do I want to cut you?
Yeah, you want an arm, you want a chest, what do you want the scar? What do you want? Don't cut me.
Just don't cut your skin. Please do not cut your skin. Please don't. Why would I do that?
It's easy.
Don't. Please do not do that. Please do not do that. Please don't. Please don't cut yourself. You don't need to cut yourself.
Wouldn't this be self-abuse? I mean, he's not cutting her.
Mm-hmm.
Cut me. I love you more.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. They're gone. No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows.
What? Oh, all right. Well, probably a safe position in any hotel.
Really, Spitzer won't answer for this because he's a fucking conservative prick.
Don't. Please don't. Don't cut yourself. Please don't cut yourself.
Cut.
Please don't cut yourself. Please, I know it hurts. I would never cut you. I would never do that to you. Please don't.
Oh, pussy. Yeah, you fucking.
Was this before she gave him that knife?
I don't know.
Not a problem. There you go.
No nerves.
Not on your. Not on your own.
This actually reminds me a lot of the Michael Barrisone case, the horse trainer case, where that woman drove him crazy. I think Amber Heard knew exactly what buttons to push on Johnny Depp to get these kinds of recordings.
It's really tall. Don't.
Don't you tell me.
Please don't do that. Put the knife down. Just put the fucking knife down. Don't do that. Do not do that, Johnny. Please, you're
I
gonna
want to look at you.
You're gonna hurt yourself. Please
I want to
stop.
look at you.
I know you're in pain. Wait. Stop. Please
There's a
don't.
way for the pain to go away.
It's not that. It doesn't make it go away, trust me. I do know. It doesn't make it go away.
Really?
Did it make it go away? Yeah.
Why is this council allowing any of this? This is not abuse to her.
There's love here. There is love here. There's love here. I wouldn't be here. I have no other reason to be here. The knife is really dull, and it would be the worst thing in the world to use to cut.
Johnny, if you're going to cut yourself, use a sharp knife. For God's sake.
Painful and dull and dirty to use.
Yeah, that's the tip of
Right? It's pretty. No, please do not. Don't. You're going to hurt yourself. Don't.
That's my job.
Please don't cut yourself. Please don't. Please stop.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was faking the whole time as a big rubber Pirates of the Caribbean knife from Disney? It's like just bended when he poked himself.
Or one of those collapsing ones.
Your Honor, I think that might, if it's okay with Your Honor, I'm probably going to move on to something else.
Later, next time. Okay, I assume you
Maybe something relevant?
across or,
A bit. I'm not exactly sure.
all right, but more than we could do.
Yes.
I'm not sure where I'm
All right,
going
that's
with all
fine.
this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we've come to the end of our week. So I won't be seeing you again till Monday. Since I won't be seeing you till Monday, I just want to give you the large jury instruction I gave you. and
What
I'll
was
try
the
to give you
purpose
on
of
each
that
Thursday
audio?
Evening, just to remind you, since I won't see you for 3 days, okay? So remember, it's the court's instruction to you, the jury,
Leave
that
the
you
jury with
not
something
read anything
memorable?
about this case, that you not watch anything about this case. You're not
Except
to
for
listen
Rekieta
to
Law.
anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, blogs, or similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by
Snapchat.
email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your family, friends, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right, so I hope you have a
Especially
safe
don't
and
Google
quiet
jizz.
weekend, and we'll see you Monday. Okay, thank you. You're excused for the weekend.
By the way, sign up to my Snapchat, which is the same video except my penis is on it.
What's with all the starlets in the back rows?
Were there starlets in the back row? I
All
mean,
those
there's
women back there. Why is the courtroom filled with like young women?
don't know. They all showed up today. Not sure if
you
they're
can
on.
sit down with your attorneys.
That's never been the case. Any courtroom
The
I've ever
attorneys,
been in.
you can stay up with your attorneys. All right, so tomorrow, I won't see the litigants anymore. Obviously, no posting on social media, no talking to the press for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard. The attorneys, I'd like to see at 9 o'clock tomorrow. If we could start at 9, please. So we can start with the deposition designation objections. I would, if you could send that list to me or to Sammy. It's all yours. You don't have any more depositions we need to go through? We've done all yours?
So
Good.
I have
Thank
one
Christ.
that I sent them last weekend.
Let's-
We've sent all of our withdrawals and objections, et cetera. I don't have any of theirs.
Well,
back
we'll,
yet.
we can do what we did last week with the round robin. The more attorneys you bring, the more round robin we can do. That seemed to work okay. And we'll just keep doing it until, we went to 6:30 last week. I don't know. Hopefully we can get done before then, but we'll stay until they get done.
And we do intend to be sending our
That,
comments.
that's
to them as
fine.
well.
We can discuss it tomorrow at 9. And any redacted exhibits that you're going to have for me, because now I'm owed quite a bit. If you could bring those as well, whatever you can, okay?
And Your
Yeah.
Honor, if I may approach, I just have two from yesterday.
Okay, which, it's number 40, hopefully? Not, we're still waiting on 40. 40 is on my first page, so I was hoping I could get that in there. That's okay.
Okay, so to the chat, no, they reserve Friday for motion practice. They do not do any hearings that are televised on Friday. So there will be no live stream of the proceedings tomorrow. Just so you know that, because there isn't one. You may get reports of what happened in court tomorrow from various sources, and I encourage you to look those up. But that will be motion practice. It will not be live.
Do you have 492?
Live testimony or anything like that. And if the girl in green could show up on Monday, that would be appreciated.
Got it.
Because she really boosted the
Okay, we'll
viewership
enter those
tonight.
into
I think you gave those to me.
You have them?
Yes, we have those. And Your Honor, if you could just remind the witness that since he's still on the stand, he's not to discuss his testimony
Right.
with anyone, including his
Right.
counsel.
And again, Mr. Depp, since you're still testifying, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys. Okay?
Thank you, Your
That's
Honor.
fine. Anything else?
No, Your
All
Honor.
right. We'll see you in the morning. then.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, there we go. That's the end of the day. That's the end of the day for the courtroom. And yeah, I thought today was pretty interesting in specific because of just how ineffectual it was for the defense team, in my opinion. I really the worst thing that came out of today was the video of him slamming cabinets around and pouring a giant glass of wine that he didn't drink on camera and then throwing the camera
A
that
mega
he found. Right, a mega pint. Throwing the camera that was illegally recording him. And why the hell that wasn't moved to exclude in a motion in limine is beyond me. California is a two-party consent state. Am I wrong?
No, I believe that's correct.
That should have been excluded. Yeah, California wiretapping law is a two-party consent law. California makes it a crime to record or eavesdrop on any confidential communication.
So even third party.
Any confidential communication, including a private conversation or telephone call without the consent of all parties to the conversation.
Yeah,
It applies
those
to-
guys definitely don't want to be recorded.
The statute applies to confidential communications, i.e. conversations in which one of the parties has an objectively reasonable expectation that no one is listening in or overhearing the conversation, which is a conversation between you and your wife in your home. Absolutely. California Appellate Court has ruled that this statute applies to the use of hidden video cameras to record conversations as well. So there you go. Like, that should not have been included. And
Unless they're going to use it on cross, right? I mean, when the defense gets up, I mean,
Or
then
yeah,
it's already
on-
admitted into evidence.
on redirect, you mean? Because this was the defense. So on Johnny Depp's plaintiffs.
Johnny Depp. So what's happening here? Whose case in chief is this now?
Depp's case in chief.
Right, but then Amber gets up.
Right. So
right?
this
She's
was
going to testify.
Oh, so if
on
they want to
direct
use our cross on Amber
against her. Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I was not
Okay, yeah.
clear about that, but that's
And the
what I had in
video
mind.
and the recording have both been publicly known for years now. So it's not like these were surprises or there was anything that they wouldn't have reviewed. They must have some
Right.
plan. Or maybe they're just incompetent.
I mean, we would hope.
Yeah, at some point, the two of them entered into agreement to record their arguments by agreement. However, those were audio like the ones that have been introduced were audio recordings, and I believe even that those were at a later date than that one. But I don't know. I don't know the specific, and that could explain it. The mutually agreed argument recordings could have been the justification for it that let it in. But who knows?
Just a
I
little
would have
personal
still objected.
advice here, folks. But if you're married and you're recording by mutual agreement your arguments, just go ahead and get divorced.
Yeah,
just save yourself a lot of time and
one
get it over
one
with.
of two options needs to happen. One of three options: a divorce attorney, a marriage counselor, or an exorcist. One of those three needs to occur if you're recording your arguments to make sure that each party gets to revisit them. I don't know that I've ever wanted to revisit an argument with my wife.
And I joke all the time about my first marriage. My first marriage was a nightmare, but that divorce was not a nightmare. It was wonderful. It was very fair and equitable, and it was one of the best things that ever happened to my entire life. So the marriage was bad, but the divorce was great. So that's something to think about, folks. If you're in a marriage and you're recording each other's arguments by mutual agreement, maybe there's a better path forward than staying in that relationship.
Yeah, the key part about marriage in general is that, and I've said this multiple times in different contexts, it requires 100% effort from both parties, but you're only in control of you. you can't control the other party's effort, their input into the marriage, or anything. And so, like, if your marriage is struggling, sure, you can try and fix you. You can try and work on your communications and stuff, but you can't work on theirs, because working on theirs is just another argument. So
I see here in the comments, people are saying divorce is always a tragedy. Compared to what, people? Compared to what? It's a relative scale. Trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Final
there-
decree and a dissolution is sometimes the happiest moment of my clients' lives.
Yeah, and you want every marriage to succeed when it starts, but there are times when they break down. Personally,
But if it can't work, it can't work. I mean, some marriages just can't work. There's no point in pretending.
correct. Wait, correct.
Be out
As
of
we-
me in my house.
It's not just Wisconsin that uses correct. It's I found it in multiple trials now. Correct is the answer. Okay, I've got an absolute boatload of super chats to read. I will read all of them. To my guests, you are welcome to stay and chime in on any of the super chats. If you have to leave at any time, please feel free to go. And always promote your stuff before you go. But just on that note of promotion, everybody who appeared on the show today, their links are in the description. You can click on their names. It'll take you right to their channels. If they have YouTube channels, for Benjamin Blatt, it will take you right to his Twitter, and you can go bother him there. And that would be great. But you can follow anybody who's been on the show today. And I would encourage you to do so, because I don't bring on dumb guests. I only bring on smart guests, unless it's someone I'm making fun of. But all of these guys are sharp, and they cover different things. They talk about different topics in various subject matters. And the best part is the people I'm bringing on are experts in what they discuss, which you can't find in most places. So right now you've got Benjamin Blatt, a comedic and hilarious firearms law expert who has a penchant for taking on and angering the ATF. And you have Mr. Andrew Branco, one of the preeminent self-defense attorneys in the country, who normally you would pay thousands and thousands of dollars for this level of joke. But he is here offering it for free. So I encourage you to check out each of their respective social media presences, because you honestly, like, and I say this in levity, but I say it in truth. You usually cannot afford this type of insight onto these things. And you would never want to be affording either of their services, because it means you're in serious trouble. So go take advantage of the quality stuff that they put out for free. Absolutely.
Hey, Benjamin, you're a Second Amendment gun law guy?
Yes.
Nick, can you give my email address to Benjamin? And Benjamin, send me an email when you get that, because I don't do gun law, but I get a lot of requests for it.
Sure.
So it would be great to know another attorney with expertise in that I can refer people to.
I will absolutely facilitate that for you. And he has Benjamin has a history of sending the ATF letters with dick jokes in them.
That's fun. Love it.
Which is perfect. Which is what they deserve.
What's a joke? It ought to be a convenience store, right?
That's on the back of my business card, actually.
So there you go. Zara BP says, thanks for everything, Nick. Hey, you're welcome, Zara. Thank you for being a paralegal status for 28 months. Nicole Resegui says, I wonder how bad Amber's face hurts after trying to look sad all day. Yeah, she's not great. She's not great at emoting. Not at all.
Is it those cheek lifts, or just that she's a really bad actress?
Well, I think the cheek lifts are starting to sag. She may have to go in. And then the best part is, after she gets another cheek lift, she'll have a bruise, so she could blame Johnny Depp for it.
I think Elon's got more cash this time around.
How long before she looks like those Las Vegas lion tamer guys?
Siegfried and Roy. Wait, after that text, I think there might be a throat injury too. I mean, I don't know.
But only on the inside.
Tina Lewis says, Amber Turd isn't displaying a sadder face today because the attorneys advised her to. That, good people, is holy crap, I'm going to be ruined after this facial expression. Well, yeah, yesterday she had a problem. It was caught on video, her turning on the sad face right after laughing. Like her attorney leans over, says something, and she goes, and like, come on.
I
You
saw
can't do
that
it.
clip from Legal Bites on Twitter. It's amazing the way it just flashes on and off. Her happy
Yeah.
face and her sad face.
Collector's Digest says, Nick, I sent you photos of my work to your email. It's paintwork. Did you see it? I want to send you a Space Marine painted to match your channel banners and logo. Oh, that'd be cool. I'll look for it, Collector's Digest. I'll take a peek. I have not currently seen it, but I'll check. Mike the Dad Crosby says, was Disco Bloodbath about period sex?
Oh my God.
Nathan Lies says, I wonder if they disallowed hypothetical videos of Amber throwing tantrums just because she was squatted over her wine glass. Hashtag me poo. Abraham says, why does Johnny seem to be the most competent lawyer in the room? He's doing very well, but I mean, so two things. One, this is going to sound awful, but Johnny Depp went through 6 days of testimony and sat through the whole ordeal over in the UK. Johnny Depp has a lot more courtroom experience than many lawyers. I mean, many lawyers are research attorneys who will never see a courtroom, their assistant or whatever. And he not only did that, but he did that in two contexts. One, full immersion. He's in there the whole time and he can't leave. And two, it's the fight of his fucking life.
Yeah, that's my point. I would suggest he has more experience than any attorney in what matters to him, which is being in the witness stand.
Right.
I mean, an attorney could have done 1,000 cases, but they're not in the seat. And being in the seat is a lot different, folks. It's a lot different running a deposition and being the person being deposed. Those are two completely different experiences.
Right. One's way easier. Running the deposition, you plan everything, every single question. You anticipate the answers. You have contemplated follow-up questions for however that goes. I was on the witness stand once. It was fun. I was annoyed because the judge was wrong, and I couldn't say anything because I'm sitting there in the witness stand.
Objection. Oops, sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah. But I had to let the other attorney work. So it was fun times. But yeah, it is completely different being in the witness stand than asking witness questions because you're at, and this was friendly. I was on, this is on the friendly side, but I was being asked questions and I wanted them to ask different questions, but it wasn't my case. A non-PI lawyer says, hey, English lawyer watching from the UK, loving the commentary as well as the input on U.S. law. Hey, thank you, a non-PI lawyer. Welcome. Lucky Last, thank you for the donation. Revenant 465 says, in George Takei voice, oh my. Rick Nikita says, can you read that again? Doug Murray, Rackets, can you please tonight go over the legal standards of Southern gentlemen with your Southern voice? We'll work on something. We'll work on something. Matt Ackers says, hashtag Depp throat. Let's do it, chat. Camelot 331 says, I need some of that whiskey, Nick. Oh, it's good, buddy. It's good. Just C. Neil says, after 69 for 69, it's refreshing to see that Andrew puts a high price on selling out. He and Jack both got effed. Jack on video and Andrew in divorce court. Blackbeard was hard to kill. Graybeard makes you hard to convict.
Well, okay, whatever.
See,
my first marriage was a nightmare, but the divorce was wonderful. So I have no complaints about the divorce.
CS says, all I'm hearing on Amber's recordings are her trying to frame things to her benefit, but no corroboration.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, and the whole, okay, so that last recording that they did was Johnny sounding somewhat intoxicated on something. Who knows if it was alcohol or some opiate. He had a renowned opiate addiction. Maybe it was opiates, or maybe it was nothing. Maybe he was just trying to quote unquote feel without drugs. He is sitting there talking about, I want your mark. I want you to cut me. I want you to cut my chest, presumably with a knife of some sort. Like, do this. Let's do it. He's not abusing her. And he's not harming her. He's not doing anything to cause her pain or suffering. And I know she's saying, oh no, Johnny, don't do this. No, Johnny. Okay. Like, he's not threatening her. He's not putting her in danger. He's not hitting her. Why is this video relevant? What is it, or audio relevant? What does it have to do with anything?
By the way, do you think she didn't try? Do you think she didn't try to get him to do something that would mark her or would be evidence of abuse?
Oh, yeah, no,
she did.
I think that's what that video.
Go ahead, cut me, Johnny, cut me. I'd love for you to do it. And the moment he did it, she'd run to the police and say he carved his initials into my abdomen.
Well, the video of that you came in during, of him slamming the cabinets around or whatever. She sets that video up after he's going, right? He's going, and then she's like, "Hey, what happened? What's going on? We weren't even fighting this morning. What's wrong? What happened?" Like, it was bad acting for one, but I mean, it was clearly she's trying to get a rise out of him. And I think at that point, nothing would have benefited her more than him turning around, just putting one right in her teeth. And that may be what she was looking for. I don't know. I mean, most people don't want to get hit in the face unless they have a reason to get hit in the face.
Yes.
And Johnny Depp had hundreds of millions.
Unless it's worth $50 million.
Yeah. But Daddy Max says, I think the real takeaway from that video is that Johnny Depp uses the mason jar wine glass. Turns out all these years I've been high class and didn't know it. Yeah, that's the other thing. That bottle of wine that he was pouring a pint of, that pint of wine probably was $200. They did not drink cheap wine. 12345 says farty poop is allowed. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, it is, especially in context of Amber Heard. El Gonzo says, how's the transcript from the Sun trial admissible as evidence? Again, because he made statements under oath, those are admissible. Yep. El Gonzo 1000 says, blink twice if Miss Rackets is holding you at gunpoint. She's not. He also says, it's easy to be objective if you just don't give a shit. Then he says, you can probably tell which girls are there for Amber and which are there for Johnny based on masks. Also, danger hair. Danger hair. That one chick had the buzz cut that went all the way, like halfway up the head and then swooped over to the other side. Yeah, stay away from that one as much as possible.
They weren't born that way, folks. They're trying to tell you a message. Pay attention. It's like a rattlesnake with a rattle. You know, there's a reason why that's there.
Yep. Or like those brightly colored frogs. Stay away from them at all costs. They will poison you. El Gonzo says, so we're now the law of spousal self-defense. Dinky says, come on, Branka, just post your email in the chat. Yeah, well, that'd be up to him.
I mean, my email is everywhere anyway,
yeah,
but no, I'm not going to deliberately poison my email folder on my laptop. So thanks, but no thanks.
Summer K, my prediction for redirect. Prosecution. Johnny, please explain why you would try to copulate with Amber's corpse. Defense. Objection. Relevance. Lack of foundation. Judge sustained. The Wolf of Fenris says, every time I hear Rottenborn, I think of FromSoft's newest game. That said, slip this into the Racklets ice cream fund or something. Absolutely. I'll go buy them very nice ice creams today. Farmhand, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Sajad Darvishi says he's trying to point the verbal abuse, in my opinion. Yeah, I didn't see it though. That's the thing. I didn't actually see verbal abuse in anything that they've done. I know they're trying to infer it, but I'm not getting it. Deadly Zebra says the only proper way to check the body temp is to ensure it's deceased is with your appendage. Michael Wheeler says all these comments.
That might not be the only way. Actually, there may be another way.
It's not the legally recommended way, we'll say.
Michael Wheeler, sure when the Emmy shows up, that's not how he does it.
You don't know that.
I don't know.
Pretty sure I've seen that video. I've got to use my special tool. Oh, turns out she's still alive. Michael Wheeler says, all these comments of not wasting time. So far, all the text stuff seems like an overbearing time sink. Feels forever. Spook Horse, it's awfully rude of the lawyer with a Disney villain name to assume any of the texts without Amber's name listed anywhere are definitely about her. Sentinel Rex, notice none of these abusive texts were sent to Amber. It's clear that the monster is addiction, not anger and physical abuse. The defense is toothless. Sanair, can someone please fund an animated film about their relationship entitled it Grumpy Monsters? Simple, fitting, and with so many meanings. Thoughts? That'd be great. That'd be great. Porkunt, I squat with JD, says, has Aquaman producer taken back his claim that you wouldn't catch Amber with a hot dog? I have no idea. Did he say that? That's pretty funny. GEC 8112, interesting to see the different thumbnails under your stream for channels covering the case live too, e.g. NBC News show Depp looking like a nutcase. Stonehenge says Amber dropped a big greasy dooders on Depp's bed. That's never not going to be a funny element of this case. Like, what is that? Like, you missed my birthday party, squat. Come on. Foley says, are you going to cover Ralph's 609.3451 trial? Wait, what?
But after she dumped on his bed, he still stayed with her, right?
No. That was the end.
Oh, okay.
That was he wouldn't see her.
I can watch a Johnny Depp movie in the future. I thought I was done with him.
Yeah, he didn't see her for a month after that. And the next thing was her going to, he said he was going to file for divorce, but he didn't get around to it. He went to London to go shoot something. And then she filed for divorce and a protective order right as he left for Europe. So he couldn't contest the protective order because he couldn't appear. So
that chat reference was to your state's criminal code for criminal sexual conduct in the 5th degree.
Yeah. I just Googled it and I was thinking, I was like, that looks like a Minnesota code, but Ralph's in Virginia. But I think it has to do with the allegations that have been made by Alice. Look, if he goes to trial on it, I'll absolutely cover it. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Life and money. But again, until there's some evidence, and I heard there was some recent drop from Alice. I don't know anything about it, but until there's some evidence, I'm treating the accusation from Alice against Ralph as the same as I would treat anyone else. Show me something. Show me some proof that this happened, because otherwise it's just words on the internet. And I really am skeptical of people who might have a motive to destroy someone else. And that is no credit to Ethan Ralph. That guy's a pile of fucking garbage who has said the absolute worst shit about me. And, but I'll extend him the same courtesy I would anyone else. Life and Money with Lola says, it's interesting, at least at this point, none of those verbally abusive, verbally abusive texts are sent directly to Amber, just friends and family blowing off steam. Thanks for the coverage. I agree. Robert Dolvik Siverston says, Johnny just seems so real as a person now, and I like him even more after those horrible pirate movies.
Well,
look, the first one was okay. The first one was good. The second one was okay.
It was great. The first one was great.
The third one was bad.
Yeah, they got awful afterwards.
They got
that
bad.
First, come on, the first 3 minutes of that first movie when he steps off the mast
as the boat's sinking into the harbor.
Right. Come on.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's
a fantastic scene.
It's great. And when he escapes and the guy turns to the one guy and he says, I think that's the best pirate I've ever seen. Right after he had said that's the worst pirate ever. The first movie was classic. I mean, that's why
there's nothing memorable about that first movie except for him. He made that franchise, even though he disintegrated later.
I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw though. He talked about this in the case, but it's also been talked about before. Disney did not write that character in that way. Disney Pirates was a serious movie, and Johnny Depp envisioned it as a mix between a human and like Wile E. Coyote as the character of Jack Sparrow. So he made him fantastical and into a cartoon. And I mean, could you imagine it as a serious movie? It'd be terrible.
Right, which is what it was going to be. It was going to be another disastrous Disney movie. But I don't follow these things socially, but my wife does, and she told me that Disney was mad at Johnny Depp because they said, "Well, you made the character look gay," and he was like, "Well, I'm gay in every role I've ever done." And they looked back at the other movies, and it's like, "Well, you couldn't actually say no." I mean, I guess he
Yep.
could have been gay in all those roles.
Now, there's some
Not
lies
that
and
there's
slander.
anything wrong with that, folks. I don't have any problem with gay people. Gay people are totally cool with me.
Andrew Bronco wants to shoot gay people.
Oh my gosh.
There is some lies and slander I want to address in the chat. Rooster Cogburn says Keira Knightley, oh my, and then Lord of Fleck says I remember Keira Knightley's tits. I have to correct the record. No one does. No one remembers Keira Knightley's tits because they don't exist. Sorry.
Well,
she's a very pretty
maybe
lady.
In a metaphysical sense.
She's a very pretty lady, but those do not exist, and let's not pretend that they do. Circle of Snakes says he had access to Peruvian, while the rest of us have to deal with basement quality CIA shale. So classist.
I have to say, I shared the same thought. So when I was a young man in the 80s, there was cocaine everywhere, but it was not cocaine. It was whatever the stepped-on garbage was that they sold to kids on Long Island in the 1980s. Imagine Johnny Depp. And by the way, it was awesome. Even the stepped-on stuff was awesome. But imagine Johnny Depp having access to the pure stuff. Oh my God. The stepped-on stuff made you feel like you were the god of the universe. The pure stuff, it has to be awesome. I'm not recommending anyone do cocaine. Please don't do it. It's addictive. I'm just saying, and I've heard it said that there's a psychological effect that makes you feel like a better person than you are in real life.
And I did see one appropriate comment in the chat that I do want to address, and I'll say it out of context. Flatter than the earth. That's all. Daily Dose says, would you download a car, Mr. Johnny Depp? Lol. Sean Luby, thank you for the donation. Alex McKean says Johnny Depp should be allowed to sue Amber Heard's lawyers for this. The litigation privilege is a real thing. You get to say pretty much whatever you want in the context of litigation, unless it gets very egregious and obviously or constructively or not constructively, but actually for the purposes of publication and defamation. So you get to maintain the claims of your client that Johnny Depp's an abuser, even in a defamation case. What you don't get to is generate something for the court and then distribute it yourself to defame someone with the intention of trying to invoke the litigation shield. But you have this privilege to maintain the claims of your client, because otherwise one person in the lawsuit would always be guilty of either defamation or perjury or both, because one person is wrong. So we don't allow that. Mike Big says, I deeply want to party with Johnny. A white guy named Tyrone says, I see that Amber is wearing her lovely SS outfit. Her outfit choice is terrible. Jerry Taylor, thanks for the donation. Sonia Fowler, notice the inability to disprove the allegations of falsely claimed physical abuse. Just hoping jury will make assumptions. Well, you can't prove a negative. You cannot prove inability to disprove.
You can introduce evidence to infer a negative.
Right.
I mean, the people have to balance the weight of the evidence on each side, and you can contribute evidence on the other side.
But what they're saying is, notice the inability to disprove the allegations of falsely claimed physical abuse.
Well, they have so many they have like triple negatives in that statement.
I don't have enough math skill to know what level of negative that is. But let me just say this. You can never prove that you didn't do something at some point. No one can prove that Johnny Depp didn't hit Amber Heard. You can establish a bunch of evidence that he had opportunities to hit her and did not, that no one has ever seen him hit her, that anything. But all she has to say is, in private, he hit me. And you will always have the barest possibility that it happened. There is no way to show that it didn't. And that's
the jury has to decide once you bring it to litigation. Right.
Yep. And you remember, Amber Heard is a woman with 56,000 photos on her iPhone, and not one of them involve physical abuse signs.
By the way, Nick, I have to address something in the comments because I
Uh-oh.
mentioned cocaine and people are losing their minds. Folks, you know how everyone uses Twitter today? In the 1980s, cocaine was the Twitter. Okay? It was everywhere. So just put it in that context and you'll understand. It's not crack, it's cocaine, but it was everywhere.
Yeah. Jennifer Lamb says, I'm tired of this lawyer's hostile language. Blow this up. I'm so triggered. Uncle Anko Stone says, reefers and Kafifi. Elvonis, I would love to do a few lines of cocaine off the green mommy. Damn it, chat. Damn it. Oh, I love you. I love you, irascible sons of bitches. And Sentinel Rex, as much as I hate drugs, half of the jury is probably baked right now and don't care that he smokes pot. Correct. Like, no one cares about pot anymore. It's not 1982. Huijin says, suppose they're trying to connect drug use as his monster, and when the monster isn't there, then their relationship is declared perfect. Seems weak so far. I agree. Sean Luby says, JD stayed in character for 30 years after the film Blow. That's method acting. Thank you for all your hard work, Nick. The movie Blow is phenomenal.
He was not the star of that movie.
Who was the star of that movie? Penelope
Whoever
Cruz?
that, yes, she, her, yes. Sorry, folks, but I'm a heterosexual male. Yeah, she was very much the star of that movie.
MMM says, Burning Witch Exchange seemed very Monty Python. Could have been. I'm not sure what the drowning and burning her corpse and then fucking it to death was. Like, I don't know what that was. We didn't get the context. We might get it on redirect. Jay McNiddle
We don't even
says,
know if that was ever communicated to her.
it was definitely communicated to someone other than her and may not have ever been related to her, and could have something completely different in mind, right? Like, it could be the contemplation of a creative work. Frankly, we don't know. Probably not. But however, remember, this is in 2013. They wouldn't get married until 2015, I think. So this is long before their marriage, and he would go on to marry her. So was it a hateful text? We don't know. And he did.
Nick, we should start like a pre-marriage counseling service where, like, just pay us 10 grand and we'll save you 200 grand at least in trouble later on.
No, wait, we got to do this. Sorry, let me correct you. We don't charge 10 grand. We charge 150 grand, and we only service celebrities or CEOs. One of those two. We're a boutique shop here.
We'll easily save you maybe $50 million.
Jay McMiddle says, my reefers are superstars. They are the greatest. Everyone tells me. Oh, wait, sorry. My reefers are superstars. They're the greatest. Everyone tells me the biggest reefers, wonderful reefers. You've never seen reefers like this. The captain and the queen says the DUI guy needs to look more into Manson's case. Yeah, I agree. I didn't want to like call him out publicly on it, but because he's formulated his opinions and he said from what he's seen so far, and we don't know what that is, but things are looking worse for Evan Rachel Wood than they are for Amber Heard. That case is crazy town. And it'll be interesting to follow how that develops. Radioactive Llama says Fear and Loathing was from 1998. C. Neal, in the Miss Texas contest 1998 or so, the runner-up for 2 years was Stacey Outhouse, and she was a hot outhouse too. Roscoe P. Coltrane says, all that monster talk, is it to impeach Johnny's statement that Amber coined the word, or is their goal to show that Johnny defamed himself? Both of those things. Light Giver says, men don't come forward when women abuse them. They are ashamed. She is the abuser. Just look at Will Smith. Same thing. I'm saying this as a woman. Thank you for that point. I agree. Also, I don't know if people have seen out, but there are allegations now that Jada Pinkett Smith's alopecia that they made a big deal about is self-diagnosed. So, whatever. Brain says the oils, resins, etc. keep it fresh. Moisture is bad. Okay. I said I'm not a weed. I don't know. Johnny's videos, thank you for the donation. Jack Sparrow says, listen to the trial while at the Rockies game yesterday. We lost the game, but at least no one lost a finger. Johnny's video says 420 was yesterday. That's true. Wheezy Pillar, what book is on the shelf? Looks like Storm of Iron. Hey, you know why? That's because it is Storm of Iron. All of these books, guys, I have a degenerate hobby, and that is collecting Warhammer 40K limited collector's editions. All of those books are limited edition Warhammer books. They're all numbered. And yes, I'm a nerd. Colossal and Terminal. Make fun of me, please. James Blonde says, my thoughts that if the defense would have continued from yesterday's line of questioning on the article and only left it at that, if I'm understanding. Yes, they should have. They should have. The defense should be focusing on the technical aspects of defamation law because that is their best way to this. Because Amber Heard's a crazy bitch. Frank, like, for whatever faults Johnny Depp has, she's objectively crazy, has thrown shit at him, beat him, and chopped off his fucking finger. And the jury does not believe that he took out a knife and chopped it off himself. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and play around with that.
And she's driving this narrative. Again, it's like that Michael Barristone case in New Jersey with the horse guy. This woman is driving him crazy. She identified the emotional push buttons on him, and she pushed those buttons while recording him to play him into a character that was doing horrible things to her. And even after all that, he never actually did horrible things to her.
Am I mistaken? Michael Barristone, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
He shot a woman twice in the chest. He shot her twice in the chest with a 9mm pistol. And for those shots, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Because she deliberately, I mean, she was on the witness stand. She testified. Yeah,
She lived through that.
I made up all kinds of lies about him. Listen. Social media is for shit talking, and I shit talked him to the ends of the earth. I mean, with every fiber of my being, I shit talked him on social media. And she was intent on destroying him emotionally, professionally, and on every level. And then she just admitted it on the witness stand. So the jury was like, well, fuck you. We're not going to convict this guy for shooting you twice in the chest. You earned it.
Yeah, no kidding. And you lived. I mean, what are you complaining about? Reckless says there's a video of her using the cup staged in pics with drugs. She puts the cup in front of the camera to hide that she's recording him, her cup, her drugs. And yes, we ended up seeing that video later in the day. Zachary Rossfield, reading Virginia implied defamation law. Is the publication the defamation COA because it's the first time she made the statements to someone for publication and for a non-interested third party to read? Without reading the defamation law in Virginia, let me just suggest that publication is any communication of the statement, verbally, by writing. It doesn't necessarily mean publishing in like a publication. It just means putting the statement either on paper or to someone and communicating that to someone else. That's the publication. So
outside some privileged context. So it's not just your spouse. It's not your priest. It's not a counselor.
It's not someone asking you for an opinion. That because if someone says, hey, I trust you, you know these things, you know these people, I need to know everything.
You're going to
about
hire
this
this guy. Right.
Yeah. Those are privileges. But if you're telling something to someone else, that is a publication, whatever that statement may be. So, Kit, welcome to Paralegal Status. Sean Luby, the IUD guy, I think he means DUI guy, but IUD guy could be very interesting. He has a great channel, absolutely wrecks people on cross. Cheers. He does. He's in the description. Glad to make the connection with him very recently, and you guys should check him out. If you want to see how cross-exam is done.
Who's that?
The DUI guy. His YouTube channel is all videos of him in court just ripping apart cops on the stand.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah,
that sounds great.
He's fantastic at it. He's very good. And I had him as a guest 2 nights ago on my show, and it was great. Super interesting guy, and I look forward to doing more content with him. He's very cool. Darlene. Sorry, I've had enough to drink. Darlene Griggs says, if the jury is supposed to assume Johnny Depp is referring to Amber Heard in text, why can't they assume Amber Heard is referring to Johnny Depp in the article? Oh, they will. They're like, that's an anemic defense. No one believes that it's not Johnny Depp in the article. And at some point, we're going to get probably introduction of her communication with the ACLU who helped her draft that article, where they're specifically talking about how to talk about this, but avoid mentioning Johnny Depp as much as possible because she was under a non-disclosure agreement. And so they're trying to avoid the mention of Johnny Depp while still allowing her to say the things that she said. That's probably going to come in at some point, and that'll be, you know, all they have to do on this is ask Amber Heard, who are you talking about in the article? You're talking about Johnny Depp, aren't you? No. Okay. We'd like to introduce this. Now we can impeach you with a prior statement, and you're done. Game over. So that's how that goes. Especially because the ACLU lawyers are not her lawyers. So that's not a privileged communication in any way. All of that stuff is admissible. Jonathan Prezios says, so annoying because they make Johnny look bad as if you take drugs, it makes you a wife beater. Meanwhile, women like Amber get to walk away like they aren't on drugs because they can call it medication for women. He also says they care she gave him while he was on Ambien, which actually make you anger, and she was beating him or taking pictures of him passed out. No pictures of her passed out on Ambien. Well, there may be some somewhere, but they're not relevant to the case, so they don't need to be there. I'm sure there's very good pictures of Amber Heard on Johnny's phone. Sonia Fowler says, wow, so caring to record humiliation for posterity or laying groundwork. And Johnny alluded to that. He said, I don't know why she took this picture. Thank you for taking the picture. If you missed it, Andrew and Benjamin, she took a picture of him. He was on opiate pills, right? And he was going to fall asleep on the couch. So she handed him her ice cream, and then he falls asleep and the ice cream spills and melts, you know, all over his lap or whatever. And then she took a picture of it. And so it's like, this picture doesn't show anything other than a guy sleeping on a couch holding a thing of ice cream. But he was like, yeah, right. Which is the point of taking opiates as a drug, is to...
Has nobody been to college? I mean, come on.
Right. Like you take these things because they put you down. They put you down into something else, some state where you're not feeling things as much, and then eventually you go under. I hate opiates, by the way. I've taken like 2 ever in relation to surgery, and I don't take them anymore. Tylenol and ibuprofen is enough for me. Fuck that. Nancy Focus says, why do I feel like this whole relationship for Amber was a setup? Why is she taking these pictures and saving them long term? I'm not saying she's a gold digger. Irish Major Tom says, imagine expecting the judge who has sided with the defense team over and over against to admonish the defense team for anything. Look, I do not blame this judge. I blame the plaintiff counsel. The plaintiff's counsel was weak in their fighting for objections, and we've covered this the past couple of days, so I'm not going to rehash it too much here. Today, when the plaintiff's counsel was making objections and using them clearly, they were winning the majority of those objections. They did very well today. So
the judge is supposed to judge the fights between the adversarial parties. If one party's not fighting, there's nothing for the judge to decide. So you can't blame the judge. The judge is not supposed to step up and fight for one party. The judge is supposed to, deal between the two parties who's supposed to fight for their own clients. So they have to do the fighting. If they're not doing it, don't blame the judge.
Yeah, and a judge stepping up and fighting for a party is grounds for a mistrial. I mean, that is not acceptable. And I think the judge almost went too far yesterday when she helped the plaintiffs draft a question that they were asking inappropriately. She flat out.
Well, you do that for new attorneys.
But this is Johnny Depp's attorney. This is not a new attorney.
Listen,
but she
I know
acts like
judges. I know judges who do this thing where they'll say, all right, listen, Normally, I don't take oral arguments in my court. I want the written motions. That's it. But if you have an attorney on the case who's under 5 years of experience, I will hear their oral argument, because I want to give them experience doing it.
Yeah.
But that's a gift they're giving to that attorney. It's not their normal policy. The normal policy for normal lawyers is you have to effectively argue your case yourself. You're supposed to be a professional doing your job.
Yeah, exactly. And in this case, I thought the judge actually went a little too far in helping her craft the question appropriately. And you can check the tape of us yesterday. We were like, this is how you ask it. And then the judge walked her through it. It was because there was an objection, and it was like, just ask it this way. Just do it the way you're supposed to. Yeah, it was. It had to do with
Former
the
foundation.
The timing. I think it was the timing that was referenced in the question. Like it was the timing was after the event, and she needed to ask before the event, and they objected like 2 or 3 times, and the judge is like, maybe if you frame the question as, and it was like, okay, she was helping her out, but it's like in this type of case, high profile with high profile attorneys, I don't know that.
But Nick, I don't know about you, but I've been involved in murder cases where someone's entire life was on the line, but never like civil monetary damages that were 50 million, 100 million. I mean, I've never gotten cases like that. If you're involved in a case that where 50 or 100 million dollars is on the stake, don't you know how to argue the case? I mean, isn't that a reasonable expectation?
You'd hope, because it's probably, I think this case is probably a mix of upfront fees plus a contingency if Johnny Depp wins, where the contingency will subtract out any advance payments. But the reality is, if he wins $50 million, they will make what, $15 million as attorneys?
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
Well, I
Right.
think the
So
trial, I would expect it to be closer to 20 to 25 even.
I mean, wouldn't you prep? For God's sakes, why are you stumbling over questions? Or you don't seem to know where you're going, indirect or cross.
But again,
And if I was standing to make $100 million, I can assure you, all of you in the Nick Rekieta community, I would know exactly what goddamn questions I was asking and what answers I was expecting to get. There would be no goddamn ambiguity about that at all.
You may have already interrogated some of the witnesses with zip ties and a blowtorch at that point.
At the very least, you'd know every exhibit back and forth.
Yes.
The fact that they haven't is just insane.
But
every
again,
word, every sentence, every page number would be engraved in my mind. I mean, I do that normally when it's a criminal defense case, when I just have a flat retainer at stake. But if I had 100 million or 50 million at stake, you goddamn right, I'll know every bit of that evidence, forwards and backwards.
yeah, it's retirement money that you won't want to retire on, because your profile, if they win this case for Johnny Depp, those lawyers' profiles shoot to the fucking moon. I mean, if you win this case for Johnny Depp, you'd be one of the first high-profile Me Too defamation cases, probably the first high-profile Me Too defamation case to ever win. You would have literally laid the groundwork for how to do this. You will be the go-to, no matter what state or jurisdiction it's in, for the next celebrity Me Too, and that will be another $50 million case. I mean, it doesn't matter if they win $1. This is a case that is almost unwinnable, and they're already at jury, which is hard enough. If they win at jury trial, you might as well name them Lynn Wood and wait for them to go crazy. But the one thing I want to do, though, just so I'm clear, I don't want to shit on the attorneys too much, because today they did well. I mean, they had some of the issues where not being fully aware of a particular exhibit, which I agree they really should be at this point. I mean, these things have been out in the public for years. But that being said, they did much better today than they've been doing on their fights. And so credit to them for that. Zachary Rosfeld, did you see my earlier question about Virginia law? Yes, I did. I think we just read it. Gunnar Freeman, do they still plan to call high profile witnesses like Elon Musk? And do we know when that is? That'll be during Amber Heard's case in chief, because Elon Musk is an Amber Heard simp, and he will probably appear by video conference. But yes, that is going to be once Johnny Depp's case is done. Or he'll appear by video deposition. I think I heard Crazy Cat Lady say that there were 10 video depositions for the defense, which makes me want to die immediately. Orange Red says dark humor plus text, email, social media equals witch hunt. Yep. Ms. Moonbear, it seems that the defense is bringing all these stories up to confuse the jury. Is this a tactic they would use? They'll use any tactic if they think they can win with it. Light Giver, abused people always blame themselves. Psychology 101. PGH Geo says, during arbitration, I had several messages that were hilarious to have read aloud. My favorite was when I called someone a syphilis-riddled midget. If I ever get sued, it's going to be a disaster, because it's just going to be tons of clips from my show, and it'll be perfect. I'm like, yeah, that was funny. Desert Cat says Johnny Depp is a master of the lost art of dry, subtle, sarcastic humor. Falling in love with him again. 24 Eyes Outcast Owls Live says, if I was on the jury, I would find the point of this line of questioning hard to follow. And I feel like this guy is just trying to use gotcha tactics. I agree. Creosote says, this is like when doves cry, except the doves are two mentally ill people with drug problems.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, that's celebrities. Amanda M says Rotten Bottom could use some of that weed. Missy Lanius says, I love Johnny Depp's snark. Rottenbaum wants to say, sheesh, Amber, I understand why you beat this guy all the time. Evie Warner, maybe they think they will blow it out during redirect, so they aren't worried about objecting. Maybe, but some of the stuff needs to be objected to. Some of it you just need to protect your client.
I mean, it could be. It could be. And maybe they'll come back and they'll nail it out of the goddamn park on, their cross of Amber. But it's a high risk bet.
Yeah. And the thing is, both and works. You can object and you can still crush them on redirect. Like, that's okay. Or on cross of Amber Heard. Like, you can still go after those things with objections.
It's a weird case. I mean, these civil cases, I normally do criminal, so civil is a little bit odd, but you almost you wish you could get these guys at a bar and just give them a couple of drinks and so why didn't you do this? Or why did you do that? And maybe they'd have a reason that would make sense that they can't say in court, obviously, but all right, I get it, in that context, but we wouldn't know. I mean, Nick, you gotta interview him.
Yeah. To Johnny Depp's lawyers and Amber Heard's lawyers. Look, David Rottenbottom, I promise if you come on the show, I will avoid all jokes about your name. But
right. All you bastards. Just come on the show.
Evie Warner, read that one. Paul Wolf, self-abuse is not spousal abuse. I agree. Well, actually, I partly agree. It can be spousal abuse if you're using it to hurt the spouse. If the intention of causing harm to yourself is harming the spouse, then it is still abusive.
Oh yeah, the classic, if you leave me, I'll kill myself. That's abuse.
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, the only appropriate answer is prove it.
Foley says, can you make the decibel level of you in the courtroom the same? No, I've been through it a million times, but I'll go through it again. StreamYard does not give us audio controls with levels, so we can't do that. I can balance it versus what I hear, and I have monitors, and I can hear my guests, and I can hear the court. I can balance it to me. What I cannot do is balance what they do after that signal, unfortunately. And I try to get it as close to possible. There were not many people complaining today, so I think it was actually pretty good. And I think, in fact, the problem is you, actually. So maybe you should consider that and do better, or go marry Amber Heard. I don't care. EW says Discovery Networks just announced they are discontinuing CNN Plus. That lasted long. Lol. Very embarrassing. We had more people watching today than CNN Plus had on the average day across all of the
Oh my God. It's so amazing. What a weird. So I'm an old guy. I grew up in the Reagan era, but in the days when you could believe like the media was kind of telling you the truth. But it's such obviously a propaganda campaign today. And to watch these CNN propaganda houses fold like a house of cards. Just by the way, they spent $300 million on this thing, which means they could have sent every American citizen $1 million. Every one of us could have gotten $1 million from CNN, and it would have been more productive. If all we did was throw it in the toilet and flush it, it would have been more productive than what they did with CNN Plus. Oh, dear Lord.
It's amazing because
what crazy times we live in.
I feel like I've spent a lot on my show because I have I have a pretty expensive camera and I have some lights and I have a pretty expensive sound setup, and it's not even
ordered
close.
Like $10,000-$15,000 worth of computer equipment to upgrade my own internet presentation stuff, but 10 or 15 grand is nothing compared to 300 million.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious. I love it. Tarkina Meyer says they are asking him to say he lied on an insurance form. Is that potentially opening him to legal issues for falsifying legal form? Well, no, he doesn't have I don't think he made a claim against the insurance company. And if he did make a claim against the insurance company, it certainly wasn't related to drug use. It would have been related to his spouse throwing a vodka bottle and severing his finger. So either way,
and it would be completely independent of this claim. That's a different party.
Yeah. So I don't think he's got a problem. And first of all, an insurance form is not a legal form. An insurance form is a contract, but it's not like a legal form. You're lying to a third party company. The question is, did you intend to defraud them? So did you lie about your drug usage on the insurance thing, overdose on drugs, and then file an insurance claim? Like,
by the way, which everybody does. Everybody who shows up in the ER and a drug overdose says, "No, I don't do drugs, doctor."
Yeah. Holy Ozone says, thinking she has birthday plans, she probably isn't happy about it. Eric Reed, he's moving quickly to get Johnny Depp off the stand. Oh no, I think he's got a significant amount I think we're going to have another full day on Monday of cross and then redirect. Cool says, anyone that thinks Elon Musk is a smart man, remember he thought hooking up with Amber was a good idea. Well, she didn't Me Too him.
He didn't marry her.
Yeah.
There's a difference between hooking up and marrying. Hooking up is you give him a fake name. Marrying, you have legal obligations.
He didn't
Frankly, Musk did it the smart way.
He didn't marry Grimes or anything. He just hammered him out.
Well, that's one way to put it.
This is the difference between billionaires and everyone else. I had a buddy tell me a story about a friend of his, a woman friend of his, who was on a date with a billionaire. And he uses that story to illustrate the difference in sex lives of billionaires to everybody else. So a private car picks her up her apartment, brings her to the billionaire's house. She's dressed nice or whatever. She knocks on the door. He comes to the door and he says, "Are we having sex before or after dinner?" And she said, "Okay, before." So they went and had sex, and then they went to dinner, and it was very good. And then she went home and never talked to him ever again. That's
just a whore.
Yes, but
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. By the way, that's fine. It's okay. But that's what that is.
But she wasn't like paid for her services except in dinner and the experience in general. But like the expectation was, you're here at my house. We're going to do this either before or after. That's going to be the thing. And that was just the lifestyle. He certainly wasn't going to marry her or keep dating her or anything. He had no intention of doing so. So it's
just like college.
Exactly. Kimmy G says, would Johnny Depp and his lawyers have known that Amber's lawyers had that audio clip about him cutting himself? Yes, they know all of this. Also, why didn't Depp's lawyers try to stop it from being played? How is it relevant? I don't know how it was relevant, but they may have reasons for having it played. We don't know. Or they just didn't think it was that big of a deal because it has nothing to do with the abuse of Amber Heard. Felipe Move says, Nick, the problem with your show is the host. No, thank you, Felipe. So nice. Texas Red, CNN Plus is dead after a month. That means Turbo Cut Chris Wallace is now out of a job. Hopefully this gives upstart Mike Hunt a chance. Tara Rayner says Ozzy crapped on their floor. Yes, Motley Crue's floor. Thank you. DCV Titan, the video of Johnny moaning sounded more to me like someone singing in their sleep. And again, it's video of him moaning on a plane. No one, if someone's laying unconscious on a plane from opiates going, they're not beating anyone. So that's not helpful. Real Hydro PX says there are 10 million particles in the universe that we can observe. Your mama took the ugly ones and put them onto one nerd. Thanks. Dark Jack says DUI guy was not ready for the level of degeneracy from chat. You really need to send your guests a disclaimer / content warning. Well, no, it's funnier when they don't know. Jason Symedru. Thankfully, Chandler Halderson wasn't the chef who found Johnny Depp's finger. C. Mars says critical hit. Pink Hollow the Driving Apes is compared to Jerry Ryan divorce. This is tame. Andrew Pugh. Amber Heard is why the crazy hot matrix exists. # careful who are you shrimp for. Daryl Courier says, I believe the context of the burning and drowning was in reference to Amber being a witch. Could be. Don't know. Walter, but he did still say he would fuck her corpse to make sure she was dead. So that's a lot. Walter Deadman says Silent Bob looks different. Tater Puddin says Amber should play a siren in the next Pirates movie who draws in Jack with her beauty and ultimately leads him to the rocks to destroy his legacy, the Black Pearl. James Gentry, getting her to drop her suit instead of wanting the cash settlement be an option? I agree this is more about getting a story out. Yeah. At any time they could settle this out for no money. Sure. Now that he after his testimony, his lawyers could approach them, offer for settlement, and say, "Hey, he wanted to get his story out. He's got his story out. Let's close this thing out. We don't need to take this to trial." There's no way she's going to agree to it, but he could do that. Johnny Stoffel says, "Did you take drugs? I'm not a chemist, love." Tara Olson, have you guys ever been trumped? Trump listening to Tucker Carlson, where it seems the attorney is listening to you in the case you're watching. Oh, I have no doubt that the attorneys have been listening to us in the case that we're watching. I know for a fact that the Rittenhouse attorneys were, that they were at least doing a cursory review of the Rittenhouse coverage from time to time. And I would imagine that in many cases they are. Yes. Bria Rose says this lawyer is stuttering. Come on, man. Show Depp who the beta male is because Johnny is the alpha here. Irie says, this is MAGA country. CP, Johnny may never get his life back even if he wins. It's a different world. He's canceled and liberal tears beat out common sense. But remember, Johnny's also a liberal. So he's got a shot. Johnny Arbor 007 says, Cocaine Branca. You're goddamn right. Stonehenge says, didn't Depp say yesterday on the stand he wouldn't do any work for Disney again under any conditions, including Pirate 6? Yes. Yes, he said that now after they destroyed his career. Devin O says Johnny needs to get paid for this entertainment he's providing us. Real Hydro PX says, in my opinion, Legal Bites is so boring. These beta simps come here to wake up. Hatchet says, Rottenborn's cross-examination is pretty rotten, but Principal Pondering says, lol, Amber Heard's lawyers think a guy that they insinuate is constantly passed out, drunk / high also was conscious enough to assault someone? Lamau. By the way, Andrew, there was a chat that came in while you were gone. It simply said, Cocaine Branca, you're goddamn right. So there you go.
You're muted.
Diaphanic One says, Rottenborn to introduce Depp's Apple user agreement. Blind Press, this is a lazy cross-examination. Sentinel Rex, Green Mommy should replace Heard in Aquaman 2. Fully agree on that one. Orange Red says, Nate. Danger UXO for Nate the lawyer. Carbonated Milk says Nate. Squirrel Knight says read the super chats while the nose is gone, Nate. Mysticism says if this has taught me anything, it's that I'm so glad I'm not a movie star. Give me that mundane life any day. I mean, with the money comes trouble. Really, mo money, mo problems is actually true. So, I mean, mo solutions too. Don't get me wrong, but mo problems.
I put up with a lot for 50 mil.
Yeah.
I mean,
yep. But but at the end of the day, it is a lifestyle change. And like, if you win the lottery tomorrow, right, you get a $300 million Powerball or whatever, and you're set forever. Can you trust anyone you meet after that?
no, but that's why I wrote a trust.
You
years
are
ago
muted
to
now,
be paid.
Bronca. You're
Not only trust anybody you know, you especially can't trust the people you know. People who are still working on 15 grand a year in income, and you have 3 million. Those will be the first people who would cut your throat. Listen, trust me, folks. I've been dead broke. I've been eating ramen for months at a time in my life. I've been dead broke, and I've had money, and I've gone back, and I've had money, and I've been broke, and I've had money. And the experiences you have in each of those situations are extremely different. You definitely cannot trust the poor people with you.
Don't listen to the pores. They'll bleed you.
He's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong at all. That's the best part. Jay says, now, Mr. Depp, what do you know about bird law? Chango721 says Johnny Depp is Banksy. President-elect Four Doors More Horse says Johnny speaks like someone verbalizing trauma for the first time, not like he's high. As Slingbait, some people call her a cunt. I call her Easy Amber. The Pie Baker says Johnny should give this guy a gold star sticker for his reading skill. William Board says, why didn't Amber call an ambulance? Time to write. Cheeky Mare, maybe you have answered this. I'm behind at 2x speed. Can the entire gallery see the screens facing them? I do not know if the gallery can see them or not. The jury can, but I don't know if the gallery can. Ponton21 says, I toured the U.S. with one of Billy Bob's best friend's bands in the mid-2000s. They spoke often. Cool dude with an endless supply of hot dog ladies digging him. Or of hot ladies, not hot dog ladies. Hot ladies digging him. Jay says he finally left. Kirzixa says Defamber and Rottenbum are so smug. Meanwhile, Johnny Depp is making them look foolish while on the stand. Depp's team is looking much better today, in my opinion. I agree. LKD70, Johnny is breaking the lawyer down. This lawyer is going to crack long before Depp. A few more argumentative objections from Johnny's team, please. Kaiser Kyoshi says, yo, Nick, glad you're covering this. Though is Guy's defense to just spam him with everything negative because it's sad and funny. Yeah, that's what they got. Death by 1,000 little cuts. Jane's Blonde says, please stop it with Nate and the volume. What the fuck? Not changing the volume on Nate, by the way. That's StreamYard. StreamYard's weird, guys. Nancy Focus, welcome to Paralegal. James Blonde says, so really he chopped his own finger off. Porkmaster, out of 10 years of texts and emails, they don't have him admitting that he hit her. Really trying hard, but they don't have that missing piece. Essikin says, I believe Johnny Depp absolutely ate Rottenborn when he mentioned having his finger scrubbed at the ER. ER normally does this for glass fibers. Black Tiger says, ever buy feminine products? Not every buy is for me. Yeah, exactly. So this is the part where he's like, didn't you request cocaine and ecstasy? And he's like, yeah, because Amber wanted ecstasy. So he doesn't say I took either of those things. It just says I asked for them. Legion Shorty, Nick, I hope the phallus on the painting was a veiny, triumphant one like Seth's on Superbad. I'm sorry for not having more money to give. Thanks. Don't apologize. You send a super chat. You never need to apologize. Oh, my goodness. It reminds me of my favorite Twitter account, which I think is long gone, but it was called Drawing Dicks on the Boston Globe. And they would just have the Boston Globe front page, and the guy would draw these very intricate, veiny penises fully erect on all of the pictures.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed that.
And I was like, why is this a thing? Wrestler
For those
Town.
who don't know, the Boston Globe is like the New York Times, the Washington Post. It's a complete shit bag of progressive fascism.
Yes, this is well stated. Wrestler Town says the questions in the UK trial also aren't the exact same questions as the one asked in this trial. Depp's answer should be slightly different. I agree. Megan House says, is it weird? I want to hear Judge Judy say, I don't want to hear your excuses. He has medical forms and lost a finger. Judgment for Mr. Depp. That'd be good.
I would genuinely pay for that.
Poor cunt, a squat with JD says, if Johnny is right-handed, how does he cut a finger off his right hand off? I mean, he holds the knife in his left hand and does it. I mean, you could certainly do it. Daniel Erler, Depp is blacked out. Amber is getting blacked.
Oh,
okay.
Come on.
Principled Potato, welcome to lawyer status. Ryo Flammel says, I dislike seeing people dunk on Rot Boy Genius. He's a lawyer just doing his job, albeit not the best. I mean, he wasn't doing well today. He was kind of lost and getting handled. David Cobb says, defense attorney is taking a giant grumpy. Daydreamer Pictures, Robbie Rotten is a terrible cross-dresser. OF Jehunti V2. Wait, you're supposed to make points with evidence? Yes. Hashtag me poo says, I believe the weird questions are to give wiggle room to the media to continue painting Amber Heard as a victim after the trial. Hashtag protect the narrative. Black Tiger, did they open the door to her gentleman callers for redirect? It would go to state of mind. I mean, I would wonder why he becomes irrational. I mean, you could ask him. You could certainly on redirect ask him about her extramarital relationships that Johnny Depp suspects. If you want,
except he'll have had his own, and I don't see that going anywhere.
Yeah, it's probably not much.
The fact that let's imagine she's sleeping around, right? Which is probably a safe bet, but let's imagine.
Well, she almost
that's
certainly
not
did with
for him
Elon
to
Musk.
punch her in the face, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, not that I think he did that, but if that's the accusation, her sleeping around would not be an excuse.
Yeah, it's and you have to be really careful with a woman on as a defendant. You do not want to get into a notion of quote unquote slut shaming in 2022. You want to be very, very careful with accusations that she was sexually promiscuous or unfaithful, because there are people who will take that, even the accusation, even if true, and say, you know, you're just engaging in this out of patriarchy or whatever.
That will be abuse all by itself.
You want to stick to the facts. The facts of this is, you know, what does this have to do with the abuse that he allegedly did? And there's nothing so far. DCV Titan, wait. I wasn't able to watch the screen, but did they just put up a picture? Johnny not recognized it and they took it down, but grilled a sound tech on Johnny's contract that he never saw? Yes. Darth Chaz, Mr. Rottenborn, Reefer Madness wants its plot back. Quit your bitchin', sent a #1 sticker. Thank you. Cormoran says, are we sure Rottenborn is working for Amber? Bear in the Woods, these recordings aren't telling the story the defense attorneys do. I believe they do. It's this kind of damning for turd. Yeah, I agree. It's not been a good day for her. DCV Titan, I heard I never headbutted you. Can't make out butted foreheads. That doesn't break a fucking nose. That's what I heard too. Black Tiger says, is this a copy and paste of the UK trial? Not quite. Miku Huntu, Depp needs to correct that headbutt statement ASAP. I'm sure they'll get to it on redirect. Luna Freya says, I'm never texting again. Can this be scrubbed? Yes. The Iceman says, I've been gone now for 2 hours and they're still on text. I feel like this isn't the best strategy. Seems like they're trying to say not defamation because Depp is unstable and she was in fear of him. Marmer says, I would love it if on the day the jury goes to read the verdict, Johnny is dressed up as Captain Jack Sparrow. Win or lose, he would win. Neo Ritter, Fairfax is the second wealthiest. Loudon, Virginia is the wealthiest. Radic Golan says, have you guys tried using Jitsi Meet for these? Free version supports streaming to YouTube and including YouTube videos along with things like room join approvals, etc. Nope. Look, I haven't seen a single meeting room so far that has audio controls, robust audio controls, which is what is necessary. But I'll look. Principal Pondering, you don't find it damaging that Amber was saying she hid her injuries from his kids at Christmas? Just curious. No. Damaging to who? Him or Amber? Like for him? No, she said a thing. I hid my injuries from your kids. I mean, that doesn't mean she had any. Remember that
Right. Hidden evidence. It's not evidence, folks. I mean, this is not rocket science.
And remember
where's the
that
evidence? Where's the evidence of him physically abusing her? Where is it?
The injury she's talking about is a broken nose. The day after the broken nose, she went on the James Corden show and no one saw any sign of a broken nose, including the makeup artist for the James Corden show. This is a hard pill to swallow at this point. KB, thanks for the donation. Zan Wild, hey now, I live in Oklahoma City. KB says this crosses a disaster. The angle and theme should be 1, attack legal claim of defamation. Agree. 2, set stage for facts supporting that Johnny Depp is a domestic abuser or sex abuser for Amber Heard's case in chief. Yeah, I largely agree with that. But with an emphasis on the first part, because this is at the end of the day a defamation case, and they're not making that. They're making this an abuse case.
Right.
Zena B, thanks for the donation. Horsehead says, is having a mega pint violence? Thank God for interesting court streams, not like those other guys. Oh, shit. Shots fired.
Well, they are horrible.
I says, if Honda does an ad with Depp where he says the trunk can fit a rotting corpse, I'd sell my car that day and buy a Honda Civic. Timothy Reaper, I don't want to waste the court or the jury's time, waste 8 hours of everyone's time. Walter Deadman, that block of text should have been followed up with lol K. Adriano Valentino Australia says, Nick, if you get 10K likes, you can assault some cabinet doors. Let's go, Brandon. I assaulted a pretty hefty glass of whiskey after another one, so I'm feeling a good buzz. Those are both 50% plus alcohols. So, half brain gamers. If Depp throat doesn't trend on Twitter, what are we doing here? Pincala the driving ape. I mean, he's not wrong about the Southern gentleman comment. A true Southern gentleman would have slapped her a long time before that. Kevin Smith says, remember that Southern gentlemen once owned slaves. Kevin Smith says, maybe the plan is necessarily to win, or isn't necessarily to win, but to turn the public against Johnny utilizing today's culture war. Winning would just be a nice cherry on top.
Yeah, sure.
Libertarian Podcast Review says, in California, domestic violence restraining order standard includes disturbing the peace. Rude text could be considered as such, and therefore her statements might be seen as true.
No. But what qualifies for a restraining order is not the same as what qualifies as abuse in a civil trial. Those are two different things. They issue restraining orders like candy, and they ought to. I guess it's fine. I don't have an objection. but that's not the same thing as a demonstrated example of abuse in an adversarial trial.
Yeah, and the trick is, does the jury believe she's domestically abused? And when the jury's heard a bunch of testimony about her punching Johnny Depp and no testimony, except maybe there might be an instance where at one point he slaps her. Well, I picture that as domestic abuse. No, you don't. You can't possibly. You punched this man over and over. You chopped off his finger by throwing a vodka bottle at him. You cannot possibly consider that domestic abuse. And you as a victim of it, unless you consider yourself as a perpetrator of domestic abuse, in which no one believes you anyway.
Hey, Johnny Depp, if you need a self-defense law of defense, just call me maybe.
Andrew's over here. Hey, I just met you. This is crazy.
But
you should shoot her and call me maybe. Missy Lania says, what's better, old ranting Charlie Sheen, Mel Gibson audio clips or Johnny's? These are gold, Jerry. Oh, the Mel Gibson one is pretty brutal. S. Asp says, Nick has to go take a grumpy, hashtag me poo. John Turlington says, can she be charged in California for these single party recordings? I mean, in theory, yes. They're not going to charge her with a crime, but they should have objected to them unless they have a reason for them. That's the hard part. We don't know what their strategy is. Mega Bailchen says it was for the jury to have something to ponder over the weekend to invoke some emotional reaction. Terry Bell, that whole knife bit would in fact be considered emotional abuse if he was threatening to cut himself during an argument. I guess that was his direction. but it didn't sound like he was threatening to cut himself during an abuse or during an argument. It sounded like he was offering to cut himself or to have her cut him as a mark of his affection and devotion to her, right? Like tattooing someone on name on your chest or whatever.
Or even if he was threatening to do it to himself, it wasn't because she was threatening to leave. He was not abusing her. It was not, if you leave me, I'll kill myself. It was like, I just want to show my love for you. Well, that's different.
Yep. Bullet Bar. Why can't Johnny discuss the case with his attorneys? Because he's still under oath and on the witness stand. So he has to wait until he's done testifying. That's all.
In theory.
Yeah. I mean, do you think he's not going to? Of course he's going to.
In theory, none of the jury are reviewing social media right now.
Yeah.
In reality, they're all watching this.
Yeah. What's up, jury? How you guys doing? Urban X Urban says, Nick, great content. How about a quick toast to all the guys currently reliving their own past horrific relationships that were so damn similar? Great effing lays, but man, did we pay for it. Just a second. I'll do a little. I'll do a
Crazy
little
Matrix
toast.
for a reason, guys.
The fact that it's true doesn't make it any less sad. From 20 years perspective.
To my bros in the chat who took a lot for a nice set of curves, for sleek, lean lines and some
sloppy
high RPM encounters. May the roads of your future be straight, narrow, and go long into the horizon. How's that?
I mean, is that a Keira Knightley joke?
Yes, it is. Cheers.
And may the bar never hear of your indiscretions.
Exactly. Isaac Kozic says, all right, you've convinced me. The judge is just dumb, not necessarily biased. Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the judge, but I don't think she's biased. Maddie P on the road says, how do people with so much money hire such bad lawyers? There's no vetting mechanism for lawyers. You never know how they're going to perform until the day.
It's the bar. They pass the bar. I mean, you can't imagine a lower threshold. It would, like if you had a bunch of gymnasts and you put the bar at 6 inches off the ground, everybody would pass.
And the worst part is a bunch of people don't.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like they put 6 inches above the ground and 33% of the people still fail.
Yeah,
dude.
I mean,
when I
listen,
passed,
we all of us, Nick, me, everyone here studied like crazy for the bar. We passed the bar. It's fine. I mean, it's a real test. You have to do it. but in the larger scheme of things, holy crap! The passing the bar doesn't prepare you at all to represent an actual client in an actual case.
No. And I think when I passed, at the time, it was one of the lowest passing classes in history across the nation until the next semester, which was worse. But we had I think a 48% passage rate, which is insane. It's like half of these people are failing. And I was in a room with a whole lot of people. And it's like half of them, and too many probably still passed. The Patterson says, is there a counterclaim? By Heard, yes, for $100 million. If so, can any evidence be used to establish her defenses also be used for the counterclaim, or would the court prevent that as to not confuse the jury? No. Anything in this case is admitted for the counterclaim purposes.
Right. Yes.
200 Watt Studio says, ME using his tool. This one's still warm. Oh, the medical examiner? No, gross. Brian Schultz, Branka and Nick confirmed heteroflexible if they forget Keira Knightley.
Okay.
Black Tiger says, is it fitting to say Heard's team shit the bed? Fair Frozen, we've seen Tyler's Branka and he's great, but I never imagined powder mustache Branka was a thing and was so based and unbreaded.
Still working on that.
Go back to the 80s. What? Just a big white smear.
Oh my God. I have cocaine stories I could spend 8 hours on.
That sounds like a show. Bumtown 1 says, it seems like the Herd's tactic is to show all Johnny's lovely messages to her so they can say, would someone being abused send this to their abuser? Joe says, just saw Kentucky Owl last batch and Joseph Magnus at the store. I went with the Magnus off your recommendation. Really good stuff, dude. It is great. The Kentucky Owl bourbon is not worth $300. The Kentucky Owl last batch rye is. But the Joseph Magnus is worth every penny. Jesus Davila says, great panel, great mods, and great chat. Y'all kill me with laughter. Hashtag me poo. Hashtag depth throat. Hashtag green dress mommy. Happy says, Amber's lawyers are trying to use the audio of Johnny Depp allegedly trying to cut himself to prove he cut his own finger. I love you, weird fucker. Hashtag power to Johnny Depp. Nodachi 0. Hey, what's your favorite 40K Legion race? Have you ever collected and tried the tabletop models? Thanks for the commentary on the case. I have a couple tabletop models. I never had the money as a kid, and I don't have enough people to play as an adult or the time. But if my favorite is Custodians, they're hilarious, and I'm glad they got a full army now. Leonard Clip says, shared the hashtag depth throat clip. Let's get it trending. Plump Lettuce, someone who hates that their husband drinks doesn't have an open glass of wine and a glass poured for him when he gets home from work. Correct. Mommy Pickles, welcome to Paralegal. Oh, also when he's trying to go to rehab and he says, hey, can you help me? Can you try to be clean with me? They say yes. Even if they're not addicted and they're just mad at their significant other's addiction, they say yes. That's what they do. Because that's your spouse. I can taste fried food, says Green Mommy Show Feet. Jay the Gamma Ray, thank you for the donation. Rice Jones says, is it me or are the photos staged? Star says, can we get some, did I read that correctly, merch made with a tally on it in honor of Rottenborn? S. Asp says, Nick, you, Branka, and Drex should go through the Crazy Hot Matrix video together and create a PSA for all the young men out there and use.
By the way,
I
I would love to do a show with Drex. I would love that. We should set that up, man.
Absolutely. We will do that. I don't know when I'm going to see it. I don't think I'm seeing him this weekend, but maybe next weekend. So I'll let you know.
Maybe if I get out there this summer, like we were talking about, like we can deliver those books to. I'm not trying to force it into anything.
No,
I mean, there's no money in it for me, but it would be fun to do. So
tons of fun.
Maybe if I end up out there anyway, we could make that happen.
Oh yeah. If you come out here, we'll definitely figure something out. But otherwise, we could do it too. I'm fully game. I think that'd be a fun show. Mitch says, I love how Johnny owned all those insults and the herd lawyers had very little counter with. Sigma Grindset also hashtag leave legal bites alone. I'm not doing anything to legal bites. I have encouraged people relentlessly to go to her stream. I've encouraged people I know to guest on her stream. I wish her nothing but success. She's doing great. She's been the past 2 days. She's been over 10,000 viewers and her channel has grown tremendously. That's
awesome.
Phenomenal.
Awesome.
Phenomenal. There's enough of us that there is no competition on any of this stuff. We all want each other to succeed.
It's so weird that people think like we're beating on each other or competing with each other. It couldn't be. I am so grateful that Nick invites me on the show. I'm grateful when any of these other folks who have their shows invite me on. It's a gift. It's very nice. We're not competing against each other. We're collectively creating a more legally aware community out there in the world. And that's all. That's the mission of all of us.
Exactly. Damian Cross says, when Scott Patesky sued Marilyn Manson, Manson was also the smartest lawyer in the room. Scott threatened to air Manson's dirty laundry and they settled. Bobbert says, not sure if anyone has asked or addressed this yet, but is there a possibility that the bad line of questioning from the defense is being entirely driven by Amber's demands? Huge possibility that she wants them to go hard on Johnny Depp rather than focusing on what's important. Absolutely. People get petty and vindictive.
Her lawyers are not the bosses. She's the boss. Her lawyers represent her.
Yep. Happy says 69 for 69. 69 for 69. Leon's Law says,
you have to read everything?
Yes, I do. Leon's Law says, won a big payout of $400 for my client at trial. Here's your cut. Thank you, Leon's Law. Congratulations, buddy, though. That's awesome. Like, look, $400, you won a trial. I mean, fuck off with everything else. That's great.
By the way, most of us started by losing. So the fact that you won, it's just huge kudos.
Let's see. Mitch says, bring back strumpet shaming. James Gentry, can multiple aid bars during the day make a jury sidebars during the day make a jury dislike one side or the other? Sure. I was in a jury, and in the 3 days, many sidebars became annoying. Absolutely, they can. But the question is, you balance, are we annoying the jury with, am I protecting my client? And in this case, I think that Depp's lawyers have done much better going to sidebar than standing at the table and making objections. Lawrence Steffen says, can you read that again, please? That was a great text.
Yes, that is my signature for the 8th time, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Lewis S says, any thought on First Amendment audits, the respectful ones? I don't know what that means. What's a First Amendment audit? Mossels says, so is Amber Heard on a full-on carpet cleaner now, or is she with a chick with a Richard? No, rumor has it she's currently dating Eve Barlow. So if that's, she's back to being an Albion, and that's, whatever. I don't care what she does, but that's where she allegedly is. Jennifer Cochran says, anyone, jury included, wouldn't believe Amber was abused due to the way she would try to upset Johnny. An abused woman would do anything to not upset her abuser. Her story reeks of lies. Felipe Mube says, the fact that Nick passed the bar says all about the poor quality of the test.
Sorry, Nick.
No, it's fine. Dude, so here's how bad I am at things.
I think we both agree, though. Actually, the bar exam's a pretty low bar. I mean, we both know lots of attorneys who've passed the bar who really should not be representing clients.
I would. Well, let me rephrase.
I don't mean you or me, of course.
No. But let me
I might
rephrase
be
it a little bit.
It depends on the day of the week.
I don't think the bar is a low bar. I think the bar is actually a very tough test. I happen to be great at tests, so I had.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I would vigorously argue against getting rid of it. We need that as a minimum threshold, at least.
But what I wanted to say is the bar and law school have almost nothing to do with representing clients.
No,
they have a lot to do with being a legal academic. They're great for that.
Or government.
Right. They're not good for representing clients. They don't.
No.
You have to go in law school. You have to go out of your way to find out the basics of representation, and it's nowhere near enough. Like, you have to take elective classes on how to properly advocate. Like, advocacy you take, which is a joke, and you take advanced advocacy as an elective. If you want to go further and do like clinicals and actually like try representing people, you have to go outside of the curriculum to do that stuff. And that's the stuff that lawyers should be doing. They need classes on billing. They need classes on advertising. They need classes
on just fighting. Listen, honestly, if I were going to hire an associate today, the first question I would ask them is, when was the last time you punched somebody in the face? Because that's what you're going to have to do in court.
Yeah.
You're going to have to punch people in the face, not physically, but in every other way. You're going to have to be able to get up there and punch people in the goddamn face in defense of your client. When was the last time you did that? Because if the answer is never,
well,
what's your client paying for?
So, real quick story. When I took my criminal law class, which was an elective, by the way, it should not be an elective. It should be a required course in any curriculum for law school. But I took criminal law, and our professor said, we're not going to do the sexual assault stuff. We're going to skip that section of criminal law. And you're like, what do you mean? What? Because people might be offended by the content of, or triggered by like the rape story, the rape part of criminal sexual conduct. When I got into private practice and I was consulting on a criminal sexual misconduct case, and I was talking to the lead attorney on it, and he's the guy, like he is the guy that you would hire for criminal sexual misconduct in outstate Minnesota. He had 7 jury trials in the past like 12 months, and 6 of them he won acquittals on. And the reason he was able to do it is because he was willing to put a 16-year-old girl on the stand and shred her and absolutely destroy her. He was willing to make her cry. He was willing to expose the fact that she was lying about this assault. And that is hard to do. There's no law school class that will teach you to cross-examine and bring to tears and expose the lies of a 16-year-old female sexual assault accuser. You have to be willing to do that if you're going to be a defense attorney.
Who may believe the lies she's telling are true. She may have been brainwashed by her family, whatever. She thinks it's true. But if you're representing your client, you have to compel that witness to either stick to their story or be impeached.
Yep. And you have to bring up every time they've lied to their friends about a guy, everything they've ever said, all their little text messages and Snapchats and whatever. You bring all of it, and you have to be relentless and vicious because your client, from your perspective, has been falsely accused of sexual assault. You better be willing to do it. There's no law school class that will teach you that. You have
It's
to
so
have
funny. I see in the comments here people saying, I could do that. I could do that. But you know what? Nick and I and all of you watch us cover these trials all the time where we see professional legal counsel, people who presumably are being paid a lot of money to be involved in these cases, not doing that.
Yep.
They're literally not doing it.
It's hard.
It's a really hard thing. Yeah, go ahead, Ben. I didn't mean
Well, I
to
was
cut
just
you
gonna
off.
say, I mean, I came out of law school. I did 4 semesters of the clinics. And
Yeah.
that was the only reason that I was able to get past the first couple of years of practice on my own. Because
Right. So I'm older than both of you. When I went through law school, there were no clinics. We had no clinics.
I didn't
They
take
just-
any.
They just shat us out and just hang up a shingle and go do an Amber turd on the bed and whatever.
I didn't take
was
any.
horrible.
I had 2 babies during law school. Like, I didn't have fucking time for a clinic. I didn't have time for my classes. But yeah,
I'm sorry, but Benjamin.
Go
I
ahead,
was just
Ben.
gonna say, even that they don't teach you anything in law school that comes close to really having to cross-examine or even direct examine someone who's going to sit there and cry on the stand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't prepare you for any reality, because everything you do in law school, whether it be in a clinical or unless you're dealing with real clients, but if you're doing anything mock at all of that, every client or witness or whatever is literally a couple paragraphs on a colored sheet of paper that someone reads, and they
So-
have to adopt that character and try to act it out. And it's go ahead.
The best practical law school experience I ever had was before I ever went to law school. I worked for 2 years as an investigator for a public defender's office, where I had to talk to the defendants all the time to see if they qualified for a public defender. And those lying, cheating scumbags of human beings, every single one of them. I mean, they were all criminals. They're all dirtbags. I'm sorry, folks who are wrongly charged with crimes, but most of you are actually guilty of what you're charged with, in my experience. Sorry. But that was the most eye-opening experience I ever had. Before then, I was like, oh my God, innocent people go to prison. And yes, that does happen, folks. It does, but it's not very common. And so when I got to law school, I'd already been through 2 years of that experience. And I was like, all right, that's how this works in a theoretical perspective, professor. But what if you're in my seat and you're actually sitting in a metal room with an accused who's saying, oh, I never did anything wrong, and he's fucking lying, and you have to decide whether or not he qualifies for a public defender. That's not a theoretical class anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. It's hold on. Too much drinking. I can't actually type. No, it's 100% correct. And how the people who walk in your office when you open your own office, and I'm sure Ben can attest to this, and Andrew, of course, when someone walks into your office and they start telling you your story and you go,
they're lying.
I know you're lying to me. I know you're not telling the truth, but I really need your check to clear my bank right now. And what I would do, and mind you, I'm an asshole, and I always have been, and it's fine. So and what you see here is what you would get. Like I'd wear a polo shirt and shorts to my office because it's my office, it's my firm. I didn't have to answer to anybody. People would come in and they'd say, "Hey, you're wearing shorts and a shirt," and I'm like, "Yeah, so I'm not gonna wear that to court, but I'm not gonna like pretend to wear a suit all day. That's ridiculous." And I'm like, "What are you pretending?" And they'd start talking to me, and I'm like, "Okay." Let's try again. And this time, please don't lie to me because I need to know every bad thing that could come up on the stand. I have to know if I'm going to represent you what
That's
the
the
other
worst
party
part.
would bring up.
And they won't tell you. They hide stuff. Oh my
Yeah.
God. For God's sakes, nothing you tell me can hurt you. But all the stuff you don't tell me can absolutely crush you. So just tell me everything. There's nothing. I lived through the 80s. There's nothing you can tell me that will shock me. Trust me.
Yeah.
Just tell me all the stuff and I can do the best of my ability to protect you from it. But if I get ambushed by it in trial, you're effed.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want to be at a hearing and have my jaw hit the floor. That's the worst thing that can possibly happen to you because I won't know what to do at that point. So you need to tell me because I don't give a shit what you've done. It's not my job to care. Let's just do this. But it's they don't teach you any of these interactive skills in law school unless you go seek them out. And in some cases, there's not even an opportunity to seek them out. But all right, we're almost done here. Sorry. Let's see. Black Tiger says Trini expression for flat gal, 2 back and a crack. God damn it. Deadly Zebra. Cop Bay comes with issued cuffs, so Cop Bay is greater than green dress mommy. Oh, Officer Brittany Bray, how we miss you. Becky A says that last video was a very intimate moment where he wanted her to mark him a love mark. Notice her saying the knife is dull. People are into scars. Joe says, please let us have Branca cocaine story show. Well, that's up to him. That's up to him.
Yeah, we're probably not doing that.
Mitch says my legal bite super chat was directed at the chat. Oh, thank you for clarifying, Mitch. Yeah, I have seen people dumping on legal bites in the chat. Guys, again, I wish her nothing but success. If tomorrow Monday, if Monday her, like people are like, I've seen online some people comparing our streams or whatever. If on Monday her streams surpass mine, I would clap and say, great, fantastic.
Yeah.
It's,
by the way, I don't know why this is a question, but she's awesome. So I support her 100%.
Yeah, she's great.
If I'm not there, it's only because I have very limited time and I can only be in so many places. But I support Legal Bites 100%.
Yeah. Johnny Arbor 007 says one more time. Cocaine Branca says you goddamn right. Gotta love it. Savaship says I'm in the backwoods of Minnesota, so I got to support my fellow Minnesotans. Hey, Savaship, thank you. Johnny Arbor says Cocaine Branca says cocaine was the Twitter of the 80s. It's everywhere.
It's
That's
true.
a great, terrific quote, really. James Gentry says Rottenborn is a kink-shaming prude. Choking is love. Marmer132 says I have punched someone in the face before, so I'm halfway to being a defense attorney. Yeah,
pretty much.
Look, some defense attorneys have had to punch judges in the face.
Oh,
have you ever seen? There's that video of the judge like telling the defense, "We'll go outside. I'll take you out back right now." And they actually.
Well, that's an invitation.
Yeah, they go out and kick each other's ass. It's perfect.
Come on, how many defense attorneys wouldn't accept that invitation?
Yeah,
if a judge is going to say,
you just start taking off your jacket. I've been waiting my whole life for this, motherfucker.
Right. I've been sitting in this courtroom for 20 years, licking your balls so I don't get objections against me. And now I get to take you out in the parking lot and beat the shit out of you. Are you kidding me? Damn right, we're going out there.
Better not wear your robes, you old woman. Revenant 465 says, video you should check out. Seattle man with self-inflicted knife wounds exposes himself after setting car on fire. There's a lot to unpack in that title.
That video is nuts.
I'm glad you've seen it. I'm gonna throw it into my search bar so I have it. That's fantastic. And then Happy says one more time for Branca, 69 for 69. 69 for 69.
What? Calm down, Nick.
That's what the chat says. I didn't do anything. See, Goody says, can I get a toast for at Shri SR's birthday? Dude, I have drank so much whiskey. But yes, of course you can. Of course you can. And by the way, if you're new to the channel or if you only watch the daytime streams, tonight I will have a live stream at 11 p.m. Central. Not sure what I'm going to talk about yet, but it'll be fun.
God.
It'll be fun, and you are all welcome to come hang out and help me talk about fun things. That's it. We've got plenty going on in the world that is not Johnny Depp. But if you don't know, check out the 11 p.m. show. And so to Shri, happy birthday, Shri. I see you in the chat all the time. I appreciate you being here, and I really hope your birthday goes well and you have a good one. Cheers.
Happy birthday.
And then finally, is that it? Oh, wait. American Legend says, I got the doggo harness post injuries and held her. Great day. I don't know what that means. Tony T says, Green Mommy is idled. Charlie Painter Inside Edition. You're welcome, peasants. What? And then James Gentry says, the trial I was a juror on, the veteran defense attorney for a guy charged with sexual assault of a minor was so weak, the prosecution didn't even need evidence. Yeah, it takes a special kind of person to go after sexual assault of a minor crimes voracious. Now, sometimes your client is a dirtbag who did it, and that's that. But if you're going to really go after it, I mean, you have to be ready.
Yeah, listen, even that person is entitled, as horrible as they are, even that person is entitled to a legal defense, because if they're not, none of us are. So that's why legal defense attorneys do. It's not because we like the person or we think they're right or we think they didn't break the law. It's because we believe the state's obliged to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to hold them to that standard. And if they do that, fine, the client goes off to prison. But we're going to make them do that, because if we don't make the state do that, we all live in a gulag state, and you will not like that one bit.
And for the record, I would sooner support the death penalty for child sexual assault convictions than for murderers. Like, I legitimately.
Oh yeah. Me too. Same page. Absolutely.
Because murderers are less likely to reoffend, frankly, and they do, on balance, less damage.
And they
it's amazing.
Another adult who could have brought their own goddamn gun. So that's partly on the other person's sorry, but don't make it hard for them to kill you. A child doesn't have that option.
2 more super chats and then we're cutting it. No more super chats, please. Daniel says, if we get Branca Drug Hour, can we have that degenerate Cecil guest sit in? I don't know. We'll see.
I don't do cocaine, folks, so that's off the table.
Renee Mietti says 69 for 69 Branca. 69 for 69 Branca. Okay, that's it. Guys, to my guests, Benjamin Blatt and Andrew Branca, thank you so much for joining me. Of course, always a ton of fun to have you guys on, and I really appreciate the company.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, same. Thank you for having me, Nick. It's always a pleasure to be a grateful guest here on your channel.
Anything else you want to say before we go? I've got your contact or your channel information, Andrew, in the description, and Benjamin, I have your Twitter profile in the description so people can follow up on that.
So I guess the only thing I'd say is I'm doing a series of seminars, totally free, I guess webinars, totally free, hard to convict webinars, transform yourself from being easy to convict if you have to defend yourself or your family to being hard to convict. Doesn't cost a penny. It's right there in my URL, lawselfdefense.com/HTC for hard to convict now. And it's free. So it's up to you folks. That's it, Nick.
Thank you. Benjamin, anything?
I mean, I really don't do a lot of social media. I thought about starting an OnlyFans. I was going to call it I Fuck Everyone. It would just be me doing tax statutes and code for various people to implement. Pay me $20 and I stop for 5 minutes.
There you go.
All right. UCC OnlyFans.
Oh my God. That would be fantastic. I love it. All right, guys, I'm going to end the show. Thank you so much. And Andrew, I hope you have a great time in Oklahoma or whatever,
Thank you, sir.
or
I
wherever your
appreciate
final
it.
destination is. And Benjamin, I'll talk to you soon as well.
Sure.
And to the chat, see you tonight. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lethbrook, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what